year or even 2 years because vaccines require extensive testing. Remember, you're testing healthy people. You're giving them something that's unhealthy. A year is lightning fast. It took 15 years for polio, maybe 2 or 3, 5 years for Ebola. This could take 2 or 3 because everyone's working so hard. I wish we had the government coordinating Manhattan Project to treat COVID-19 rather than all these disparate entities trying to do it on their own, but it is what it is. Finally, at some point, you have to reopen because people won't be able to take the pain. For now, the lockdown is surprisingly okay with the people. And they get it. But as more and more people run out of money, it's going to get harder and harder to maintain. Ideally, Congress would bail out individuals as aggressively as we're bailing out institutions. But again, it is what it is. We don't want people to lose their entire life savings, though, cash out all their stocks, and we need their kids to go back to school. So I have some reservations. Other countries have been able to reopen their economies because they have universal and frequent testing. We're doing better on that testing front, but we're still nowhere near where we need to be. Other countries are doing rigorous contact tracing. That seems stillborn here in America. Even as companies like Apple and Google have a fantastic plan. And look, America has a strain of rugged individualism that is, in this particular case, counterproductive in a public health crisis. Too many of us, they don't want to wear masks, particularly men. Look at this. This is Vice President Pence. He's the head of the coronavirus task force. He's refusing to wear a mask even when he's in the COVID ward at the Mayo Clinic. I'm calling that ill-advised. Yes, masks may not do much to protect you from COVID-19, but that's not really the point. They prevent you from infecting other people, and because you can still spread this virus when you have no symptoms, the responsible thing is to wear that darn mask going outside. It doesn't eliminate the risk. And when I look at Twitter, people's got a million complaints about it. Shut up! It reduces it dramatically. I hate it. You hate it. Beats dying. I figured that out on my own. Perhaps most important, even if we can reopen smoothly, the need for physical distancing will wipe out all sorts of businesses. No one's talking about it, but come on. Restaurants are going to have to pull half their tables. There's no way to do that profitably once the money from the payroll protection program runs out. Movie theaters, stadiums, concert venues, large crowds are now a public hazard. So the business depends on crowds are in big trouble. Lockdown or no lockdown. NFL, I think it plays in front of an empty stadium with Abbott Labs testing of every player quarantined until they come out of the tunnel to play against their other team. It's a TV game now. Bottom line, man, I'm trying to be an optimist, but I'm a realist. The stocks that are running this week are cooped up stocks. This is what I'm calling, not Coupa Systems, cooped up stocks. And they'll do better when we reopen, so they're going to continue to run. Doesn't mean business will be good, but ask yourself this. Will Simon Properties make more money or less money when it reopens 49 malls that have been closed on May 1st? Exactly. Marvin in Florida. Marvin.
Hi, Jim. Thanks for taking my call. I hope all is well with you.
Well, knock wood it is.
Yeah, same here, especially in Florida. My question today concerns DraftKings, DKNG, which went public last week. It seems to meet many of the criteria that you've said a stock should have to weather this COVID crisis. It's a great stay-at-home stock for sure. Their expansion into online casino gambling and sports betting provides a safe alternative to the risk of visiting a crowded casino. And their mainstay has always been daily fantasy sports. To keep this customer base active until live sports resume, they've been offering free entry fantasy contests with cash prizes on a daily basis.
Right. I mean, look, it's got a bit of a short squeeze. You know what? It's just not seasoned enough for me. I mean, look, could the thing double and people say, why did you keep me out of the double? Sure. I'd like to see a little more financials, see what they're really up to. And, look, long-term, I'm still betting on Portnoy and Penn that game. All right, Wall Street has become very optimistic. The stocks doing well now are the ones that will do better when we reopen. I think that continues. Yes, and Amazon can still get worse. It's okay. Mad Money tonight. What does the latest action in the steel stock signal for the overall market? I'm going to be talking with the CEO after earnings. Then, how has Wendy's been able to roar in the past few weeks? I'm giving my take. And Centene just predicted a strong impact from the coronavirus pandemic. I'm going to talk with the CEO after earnings. So stay with Cramer.
Don't miss a second of Mad Money. Follow @JimCramer on Twitter. Have a question? Tweet Cramer. #MadTweets. Send Jim an email to madmoney@cnbc.com or give us a call at 1-800-743.
Hey there, guys and gals. Jason Bond here, and I teach people how to trade stocks and options. Now, I just finished my most recent book, Momentum Hunters, and I'm really excited about this one. It shows you exactly how I identify breakdowns and.
Are you over 25? Have a clean driving record? No DUIs?
Take a quick look
you
at
can drop
Amazon.
your auto insurance rate to as low as 9.
Meantime, let's move on to Amazon. It is sharply lower in the after hours off of its earnings results, down about 5% right now. Deirdre Bose has got the latest. Deirdre.
Hey, Melissa. So Amazon certainly performed in terms of revenue as the street was expecting. Demand is surging, but where it fell short, of course, is that profit. Costs are rising too. And here it's worth repeating what Bezos was quoted as saying at the top of the press release. He said that under normal circumstances in this coming Q2, he'd expect to make some $4 billion or more in operating profit, but these are not normal circumstances. Instead, we expect to spend the entirety of that $4 billion, perhaps a little bit more, on COVID-related expenses, getting products to customers, and keeping employees safe. So, Melissa, given rising labor unrest, there is a big push on Amazon's side to show that they are taking care of its workers, and that, in turn, will be good for the company if it can get more capacity back online and fulfill orders more quickly. Also interesting in the results, I want to point out physical store sales. These have really been muddling along, seeing growth of 1% or perhaps minus 1% year over year. Grew 8% this past quarter. Whole Foods makes up the majority of that. So their grocery ambitions finally starting to take a little bit of hold. And I just got off the phone with CFO Brian Olsavsky. He sounded optimistic on this business. The call kicks off at 5:30, but he also gave some more color on the media call that I just got off of. He said that capacity constraints have been easing, and they have actually hired the 175,000 workers already that they set out to hire. He declined to give numbers on total COVID cases at warehouses. So that was interesting because there's a lot of questions surrounding that, especially with another strike scheduled for this week, for tomorrow. The key takeaway, though, Melissa, Amazon is warning that it could lose money even as demand surges. But remember, it wasn't so long ago that Amazon was not turning a consistent profit. So you're seeing shares down about 5% in the after hours. It gained more than 4% today. It's still up about 30% year to date. Back to you.
Deirdre, thank you. Deirdre Bose. Guy Adami, I go to you first because you've been pretty steadfast in your call to sell this into the report.
I love that word steadfast. It's a fantastic word. I use it all the time. It's one of my crutches. You're welcome. But, you know, one of the things we said, and if you go back and look, and one of the things we've been talking about is Amazon actually bottomed out a week or so before the broader market. And when things were going pear-shaped on March 23rd, Amazon was actually moving to the upside, and we talked about that quite a lot. What we've said is Amazon is going to continue to rally into earnings. It rallied 52% from that low print to the high print, I think today actually, and I thought it would give back. I still think you're going to have an opportunity to buy it at $21.70, and that's where you reload. This quarter, by the way, was pretty outstanding by just about any metric, including operating margins, which should have gotten crushed, and they still came in at 5.3%. So you got to tip your cap. But when Jeff Bezos, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, when he tells shareholders basically to take a seat because it's going to be a wild ride, I'd listen to the man, you know, and I think you're going to get an opportunity. That's not negative about Amazon. It's just trying to trade the stock properly.
I mean, expenses were up all over the board when it comes to labor costs, when it comes to COVID expenses, and the mix also really challenged margins, and yet they were able to deliver. Karen, do you give Amazon credit for that? I mean, can you even see a point where you could say maybe this company has got it and maybe the valuation you can look past?
Yes, actually, maybe. I mean, I love that it's down, you know, after this extraordinary run. I do think that when they have had to sort of respond to the pandemic the way that they have had in such a short amount of time, I think that, to Guy's point, that they were as efficient as they were is kind of amazing. When they talk about hiring that many people, getting them on board, when they talk about trying to keep everyone safe that works for them, I know that's been the source of some, you know, discontent, and then thinking about how did they just deploy that massive amount of new orders, and they've been able to do it pretty successfully. You've got to think that even if it slows down somewhat on the revenue line, that they will also be much more efficient operating in the future, having gotten a little bit of time to sort of, you know, get people on board, get them to work efficiently. I'm really impressed, and I think that they will come out of this so much stronger. Do you think the idea that they were willing to give guidance for the coming quarter, and that the revenue growth is in, it was a wide range, but somewhere in the 20s they could fall in. That is extraordinary. And, when you think about Whole Foods, what they've been able to do with that, I'm pretty impressed, and I think that they will come out much stronger on the other end.
I mean, calendar second quarter, in terms of giving guidance, Dan, that should have been a free pass for every single company out there, and yet Amazon chose to give guidance. I mean, that's pretty telling.
Yeah, and I applaud them in a way. I mean, it shows that they're actually bracketing what they think their business looks like, from a base case to a best case to a worst case. So good for them. I think it's important when you think about Amazon. I think Guy is correct about the ability to reload. I mean, there's just unusually positive sentiment in the name. When you saw it break out just a few weeks ago and just go straight higher, you say to yourself, okay, this can't last like this. Mark Cuban last week on our show, I think he said it's going up, 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 up. He didn't say it's going to come back a little bit. Stocks like this need to back and fill. Just make one point about 2019. This stock really did underperform for most of the year because of the spending that they were doing to get ready for, not ready for the pandemic, but their future literally lied with logistics. It lied with the ability to get people things in one day, that sort of thing. So ultimately, I mean, they're being rewarded for those investments. And I suspect if the stock does come in a little bit, then sometime in the future, that valuation will be rewarded again.
I'm going to take a second look at that Amazon look here.
Hey, Melissa. So Amazon certainly performed in terms of
4 hours off of its earnings results, down about 5% right now. Deirdre Bose has got the latest. Deirdre.
Hey, Melissa. So Amazon certainly performed in terms of revenue as the street was expecting. Demand is surging, but where it fell short,
even though it's on CNBC's
costs are rising
YouTube
too.
channel,
And here's worth repeating what Bezos was quoted as saying at the top of the press release. He said that under normal circumstances in this coming Q2, we'd expect to make some $4 billion or more in operating profit, but these are not normal circumstances.
I mean, I imagine
instead, we
not
expect
Kramer, they
to
won't
spend
take it
the
down,
entirety of that $4 billion, perhaps a little bit more, on COVID-related expenses, getting products to customers, and keeping employees safe. So, Melissa, given rising labor unrest, there is a big push on Amazon's side to show that they are taking care of its workers, and that in turn will be good for the company if it can get more capacity back online and fulfill orders more quickly. Also interesting in the results, I want to point out physical store sales. These have really been muddling along, seeing growth of 1% or perhaps minus 1% year over year. Grew 8% this past quarter. Whole Foods makes up the majority of that. So their grocery ambitions finally starting to take a little bit of hold. And I just got off the phone with CFO Brian Olsavsky. He sounded optimistic on this business. The call kicks off at 5:30, but he also gave some more color on the media call that I just got off of. He said that capacity constraints have been easing, and they have actually hired the 175,000 workers already that they set out to hire. He declined to give numbers on total COVID cases at warehouses. So that was interesting because there's a lot of questions surrounding that, especially with another strike scheduled for this week, for tomorrow. The key takeaway, though, Melissa, Amazon is warning that it could lose money even as demand surges. But remember, it wasn't so long ago that Amazon was not turning a consistent profit. So you're seeing shares down about 5% in the after hours. It gained more than 4% today. It's still up about 30% year to date. Back to you.
Deirdre, thank you. Deirdre Bose. Guy Adami, I go to you first because you've been pretty steadfast in your call to sell this into the report.
I love that word.
I mean, I'll pause that for like 2 seconds because just think about Amazon's now expanded so much and paying, they've expanded their delivery business. So I can't possibly, know, and maybe it's in their earnings call, what they're paying, is with the expansion of the delivery business. Like, for example, when you go to Whole Foods, I don't know, why do you see all these people, and I guess they're shoppers, why do you see all these people in vests with the Amazon thing on the back? Does Amazon, sponsor their uniforms? Or, what I'm getting at is that they're expanding their workforce, and rightfully so. You know, it's a company right now that if you buy at 2000, they closed at 2270, 2286.04, and then it traded down a little bit after hours, but it closed Friday at 2286.04. Close, even though it pulled back after earnings. I mean, you're still, the all-time high was up around 2480. So, you're within $200 the all-time high. Why I wouldn't buy right now is exactly because of where it's at. Because because you're not going to miss much. If you can afford to buy Amazon right now, then if you miss $50, what are you going to miss? I can't afford to buy Amazon. I've traded to Amazon options. And even right now, I'm not going to buy Amazon options. I mean, maybe I would buy puts, but when I would do that, it's what when I tell people, you can put Microsoft and Apple in the short term in like a day trade because those stocks are widely traded. If you were to short Amazon or Google, those are just freight trains. Microsoft and Apple are as good as Microsoft and Apple make up more of the S&P, double more. In fact, I think Amazon might make up like 4 or 5% at this point, 4%. Whereas Apple and Microsoft are closer. I think they're both closer to 6% right now, and Google maybe down in like 3%, 2%. But I'm getting at is Microsoft and Apple, because of their share price, are a lot more traded. So you'll be able to play, your bottoms and your tops on those two stocks. Apple's heavily shorted, so it's something that is susceptible to short squeezes. I think you saw that in Apple, going all the way to I don't know how high it went recently, 293 or 297 to getting close to 300. So it's susceptible, more susceptible to a short squeeze than Microsoft. Which is why you might see some volatility there. But then when you short it and then it starts to go against you, if you don't panic, a lot of other people who are shorted are going to panic, and that's what causes a squeeze. I think the whole market has been in a short squeeze. I mean, look what happened to Disney after hours on Wednesday, I think it was. Look at the 15-minute chart on Disney after hours on Wednesday when it went from like 110 to 113 or something like that. I mean, it was up into the 113s Wednesday after market. And a lot of other stocks got squeezed at that time too. So that's, just my own 2 cents on Amazon is the path of least resistance is going to be to the downside right now, especially unless the market seriously bulls. In which case, how can you expect that this week? And again, if you can wait for Amazon to break, I mean, the all-time high, you're only $200 away from the week high, other than the craziness with earnings. Tuesday, this thing, okay, how about this? Tuesday, it traded down into the 2320. So, yeah, into the 2320 levels, just above 2300. So, easily right there. Why would you buy Amazon unless it broke Tuesday's low? So, that's where my alert would be. I mean, as an options trader, I might look at a double bottom and try to play a bounce on a day trade. But if you were trying to invest in Amazon, I would set an alert and what I'm trying to do right now, the computer's being a little irresponsive, but I would set an alert exactly where I'm doing, which would be Tuesday's low at 23. Well, the exact Tuesday, and I don't trust these really thin bottom tails. So if we go, for example, if you go for the week's low, other than Friday, all right, other than Friday, take Friday out of the equation because Friday was a big sell-off. You have a bottom tail here, which I guess would be your week low. Not your week as in weakness, your week as in last week. You've got a couple bottom tails here. That would be the low. And I'm just going to set up alerts here, but you really want to look for a solid candle And you've got a pretty good line in the sand here. I've got a number of alerts now on Amazon, so this thing is just going to light up like a Christmas tree at some point. But yeah, I mean, right there around 23.13.16. So call it 2300. You could be a buyer at 2300, or you could set an alert at 2300 and give yourself a little bit of a gap. So 2300, and you could play these fat candles to the upside, or this would be to the downside of those fat candles. They play your topping tails. So you could play 2300 to 2335.55, 2335.55. If it spikes above that, that's probably a good breakout point. And right now, actually, that's even then your moving averages are above that point. So you could play it up to 2400, but then you're going to miss out. I would probably, again, stick with the 2335.55. Have some alerts set below that so that you're ready. This is a big trade. I mean, for me it would be if and when I could afford to buy equities in Amazon. For right now, I play options that are like $1,000 out of the money, and I'll buy like 3 months. I don't know, about $1,000. It's exaggerating. I'm not even looking at options right now. Once the thing starts to tread an all-time high, I can't play calls. That's stupid. You got to kind of let it settle, unless the thing's just exploding. Highs beget new highs. But if you're playing a stock at all-time highs, if I were to buy calls at a stock like Amazon, making all-time highs, it's a day trade. It's a couple of ticks in and out, and because tomorrow, you're gone. So that's the problem with even in equities. If you were to play equities on Amazon, $200 pullback in 2 days is just what happened just now. All these people, and this is the thing, and people ask me, like, what do you want to do going into options? What should I do going into options or going into earnings on Amazon? The thing's making an all-time high. So 80% of the time, you're set up for disappointment. And even then, I'm making that 80% number up. But, when they beat on earnings, companies often sell when they're at their all-time high. And they'll come back and recover. Even Apple, forget the all-time high, but it was trading basically at a recovery high. And Amazon had a horrible pullback, which even brought Apple down. And 20 minutes later, Apple reported, sank a little bit. Okay, this was all Thursday, right, or Wednesday night. And by Friday, I think Apple was at 190 or 292. Let's take a quick look. Shoot, Friday, Apple almost hit 300. Okay, Apple topping tailed at 298.97. So that's even a recovery high. And this is why the NQs and all your Qs are going to have the biggest of the pullbacks, because they were making an all-time high a couple days ago. Forget about before the crash. And when the NASDAQ made an all-time high, I'll give you the exact date. I think at NDX, I think I can quickly look this up. Oh my gosh. No, that's not it. Maybe it's the QQQ. So maybe it was the NQs. No, that doesn't make. So maybe it was recovery high that people were talking about. So my mistake. But an Apple is right there with the recovery high. You know what I'm saying? And I actually think if you look at Microsoft, yeah, I mean, all these things made recent, let's call them recovery highs. So I hadn't heard, I don't really follow the NASDAQ index, and probably to my detriment, don't really trade too much of your tech stocks. aside from Microsoft. And I kept hearing people, oh my gosh, the Nasdaq's at all-time highs. Well, it's at recovery highs, it looks like. So we pretty much rushed through them, and people look. If you look at the charts, I mean, a V-shaped recovery. Aside from 420, looks like it was April the 20th. They had a serious pullback on Nasdaq. When you're set up for disappointment, and that's what I'm getting at, is what you had. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google was kind of lacking behind for whatever reason, and I think that's why Google ran on earnings. I mean, seriously ran on earnings compared to these other. I mean, Microsoft sort of ran. Did what Microsoft did. Microsoft's not going to run $20 in one day. I don't think Microsoft may have done like $10 in one day once. It's not Apple. It's not going to do, out of the blue like $15, $20 in one day. And point being is that all these things were basically getting back, except for Apple, which had its natural headwinds because of what's going on in China. These other companies were getting back to their all-time highs. Amazon making all-time highs. And Microsoft all-time high was about $190, and it was trading above 180 recently. So getting back to the point being, why did Amazon pull back so seriously on earnings? It was because it was set up to. It was set up for failure. It was set up for disappointment. And that's why I'm offering my 2 cents right now, is because even as what I would consider myself as a green trader, because I haven't been day trading a year, I've quickly learned that earnings are often a catalyst for disappointment, even if they beat, especially on these companies like Amazon, Apple, etc. So it's one of those things that I learned, and unfortunately, because I made a few earnings home runs when I first started playing the market, that I kept playing earnings. So I hit some home runs, did so well. I increased my portfolio by like 600% in the first 3 weeks of day trading because I had a couple of good home runs. I mean, Land's End, Michaels. I mean, this is going back in August and early September. And I can definitely remember Land's End and Michaels. And I had a big equities play in Francesca's. The retail all smashed in August. So I had a few lucky plays and continued my strategy and got burned and gave everything back. And it's basically happened now when a lot of my strategies, okay, I hit the home run. I called the crash. But on the pullback, on the way back here, I did somewhat well at times coming back, but didn't really figure out how the dukes, the string pullers, were going to pick people's pockets. And it's kind of been easily mapped out for us this week, in which case is the ultimate chop fest, in which you try to play these stocks one way or the other. Then you just get frustrated and you sell out at a loss. So unfortunately, playing futures and other, especially options, have murdered people. The Dukes have taken back a lot, and luckily, I was lucky enough to, along the way here, just pull out. I mean, every bit of bit of money I could, because there were some things I wanted to do with a little bit of money, but I probably would have given it all back had I kept playing it, because the Dukes is like the casino, and they know how to get that money back. So when you're on the right side of trades and it just snowballs in your direction, when it starts to go the other way, and now I'm learning for a second time, so it'll be 3 strikes you're out next time around, that it's sitting on hands, getting away. Forget your pretenses, your what you think, predetermination, where you think the market's going to go. It's like at the end of 4 or 5 weeks of ultimate home runs and hitting every single trade, what I needed to do was take even one day away from the market, or even a few, but one day, Get rid of all the thoughts I had about why I was getting everything right in the market for 5 weeks and come back into the market, and this would be impossible. It would be like, trying to get a juror, that didn't have an objective on either side, that didn't have any prior knowledge or, of a big profile case, and come back into the market without any, predetermination of what's happening and where the market should go. Because if you came into the market at the lows, and never figure out, forget you weren't coming back in when the SPY was at 218. If you even came back when the SPY was at like 232, pulled back at 230, 224, anywhere in that range, and just came into the market and forgot about what you thought COVID-19 was going to do to the market, you probably would make tremendous trades, because you're just following the momentum of the market is telling you where you're going. So it's hard now because it's too late, because we're at 290. We're at the, I never thought we'd get, I thought my initial number was 287. And we did get there and we pulled back, and then we peaked above and failed, and then we peaked above and failed twice. There's not to say that we won't peak above again and then go, a peak and go. And if we explode past 301, this recession could be all over. I, for one, I'm not even gonna, issue where I think that as far as where we're going with the virus, because now we have such economic damage. But the market is going to respond to the short-term sentiment. And I think things are going to begin to open up, which are going to at least hold the market from any type of serious pullback again in the near future. But then when we get into Q2 earnings and other things, I mean, for example, Disney reports on Tuesday. Pretty sure I'm allowed to say that I am an employee of the Walt Disney Company. I don't know anything about earnings. I'm not speaking anything about Disney. I'm not representing anything about Disney, but I believe I'm under, I can offer my opinion as far as the stock is concerned, but I in no way officially speak for them. And even then, like, the stock has been so resilient. Going into earnings, I certainly am not going to hold that stock in earnings. I was very lucky to, know or predict in mid-February that even at Star and Disney stock was starting to suffer a little bit at the time. And in mid-February, I was telling even everybody that I knew that, this thing's going to cause the country to shut down, and short all the restaurant stocks. I mean, I did very well in short plays on Darden's, cake, CAKE, cheesecake, Darden's is Olive Garden, and a couple other places. And mid-February, I got hurt. I got killed one weekend. If I hadn't shorted this thing 2 weeks early, I would have made probably 500 times more. 50, I don't know. Let's call it 5 times. I would have made a whole lot more money if I didn't short this thing 2 weeks early in February. But that's okay. And getting in, my point being is that you can be ahead of the trade, but at some point you do have to just pull your thoughts and ideas away, because the market is weeks, months, years ahead of the individual. And we don't work, if you're, paying attention in the same circles that I am and watching the same videos that I am, know that, we are not the market. So we might know when we're sitting in the market is not, Main Street is not Wall Street. Wall Street is not Main Street. So we might pull back. It just might be a few months from now. One chart that I looked at suggested that we might not retest the lows until after August. So that's going to be a very frustrating grind to the bottom. And during the process, for people like me who did so well playing put options on the way down, is going to be tough. Holding options overnight right now in the short term, if you're inside 7, 14, 21 days expiration on options, holding them overnight right now is extremely risky because the market's just not volatile enough to help you out. You're not getting the gaps, and when you are getting the gaps, it flashes back in the other direction, or, because I can tell you, it just hasn't worked out the same way. I've been on the right side of gaps the last 2 weeks, and it just hasn't worked out. They've really killed the options market with extreme premiums and wide spreads. So when you bid on your options, you have to bid outside of the bid and ask channel, and in some cases, even way more than you would think. On a Boeing option where the bid was like 31, the ask was like 45, I got filled to 26. So you have to bid well outside of the channel and give it a little bit of time if you're playing the options market. And I would imagine on some of these widespread equities, probably the same deal. So it's it was a joy and for most day traders, the fall was so fun because you couldn't lose. Because we as day traders know how to execute these trades on a minute-by-minute basis. So, if the market gives us clear direction, it was a skating rink in late February and most of March, aside from a couple of big rebounding 2,000-point days on the Dow here and there and 1,000-point days. We haven't had anything like that since then. And because of earnings, we have a lot of strong earnings. People loved the NASDAQ. The QQQ just kept this market from going in any kind of direction to the downside. So, and the other thing is that a lot of these other stocks that haven't recovered, so, when and if some of these Apples and Microsoft start to fall from grace, some of the other damage that has been done hasn't been repaired. So you're going to see a very quick decrease in the indexes, but it's not going to have any kind of continuation. I don't think, because the damage in a lot of the small caps has been done and hasn't been repaired. If you compare the Russell to the NASDAQ, and right now you have even a point where the NASDAQ is down like 1% since January 1st, and the S&P is down 10%. I don't know what the Russell is down in that period, but these discrepancies are somewhat historical. So we've had just too many people, though, screaming that the sky is falling. And every morning I put out these numbers of tremendous increases in the Fed's balance sheet. These are not just short-term, one-day repos that I report on. We are talking about 30-day, 60-day repos that I put out every morning in the Benzinga chat. So the Fed balance sheet right now is somewhere between $4 and $6 trillion. I think the maximum amount that our GDP can pump out in 1 year is somewhere between 2 and 4 trillion. And these are wide channels because I don't follow these numbers. To me, it's all monopoly money. But the Fed balance sheet is quite large. People all are starting to get to know that. And unless they begin to unwind, we were just, unwinding some of the Fed's prior balance sheet stuff. It's going to take so long to unwind ourselves from this. It's going to just lead to tremendous inflation. And even like one morning I woke up and I'm texted because I saw it. I'm like, Mom, do you know what they're doing right now? The amount of money that they just, printed, probably didn't even print because they don't have enough ink to print the amount of money. And this was even before Congress's, spending. I'm talking about the quantitative easing. What Congress votes on is usually like sensible. because they have to go back to their I would think so. I don't know. But, they come back to their constituents and they usually explain numbers that somewhat make sense. But the quantitative easing, when I read those kind of numbers, it just didn't make any sense. And that's when even you had Dave Portnoy coming out and going, shoot bucks. So, unfortunately, you can't fight the Fed. We as stock traders obviously find this to be a lot of fun as a lifestyle, because the highs are the highs, the lows are the lows. But like, to me, in gambling, and I don't even remember the last time I did any kind of bet was probably it's not like I stopped. I mean, I could definitely gamble myself into the hole. So I mean, I have a problem. But I mean, it's not like I didn't quit because of like GA a couple weeks ago or years ago. Last time I did any kind of gambling was in New York, playing craps in like 2016. And I used to, I grew up in New Jersey, so I went to Atlantic City all the time playing craps and blackjack and stuff. A lot of people could tell you all about it. And I did pretty well, at times. Hardly most of the time. My point being is that in gambling, the lows are worse than the highs. In gambling, you remember your bad beats and losses at the cards table. I mean, I did pretty well playing Texas Hold'em. Multiple final tables in Atlantic City. But when you're gambling, I can remember any horrible beat better than any good win. I can remember all my horrible losses more than any of my wins. But in the stock market, I think it's the other way. I can remember my good trades. I can remember to the date, to the time, to the second, to the amount, to the strike price, to when I covered, etc. So this market is an incredible drug, I guess. But you can't come in here. It's not gambling. You need to obviously try to know what you're doing, and you can't just come blindly follow people. Because even I've tried that, and it doesn't work. You just need to surround yourself with a whole lot of education. Try to make one decision and don't overspread yourself, which is another problem I have. Is I try to make, one trade doesn't work. I'm like, oh, it'll come back a little later, and I'll open another trade. Yeah, no. You can't get into more than 2, 3, or 4 trades at one time. I'd be in like 12. So it's the other part of the advice. But hey, I'm going to finish up on the Amazon. It's kind of definitely a bit of a tangent I went in, but we all think this market is supposed to begin to retest the lows. And because we all think that way, it's probably not going to happen. Like what Shadow Trader tells us, when what shouldn't happen doesn't. So when what shouldn't happen doesn't. So when 85% or even 95% of the people think the market's supposed to go down, the market has the tools to not please us all and to not please even anybody sometimes. This market is designed for maximum pain. So, I wish I had known that a month ago and could have easily day traded, but holding overnight positions has, turned me into being very comfortable, to having bought some toys, because I bought some toys, a car, a few other things. To basically the level that I'm a bottom feeder. It's okay. We're gonna make it back. We're gonna make it's not that I'm saying I'm going to be okay. We're gonna make it back is not meaning I'm gonna get my money back. Don't ever think that you're going with that deal. I'm not. That's not the way it ever works. You can make it back. Very slowly but surely. You don't go just diving back in and say that you're going to make it back. But luckily, we learned a lot of lessons along the way. So let's see what they have to say a little bit more about space, Amazon space. I'm thinking SPCE. That's another stock that I've ridden the ups and downs emotionally. Virgin Galactic. So it's another one that has done me very well, but I remember the wins in Virgin Galactic a lot better than I remember the losses. And that's my point about the stock market. Let's see what these guys, a little more Amazon here. Hopefully this will load
Steadfast.
right up.
It's a fantastic word. And I use it all the time. It's one of my crutches. You're welcome. But, you know, one of the things we said, and if you look, and if you go back and look, and one of the things we've been talking about is Amazon actually bottomed out a week or so before the broader market. And when things were going pear-shaped on March 23rd, Amazon was actually moving to the upside. And we talked about that quite a lot. What we've said is Amazon is going to continue to rally into earnings. It rallied 52% from that low print to the high print, I think today actually, and I thought it would give back. I still think you're going to have an opportunity to buy it at 21.70, and that's where you reload. This quarter, by the way, was pretty outstanding by just about any metric, including operating margins, which should have gotten crushed, and they still came in at 5.3%. So you got to tip your cap. But when Jeff Bezos, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, when he tells shareholders basically to take a seat because it's going to be a wild ride, I'd listen to the man, you know, and I think you're going to get an opportunity. That's not negative about Amazon. It's just trying to trade the stock properly.
I mean, expenses were up all over the board when it comes to labor costs, when it comes to COVID expenses, and the mix also really challenged margins, and yet they were able to deliver. Karen, do you give Amazon credit for that? I mean, can you even see a point where you could say maybe this company has got it and maybe the valuation you can look past?
Yes, actually, maybe. I mean, I love that it's down, you know, after this extraordinary run. I do think that when they have had to sort of respond to the pandemic the way that they have had in such a short amount of time, I think that, to Guy's point, that they were as efficient as they were is kind of amazing. When they talk about hiring that many people, getting them on board, when they talk about trying to keep everyone safe that works for them, I know that's been the source of some, you know, discontent, and then thinking about how did they just deploy that massive amount of new orders, and they've been able to do it pretty successfully. You've got to think that even if it slows down somewhat on the revenue line, that they will also be much more efficient operating in the future, having gotten a little bit of time to sort of, you know, get people on board, get them to work efficiently. I'm really impressed, and I think that they will come out of this so much stronger. And you think the idea that they were willing to give guidance for the coming quarter and that the revenue growth is in, I mean, it was a wide range, but somewhere in the 20s they could fall in. That is extraordinary. And, you know, when you think about Whole Foods, what they've been able to do with that, I'm pretty impressed. And I think that they will come out much stronger on the other end.
I mean, calendar second quarter, in terms of giving guidance, Dan, that should have been a free pass for every single company out there. And yet Amazon chose to give guidance. I mean, that's pretty telling.
Yeah, and I applaud them in a way. I mean, it shows that they're actually bracketing what they think their business looks like, you know, from a base case to a best case to a worst case. So good for them. You know, I think it's important when you think about Amazon. I think Guy is correct about the ability to reload. I mean, there's just unusually positive sentiment in the name. When you saw it break out just a few weeks ago and just go straight higher, you know, you say to yourself, okay, this can't last like this. Mark Cuban last week on our show, I think he said it's going up. He didn't say it's going to come back a little bit. You know, stocks like this need to back and fill. Just make one point about 2019. This stock really did underperform for most of the year because of the spending that they were doing to get ready for, not ready for the pandemic, but their future literally lied with logistics. It lied with the ability to get people things in one day, that sort of thing. So ultimately, I mean, they're being rewarded for those investments. And I suspect if the stock does come in a little bit, then sometime in the future, that valuation will be rewarded again.
Steve and Dave use eToro to trade cryptocurrencies. Steve does extensive research in order to find the next Bitcoin.
Dave does research on how to become a level 60 wizard.
Steve.
Avenue Capital's Mark Lasry now for our weekly check-in on the markets. Mark, it's good to talk to you again.
Pleasure to be back.
Seems like every week we talk to you, we've taken another tick up in the market. It's astonishing, really. What do you make of it?
I don't understand it because every week all you constantly have is more bad news. Where companies, like you just had sort of the CEO of McDonald's telling you how horrible things are going to be. I think the market is excited about the fact that things are going to reopen. But if you take a look at areas that have already reopened, which is out in Asia, things there are going really slow. So I think you're going to have a pretty slow, stores may be reopened, but for people to start spending money and for the consumer to be there is going to take longer. So I think for us on the credit side, anything that is being restructured, they're going to have issues. I think every other company sooner or later is going to have to come back to reality.
Yeah, you're going to be busy looking at all the opportunities that you may have. And you know, in some respects, or maybe every respect, this is right in your world. I mean, the reason the equity market is where it is because of the credit market being where it is, right? And we have definitely had a thaw since the first time we had you on discussing the market. You'd agree with that, right?
100%. Look, all of this is, this isn't based on fundamentals. And I think Josh spoke about it and you've spoken about it. It's all based on what the Fed is doing. So if the Fed continues what it's doing, I mean, the markets are going to keep going up and there's just more and more liquidity. But sooner or later, reality has to come back and people have to look at what's a company making. So whether that's 30 days from now, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, it'll get there. It's just going to happen.
I want to talk about a segment of your business that we really haven't discussed much of late. And let's do it now, and that's aircraft leasing. You know, we just had our news update. Sue Herrera said we're looking at 1.5 billion fewer international travelers this year. Dave Calhoun, CEO of Boeing, was on yesterday talking about, he used the word thaw in terms of what he was seeing. How is your business of airline leasing, doing right now?
Well, I mean, look, that's having issues. And it's obvious just simply because planes aren't flying or they're not flying as much. So really what we're doing there is working with everybody to just give people more time to pay us back and to do what they need to do to get back to normal. So I think we've got to work with people and give them the time. And the question is it 3 months, 6 months, or a year? That I don't know. It just depends on how quickly people start flying again. But obviously that business for us and things we've invested, that's going to get hurt just because you've got to give people more time. And then on opportunity set, you're able to come in and, whether it's on financing or whether it's buying new planes, you're able to do those on anybody who's got to sell. You're able to do those at pretty big discounts. I
was wondering about that, almost more of the latter than the former, certainly thinking that part of the business would obviously be hampered given the environment that we're in. But do you also think that on the backside of this, leasing aircraft like you do to airlines will be more desirable for them rather than making a bigger ticket purchase from a Boeing?
I think in what we do, we buy planes that are 8 to 15 years old. So I think what you're finding in that market right now is people who need to sell will sell those planes at, I would tell you, probably 20 to 30% lower than where they were before. So that's the opportunity set. Everybody knows people are going to be flying again. The question is just how long is it going to take for it to get back to normal? We think it'll take about about 6 months to a year.
6 months to a year. To get back to normal or to the point where people are even just flying again? No, where people are flying and you've got people on the planes where at least it's 50% to 75%. I think normal of being where it was a year ago, that's going to take a long time. There's been numbers, 3 to 5 years have been thrown around. Is that in your ballpark?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, I think once you've got a vaccine, people aren't going to have any issues flying, and the question is how quickly does that come?
What's desirable to you right now in the credit market? You have, companies that have come to market. There's talk today, David Faber earlier was talking about what Boeing may do. How do you view a Boeing offering? How did you view a Delta offering? How do you think about that space in general?
I think those are all fine because I think the returns, you're coming in at a secured level. And so you'll be fine because when you look at the numbers, you know that you're going to have enough cash for the next couple of years. So I think you're fine at that level. The question is, what do you want to do on the equity side? And I think that's going to be harder.
So you bought Carnival bonds,
yep.
Right?
Yep.
Anything since then?
No, yeah, we've been buying quite a bit. I mean, we keep on buying, but it's really on sort of restructurings. I mean, we've been buying more on Frontier Communications, the cable company. We're buying more on Intelsat. Anything that's in a restructuring, because people don't want to be involved in that. What people want to be involved in is buying Amazon, buying Apple, buying things where they think there's little to no risk. Nobody wants to be involved in risk. So if you're involved in risk, you can actually generate some really high returns.
How do you view, retail, department stores, things like that? We talked about Neiman Marcus, I think, the last time you were on, just about a week or so ago. How do you see all that shaken out?
Look, I think that you're going to have issues there. I think for us, when we're investing in that industry, when we're investing in Macy's or JCPenney, for us, we're looking at the collateral value and saying that even if things take longer, we're covered on the collateral. And so that if you had to have a liquidation, we'd be fine. So that's more how we look at it. If you don't have a liquidation, which I don't think you'll have in any of those situations, but we're investing right now at 2 to 3 times where it was pre-COVID. So today, let's assume a company, if it was making $100 million, we're investing in that company at $200 million by buying the debt.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you think EBITDA comes back? Does it come back 50%? Well, if it does, then it's 4 times where we've created the company. So for us, we're pretty comfortable where we're investing because we know that if things don't work out, we'll be able to liquidate the company at our cost, or the company will liquidate at our cost, or a little bit higher.
Oblige me for an NBA question or two before I let you run.
Absolutely.
Are we going to have a season? There seems to be now a developing conflict. Talk about reopening facilities. Maybe that has folks looking forward to a season, though there seems to be chatter on the other side suggesting we should cancel. What do you think?
I think there's a lot of unknowns, but we are, my opinion is we will end up having a season. We'll have the playoffs. But that's going to be a whiles away. And the question is that in July or is that in August? I think we've got to get back to everything being open. So I think the NBA is, a number of the facilities are going to open May 8th. I think for somebody like the Bucks, it's going to take longer just because we've got to comply with the stay at home. But that's okay. You need to get started. So I think some teams will have a little bit of an edge, but that's life.
That is interesting, though. You will have teams who have a head start in getting back to business, getting their basketball bodies and minds ready for a stretch.
Yeah, you will. But I think we need to do that. I don't think we can wait for everybody to be on at the same time frame. And, if the goal is that you want to end up having a season, let's get things opened. Let's get people getting back in shape. And then we'll figure it out come July or August what we can do in sort of finishing the season without fans. Because what's clear is people want to see sports. You're seeing it with The Last Dance where you're having record earnings. You saw it with the NFL draft where you had record viewers. So I think as you have that, people want to see sports. So I think we'll end up finishing the season.
Yeah, we're starved, right? The Last Dance is awesome, but nothing beats the real thing. Mark, you take care of yourself. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you. All right, take care.
Your latte's ready.
Just the right information.
This Arabica bean was discovered in the 90s.
Too much information.
Nobody likes TMI. That's why TD Ameritrade's Learning Experience customizes to give you exactly the information you need.
Thanks for sharing your DIY haircuts, your savage moves,
We're gonna wheel
and
out
your
Cuddle
adorable
Up.
pets. Now it's our turn to share with the Geico Give Back, a 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies lasting your full policy term. So, thanks again.
A lot to get to, regarding the reopening, but I'm sure you're aware, market got a bit of a chill yesterday on these reports of ways the president is thinking about trying to punish China, headlines about voiding certain debt obligations. You just want to iron that out?
Yes. As I told Eamon yesterday, full faith and credit of the United States debt obligations is sacrosanct. Absolutely sacrosanct. And I might add, the president indicated as much when he was asked about it later in the day. Not only the full faith and credit of our debt obligations and other commitments, but also our intention to keep the dollar as the world's reserve currency. So let me put any of that to rest. China has issues, don't get me wrong, and the president will be dealing with those issues. They have a lot to answer for. The virus originated there, a lack of transparency, all that will be sorted out over time. But regarding Treasury debt and the full faith and credit of the United States, that will not change.
Then what is being considered, Larry, and how do you walk the tightrope given the fact that we're still dependent on them for important things coming down the supply chain like food and drugs and PPE and all sorts of things?
Well, I will just say at this point, we are, as a matter of policy deliberations, we are looking at different options to perhaps bring American companies located in China and perhaps elsewhere around the world back home to the U.S. There are a number of ways to do that. By the way, full cash expensing, 100% cash expensing, which is going to be phasing down in the next year or two for American companies, that has to be bolstered. That's a key pro-growth incentive element. That would apply.
Sorry, that was my mistake. I'm just messing around with buttons like I shouldn't be.
I don't want to do this overnight, or I don't want to jar markets or anything like that. So we will work through. We will talk to the Chinese. We do have the Phase 1 China deal, by the way. The USTR issued a report, I guess it was yesterday or the day before, that Phase 1 deal with China is moving along. Maybe a little slow on the commodity purchases because of the damage to the economy, all our economies from the virus. But it appears, at least at this point, that China is working to implement the trade deal. So we will see. They have a lot to answer for. They're going to be held accountable. But again, full faith and credit of the United States debt obligations will be maintained. That is sacrosanct.
Larry, I hope you'll forgive me if this is a dumb question, but does the president or the administration believe that somehow the Chinese engineered the release of this virus to either derail his reelection or weasel out of Phase 1 or both?
Carl, there are a lot of theories around. There are a lot of discussions around. The president has his views on this. Those views are being developed with the help of our intelligence people and others. So I don't want to go too far down that road. It'll be up to the president to make final decisions here. What we know with certainty, we had the G7 video teleconference meeting. Let's see, it's about 2 weeks ago now. Pretty much all the G7 leaders agreed the virus originated in China, and some of those G7 leaders were particularly vociferous about the lack of Chinese transparency and cooperation in pursuing investigations to get to the bottom of this. So that is an open discussion, an ongoing discussion.
All right, Larry, always great to hear from you. Thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks.
Just to follow up a little bit on what Carl's talking about, if the president feels that the Chinese acted inappropriately, there are a lot of ways that he could really come after him, retaliate. One would be to raise the tariffs. Now, that was fine when we had unemployment that was incredibly low, but if you have 30 million people unemployed, we know that that harkens back to the Great Depression if you raise tariffs, even if you totally despise the Chinese and think they did a very bad actor. Wouldn't it be better to wait instead of retaliating, say, against them on key technologies or raising tariffs?
Look, as I said before, put it in this framework, an important way to look at it. It seems like years ago, but it was really just a few months ago, we signed a good Phase 1 trade deal with China. And as I said, USTR has put out a report recently which indicates that the Chinese are cooperating and implementing. So that's a very important piece. With respect to future tariff decisions and other measures, that's going to be up to the president. I don't know that there's any rush right now. Our efforts here are to, first of all, continue to get this virus down, open up the economy, get folks back to work. Let's get some economic growth back. There's a lot of pent-up demand. Let's help businesses survive. Let's help payroll workers survive. As you know, things of all those things. That's really subject number one right now, and we are making progress on that. So on the China business, it's up in the air. They are going to be held accountable for it. There's no question about that. How, when, where, and why, I'm going to leave that up to the president this morning.
Okay, let's switch to the economy directly. We know that the activities to keep people in their job are extraordinary. It's really one of the most amazing programs, whether it be PPP or what the Federal Reserve's doing. But there's one element of it that you taught me, Larry, when we were partners, which you have to be careful not to over-incentivize people not to work. We have raised the unemployment benefits to the point where, as a small business person, I cannot compete with the government to keep people. And yet I got PPP for one of my places. I am concerned that the government has made it impossible for me to rehire, given the fact that I can't beat the government. What do you do?
It's an important concern. It's a very good concern. The unemployment plus up, $600 federal plus up, which has created some of these disincentives that you talk about, is something we will be looking at very, very carefully. As you may know, it ends in July. And so a lot of people are concerned about the incentive. Look, we've tried to do this in a way that will create incentives, not destroy them, for both work and business. So we have payroll tax holiday for business. The president, as you know, is very keen on a payroll tax holiday for the workforce. That would gross up their after-tax income by roughly 7.6%. So that would be a good start in that direction. We are also looking internally, and I'm not authorized to make pronouncements. We're having some very strong discussions with the economics team and the president, but we're looking very carefully at middle-class tax relief, at middle-class regulatory relief, at helping the restaurants and the baseball stadiums and so forth with larger deductions. We're also looking at shielding, liability shields for these small businesses as they open up. As you know, we provided 175 million Americans with assistance, cash, and liquidity to keep them going through this incredibly difficult hardship period until we get to the other side, hopefully in the second half of the year. But we are aware of the disincentive issue. That's why we're looking at a lot of middle-class tax and regulatory relief. And I know there's strong sentiment in some quarters, both here in the White House and on Capitol Hill, to look very carefully at that unemployment plus-up, which created the disincentives. Maybe we needed it. Maybe we needed it at the beginning because you pull out all stops. That's what government has to do with an unbelievable, 100-year crisis kind of thing. But that doesn't mean forever. We want folks to work. I think Americans want to work. Jimmy, you probably saw on the GDP a 13% saving rate in the first quarter. That's a remarkable number. That just shows you there's some pent-up demand out there. The second quarter's going to be worse numbers, no question about it. The hardship issue is going to be even more difficult. It's happening now. but hopefully we can provide growth incentives. So when the states reopen, and May is the transition month, May and June probably, when the reopening comes, this economy will be poised to resume the strong growth that President Trump's policies fostered in the first years.
Well, I just applaud everything that's done to be able to keep people to work. It's been monumental. I think it's shocked people, and it's one of the reasons why I believe that the market is up despite what's happening. But let me ask you, Larry, is there a limit to the amount of money that the federal governments, all its different entities, can pump into the economy? Or is it one of those things where you just say the limit is anything that it takes to not have a Great Depression?
Well, look, I think we've all suggested that we will do whatever it takes. Early in this, the president said he will use all the powers of the federal government to provide assistance to help folks and businesses. So there's always that. Now that we're moving forward, again, we are looking at policies that will provide growth incentives, not just more cash and liquidity, but actual growth incentives. And we'd like to restart entrepreneurship, for example. We had the animal spirits roaring in recent years. Heck, January and February in Q1 was showing a run rate of 3.1% in the annual rate before the virus came down exponentially in ways that nobody anticipated. So my thought here is you kind of have to do both, Jim. You can't close the door on necessary assistance programs, but by the same token, you have to think through what are the best growth incentive policies for the medium and longer run for the economy. And I'm heartened to some extent. I mean, this is a terrible situation. It's hardship and difficulty everywhere. But look, CBO and a bunch of private surveys and the Wall Street Journal Economist survey, they're looking at almost 20% growth in the second half of 2020 and almost 3% growth in 2021. And I believe after we pause, this is kind of a pause period, when we come back and discuss with Congress, that growth incentives will be crucial to whatever policy actions we take.
Larry, it's David. On that note, I mean, we have many CEOs from some of the largest companies in the country join us and have this week. And many of them are talking about what are fairly significant cuts to their capital expenditures and a phased-in return to work in terms of at least to the workplace for their workers. We can imagine that behavior on the part of the American consumer is not going to change overnight. So I hear you saying you're going to see or hope to see, you're always optimistic, significant growth next year. But how do you really get there, given all the cutting that's taking place right now and the uncertainty that still exists in terms of what behaviors are really going to look like?
Yeah, well, those are important points. Look, we've been meeting with CEOs constantly in every industry in America. We had major retailers in earlier this week. I've sat in all of these meetings. I've done the conference calls and so forth. So you're right. I think there is a transition. I think, what we hear, companies are anxious to reopen, but they know how important health and safety and security is. So I'll go back to our guidelines put out by the medical team a few weeks ago, where there has to be a 14-day, within 14 days, the downward adjustment in new cases, best practices for cleanliness, of course, maybe taking your temperature or the forehead temperature thing goes fast. These new test kits, David, we do them here at the White House every week. There's swabs in your nose. You get results very, very quickly. I think all these things will come into play. That's what the top business executives want. That's what the top labor unions executives want. We talked to them as well. So we'll have to work through this. The states will make these decisions. The individual companies will make these decisions. And I just hope they pay a lot of attention to our guidelines, as they say they will. Last point, David, on this. One of the characteristics of dealing with a crisis here, that the last time it happened was about 100 years ago, is that President Trump, as a matter of instinct and philosophy, has every step of the way worked with the private sector. There's reason that we have spent so much time, and Vice President Mike Pence as well deserves so much credit. We have spent so much time with the businesses and the unions for that matter, but I mean, we've relied on the businesses with respect to respirators and ventilators and test kits and therapies now and vaccinations. This is a very strong cooperative effort. It's not just government top-down controls. It's incredibly heavy use of private sector entrepreneurship and, skills and management. They're awful smart. They're probably smarter than we are. So that gives me hope that working cooperatively, we can get through this. I believe, David, yes, I am an optimist always. I believe we can get through this. I believe the worst is nearly over. I hope and pray that that is the case. And I think as this infection rate case comes down, it's an omen that America is not far from getting to the other side. Look, let's face it, health and safety is vital, but economic health.
We are here in Omaha, Nebraska this morning.
And we're live. Hey, what's up? How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me on.
My
This is
pleasure.
awesome.
My pleasure. Good to see you again.
Great
And
to
good
see you.
When we first met, I knew you were an author, and I knew that Chris Pratt was involved in doing that thing with you, and that you guys were working towards making a series, which is happening now, which is very exciting.
Crazy.
But I'd never read any of your work until now. So getting ready for this, I actually listened to the audiobook, which is really well done. The guy who reads it, what is his name?
Ray Porter.
He's fucking great.
Yeah, he's awesome.
It's a little disturbing when he does a girl's voice, but
There's no getting around that. Like, if a guy's doing a girl voice, especially putting an accent to it, there's like no getting around the creepy part of that.
It's a little weird, but but he's so good at like Russian accents and then South African accents, and it's a really good book, man. It's fucking riveting. Like it's hard to put down. It's really good, and most of it I listen to either on workouts, walking, hikes with the dog, or in the sauna.
Nice, perfect place to listen to it.
I burned through it in a few days.
Nice.
It's really good, man.
Yeah, and like half the characters are the people that were inspired by actual people.
I know, that was what's crazy. It's like so many people, whether it was John Dudley or Barklow or Half-Faced Blades, like Black Rifle Cough. Ha ha ha. 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. Thank you. Thanks for doing this, man. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's very good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And thanks for not lighting this place on fire.
You're welcome.
That's coming later. How does one, just in the middle of doing all the things you do, create cars,
this is how we close it down
rockets, all this stuff you're doing, constantly innovating, decide to just make a flamethrower? Where do you have the time for that?
Well, the flame. We didn't put a lot of time into the flamethrower. This was an off-the-cuff thing, and so I have sort of like it's sort of a hobby company called The Boring Company, which started out as a joke, and we decided to make it real, and dig a tunnel under LA, and then other people asked us to dig tunnels, and so we said yes in a few cases. And then we have a merchandise section that only has one piece of merchandise at a time. And we started off with a cap, and there was only one thing it was just boringcompany.com/cap or hat. That's it. And then we sold the hats, limited edition. It just said The Boring Company. And then I'm a big fan of Spaceballs, the movie. And in Spaceballs, yogurt goes through the merchandising section, and they have a flamethrower in the merchandising section of Spaceballs. And the kids love that one. That's the line. when he pulls out the flamethrower. It's like, we should do a flamethrower. So we.
Does anybody tell you no? Does anybody go, Elon? Maybe for yourself, but selling a flamethrower, the liabilities, all the people you're selling this device to, what kind of unhinged people are going to be buying a flamethrower in the first place? Do we really want to connect ourselves to all these potential arsonists?
Yeah, it's a terrible idea. Terrible. Shouldn't buy one. I said, don't buy this flamethrower. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. That's what I said. But still, people bought it.
Yeah,
there's
they're not
nothing
gonna
I
listen.
can do to stop them.
Yeah, if you
I
build
could
it,
not
they will
stop
come.
them. I said, don't buy it. It's a bad idea.
How many did you make?
It's dangerous. It's wrong. Don't buy it. And still, people bought it. I just couldn't stop them.
How many did you make?
20,000.
And they're all gone.
In 4 days. They sold out in 4 days.
Are you going to do another run?
No.
No, that's it.
Yes.
Oh.
I said we would do 20. We did 50,000 hats. That was $1 million. And he's like, okay, we'll sell something and for 10 million, and that was 20,000 flamethrowers at $500 each. They went fast.
Yeah, how do you have the time? How do you have the time to do that, though? I mean, I understand that it's not a big deal in terms of all the other things that you do, but how do you have time to do anything? I don't understand your time management skills.
I mean, I didn't spend much time on this flamethrower. I mean, to be totally frank, it's actually just a roofing torch with an air rifle cover. It's not a real flamethrower.
Which is why it says not a flamethrower.
That's why we were very clear. This is not actually a flamethrower. And also we were told that various countries would ban shipping of it. But they would not. They would ban flamethrowers. So to solve this problem for all the customs agencies, we labeled it not a flamethrower.
Did it work? Is it effective?
I don't know. I think so. Yes.
So far.
Yes.
Now, but you do.
Because they said you cannot strip a flamethrower.
But you do so many different things. Forget about the flamethrower. Like, how do you do all that other shit? Like, how does one decide to fix LA traffic by drilling holes in the ground? And who do you even approach with that? Like, when you have this idea, who do you talk to about that?
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be successful or sort of, I know it's just like asserting that it's going to be successful. But so far, I've lived in LA for 16 years, and the traffic has always been terrible. And so I don't see any other ideas for improving the traffic. So in desperation, we're going to dig a tunnel, and maybe that tunnel will be successful, and maybe it won't.
I'm listening.
Yeah. I'm not trying to convince you it's going to work.
And are the people
or anyone.
But you were starting this, though. This is actually a project you're starting to implement, right?
Yeah, no, we've dug about a mile. It's quite long. It takes a long time to walk it.
Yeah. Now, when you're doing this, what is the ultimate plan? The ultimate plan is to have these in major cities and anywhere there's mass congestion, and just try it out in LA first?
Yeah, it's in LA because I mostly live in LA. That's the reason. It's a terrible place to dig tunnels. This is one of the worst places to dig tunnels because there's mostly because of the paperwork. People think it's like, what about seismic? It's like, actually, tunnels are very safe in earthquakes.
Why is that?
Earthquakes are essentially a surface phenomenon. It's like waves on the ocean. So if there's a storm, you want to be in a submarine. So being in a tunnel is like being in a submarine. Now the way the tunnel is constructed is it's constructed out of these interlocking segments, kind of like a snake. It's sort of like a snake exoskeleton with double seals. And so even when the ground moves, the tunnel actually is able to shift along with the ground, like an underground snake. And it doesn't crack or break, and it's extremely unlikely that both seals would be broken. And it's capable of taking 5 atmospheres of pressure. It's waterproof, methane-proof, gas-proof of any kind, and meets all California seismic requirements.
So when you have this idea, who do you bring this to?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, when you're implementing it, so you're digging holes in the ground. Like you
Yes.
have to bring it to someone that lets you do it.
Yeah, so there were some engineers from SpaceX who thought it would be cool to do this, and the guy who runs it like day to day, Steve Davis. He's a longtime SpaceX engineer. He's great. So Steve was like, "I'd like to help make this happen." I was like, "Cool." So we started off with digging a hole in the ground. It's got like a permit for a pit, big pit, and just dug a big pit.
And you have to tell them what the pit's for, or you just say, "Hey, we just want to dig a hole."
No, you just fill out this form.
That's it.
Yeah, it was a pit in our parking lot.
But do you have to give them some sort of a blueprint for your ultimate idea? And do they have to approve it? Like, how does that work?
No, we just started off with a pit.
Okay.
Big pit. And, it's not really, they don't really care about the existential nature of
I've never watched this before.
It's a hole in the ground. So then we got the permit for the pit, and we dug the pit, and we dug it in, like, I don't know, 3 days, 3 days. Actually, I think 48 hours, something like that. Because Eric Garcetti was coming by for he was going to attend the Hyperloop competition, which is like a student competition we have for who can make the fastest pod in the Hyperloop. And he was coming. The finals were going to be on Sunday afternoon, and so Eric was coming by on Sunday afternoon. He was like, we should dig this pit and then like show Eric. This was like Friday morning, and then so it was about a little over 40 hours. 40 hours later, we dug the pit. It was like we're in 24/7, 48 straight hours, something like that, and dug this big pit, and we like showed Eric the pit. It's like obviously it's just a pit, but hey, it's hole in the ground is better than no hole in the ground.
And what do you tell them about this pit? I mean, you just
So
say this is the beginning of this idea.
Yes.
We're going to build tunnels under LA to help funnel traffic better. And they just go, okay. We've joked around about this in the podcast before. That like, what other person can go to the people that run the city and go, hey, I'm going to dig some holes underground and put some tunnels in there. And they go, oh yeah, okay.
Nothing wrong with a hole in the ground.
But it's
people dig holes in the ground all the time.
But my question is, like, I know how much time you must be spending on your Tesla factory. I know how much time you must be spending on SpaceX, and yet you still have time to dig holes under the ground in LA and come up with these ideas and then implement them. Like,
I got a million ideas.
I'm sure you do.
There's no shortage of that. Yeah.
I just don't know how you manage your time. I don't understand it. It doesn't even seem humanly possible.
I do basically. I think people like don't totally understand what I do with my time. They think like I'm a business guy or something like that. Like my Wikipedia page says business magnate.
What would you call yourself?
I'm a business magnet. Can someone please change my Wikipedia page to magnet?
They'll change it right now. It's probably already changed.
It's locked. So somebody has to be able to unlock it and change it to magnet.
Someone will get
I want
that.
to be a magnet. I do engineering and and manufacturing and that kind of thing. That's like 80% or more of my time.
Ideas and then the implementation of those ideas.
That's like hardcore engineering, like designing things,
Right.
Structural, mechanical, electrical, software, user interface, engineering, aerospace engineering.
But you must understand there's not a whole lot of human beings like you. You know that, right? So you're an oddity.
Seems yes.
To chimps like me.
We're all chimps.
Yeah, we are.
We're one notch above a chimp.
Some of us are a little more confused. When I watch you doing all these things, I'm like, how does this motherfucker have all this time and all this energy and all these ideas, and then people just let him do these things?
Because I'm an alien.
That's what I've speculated.
Yes.
I'm on record saying this in the past. I wonder.
It's true.
I mean, if there was one, I was like, if there was like maybe an intelligent being that we created, like some AI creature that's superior to people, maybe it'd just hang around with us for a little while like you've been doing and then fix a bunch of shit. Maybe that's the way.
I might have some mutation or something like that.
You might. Do you think you do?
Probably.
Do you wonder? Like, you're around normal people, you're like, Like, what's up with these boring, dumb motherfuckers? Ever?
Not bad for a human, but I think we'll not be able to hold a candle to AI.
You scare the shit out of me when you talk about AI. Between you and Sam Harris. I didn't
sure.
even consider it until I had a podcast with Sam once.
That's
and
great.
He made me shit my pants. Talking about AI, I realized, like, oh, well, this is a genie that once it's out of the bottle, you're never getting it back in.
That's true.
There was a video that you tweeted about one of those Boston Dynamic robots. And you're like, in the future, it'll be moving so fast you can't see it without a strobe light.
Yeah. You could probably do that right now.
And no one's really paying attention too much other than people like you or people that are really obsessed with technology. All these things are happening, and these robots are... Did you see the one where PETA put out a statement that you shouldn't kick robots?
It's probably not wise.
For retribution.
Their memory's very good.
I bet it's really good.
It's really good.
I bet it is.
Yes.
And getting better every day.
It's really good.
Are you honestly, legitimately concerned about this? Is like AI one of your main worries in regards to the future?
Yes, it's less of a worry than it used to be, mostly due to taking more of a fatalistic attitude.
So you used to have more hope, and you gave up some of it, and now you don't worry as much about AI. You're like, this is just what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, yes. Yes, no, but no, it's not necessarily bad. It's definitely going to be outside of human control.
Not necessarily bad, right?
Yeah, it's not necessarily bad. It's just outside of human control. Now, the thing that's going to be tricky here is that it's going to be very tempting to use AI as a weapon. It's going to be very tempting. In fact, it will be used as a weapon. So the on-ramp to serious AI, the danger is going to be more humans using it against each other, I think, most likely. That'll be the danger. Yeah.
How far do you think we are from something that can make its own mind up, whether or not something's ethically or morally correct, or whether or not it wants to do something, or whether or not it wants to improve itself, or whether or not it wants to protect itself from people or from other AI? How far away are we from something that's really, truly sentient?
Well, I mean, you could argue that any group of people, like a company is essentially a cybernetic collective of people and machines. That's what a company is. And then there's different levels of complexity in the way these companies are formed. And then there's this sort of like a collective AI in the Google search, where we're all sort of plugged in as like nodes on the network, like leaves on a big tree. And we're all feeding this network without questions and answers. We're all collectively programming the AI, and and Google plus all the humans that connect to it are one giant cybernetic collective. This is also true of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all these social networks. They're giant cybernetic collectives.
Humans and electronics all interfacing, and constantly connected.
Yes. Constantly.
One of the things that I've been thinking about a lot over the last few years is that one of the things that drives a lot of people crazy is how many people are obsessed with materialism and getting the latest, greatest thing. And I wonder how much of that is, well, a lot of it is most certainly fueling technology and innovation. And it almost seems like it's built into us. It's like what we like and what we want, that we're fueling this thing that's constantly around us all the time. And it doesn't seem possible that people are going to pump the brakes. It doesn't seem possible at this stage where we're constantly expecting the newest cell phone, the latest Tesla update, the newest MacBook Pro. Everything has to be newer and better. And that's going to lead to some incredible point. And it seems like it's built into us. It almost seems like it's an instinct that we're working towards this, that we like it.
Mm-hmm.
That our job, just like the ants build the anthill, our job is to somehow or another fuel this.
Yes. I mean, when I made this comment some years ago, but it feels like we are the biological bootloader for AI, effectively. We are building it. And then we're building progressively greater intelligence. And the percentage of intelligence that is not human is increasing. And eventually, we will represent a very small percentage of intelligence. But the AI is informed, strangely, by the human limbic system. It is, in large part, our id writ large.
How so?
Well, you mentioned all those things, the sort of primal drives.
Mm-hmm.
There's all the things that we like and hate and fear. They're all there on the internet. They're a projection of our limbic system. It's true.
No, it makes sense. And the thinking of it as thinking of corporations and just thinking of just human beings communicating online through these social media networks as some sort of an organism it's a cyborg. It's a combination. It's a combination of electronics and biology.
Yeah.
This is
in some measure, like the success of these online systems is sort of a function of how much limbic resonance they're able to achieve with people. The more limbic resonance, the more engagement.
Whereas, like, one of the reasons why probably Instagram is more enticing than Twitter.
Limbic resonance.
Yeah, you get more images, more video.
Yes.
It's tweaking your system more.
Yes.
Do you worry about or wonder, in fact, about what the next step is? I mean, a lot of people didn't see Twitter coming, that communicate with 140 characters or 280 now would be a thing that people would be interested in. Like, it's going to excel. It's going to become more connected to us, right?
Yes, things are getting more and more connected. They're, at this point, constrained by bandwidth. Our input-output is slow, particularly output. Output got worse with thumbs. We used to have input with 10 fingers, now we have thumbs.
You always say chocolate.
But images
so weird.
are just
it's like
also, they're a way
chocolate.
of
Chocolate.
we
talk the same. Chocolate.
take pictures and you send pictures.
I can hear y'all, and then y'all say it's
that
very.
communicates
that's
far
just what
more
I'm
information
imitating
than
you. Reese's Overload Waffle Cone.
So what happened with you where you decided, or
Extra new report from U.S.
and took on a more fatalistic attitude? Like, what was there any specific thing, or was it just the inevitability of our future?
I try to convince people to slow down AI, to regulate AI. This was futile. I tried for years.
This seems
Nobody
like a scene
listened.
in a movie
Nobody
where
listened.
the robots are going to fucking take over and you're freaking me out. Nobody listened.
Nobody listened.
No one. Are people more inclined to listen today? It seems like an issue that's brought up more often over the last few years than it was maybe 5-10 years ago. It seemed like science fiction.
Maybe they will. So far, they haven't. I think people don't like normally the way that regulations work. It's very slow. It's very slow indeed. So usually there'll be some new technology. It will cause damage or death. There will be an outcry. There will be an investigation. Years will pass. There will be some sort of insight committee. There will be rulemaking. Then there will be oversight, eventually regulations. This all takes many years. This is the normal course of things. If you look at, say, automotive regulations, how long did it take for seatbelts to be implemented, to be required? You know, the auto industry fought seatbelts, I think, for more than a decade. Successfully fought any regulations on seatbelts, even though the numbers were extremely obvious. If you had a seatbelt on, you would be far less likely to die or be seriously injured. It was unequivocal. And the industry fought this for years successfully. Eventually, after many, many people died, regulators insisted on seatbelts. This time frame is not relevant to AI. You can't take 10 years from the point at which it's dangerous. It's too late.
And you feel like this is decades away or years away from being too late? If you have this fatalistic attitude and you feel like it's going, we're in almost like a doomsday countdown.
It's not necessarily a doomsday countdown. It's a
out of control countdown.
Out of control, yeah. People call it the singularity, and that's probably a good way to think about it. It's a singularity. It's hard to predict, like a black hole. What happens past the event horizon?
Right. So once it's implemented, it's very different because it will
once
be able to.
Once the genie's out of the bottle, what's going to happen?
And it will be able to improve itself.
Yes.
That's where it gets spooky, right? The idea that it can do thousands of years of innovation, very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And then we'll be just ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
We will be like this ridiculous biological shitting, pissing thing trying to stop the gods. No, stop. We like living with a finite lifespan and watching, Norman Rockwell paintings.
It could be terrible, and it could be great. It's not clear.
Right.
But one thing is for sure, we will not control it.
Do you think that it's likely that we will merge somehow or another with this sort of technology and it'll augment what we are now? Or do you think it will replace us?
Well, that's the scenario. The merge scenario with AI is the one that seems like probably the best. Like
for us.
Yes. Like if you can't beat it, join it. That's
yeah.
So from a long-term existential standpoint, that's like the purpose of Neuralink, is to create a high bandwidth interface to the brain such that we can be symbiotic with AI. Because we have a bandwidth problem. You just can't communicate through your fingers. It's too slow.
And where's Neuralink at right now?
I think we'll have something interesting to announce in a few months. That's at least an order of magnitude better than anything else. Probably, I think better than probably anyone thinks is possible.
How much can you talk about that right now?
I don't want to jump the gun on that.
But what's like the ultimate? What's the idea behind it? Like, what are you trying to accomplish with it? Like, what would you like? Best case scenario.
I think best case scenario, we effectively merge with AI, where AI serves as a tertiary cognition layer, where we've got the limbic system, kind of the primitive brain essentially. You've got the cortex. So you're currently in a symbiotic relationship. Your cortex and limbic system are in a symbiotic relationship. And generally people like their cortex and they like their limbic system. I haven't met anyone who wants to delete their limbic system or delete their cortex. Everybody seems to like both. And the cortex is mostly in service to the limbic system. People may think that the thinking part of themselves is in charge, but it's mostly their limbic system that's in charge. And the cortex is trying to make the limbic system happy. That's what most of that computing power is oriented towards. How can I make the limbic system happy? That's what it's trying to do. Now, if we can have a third layer, which is the AI extension of yourself, that is also symbiotic. And there's enough bandwidth between the cortex and the AI extension of yourself such that the AI doesn't de facto separate, then that could be a good outcome. That could be quite a positive outcome for the future.
So instead of replacing us, it will radically change our capabilities.
Yes, it will enable anyone who wants to have superhuman cognition. Anyone who wants. This is not a matter of earning power, because your earning power would be vastly greater after you do it. So it's just like anyone who wants can just do it. In theory. That's the theory. And if that's the case, then, and let's say billions of people do it, then the outcome for humanity will be the sum of human will, the sum of billions of people's desire for the future. And
but
that
billions of people with enhanced cognitive ability, radically enhanced.
Yes.
And which would be, how much different than people today? Like if you had to explain it to a person who didn't really understand what you were saying, like how much different are you talking about? When you say radically improved, like what do you mean? You mean mind reading?
It would be difficult to really appreciate the difference. It's kind of like, how much smarter are you with a phone or computer than without? You're vastly smarter, actually. You can answer any question. If you connect to the internet, you can answer any question pretty much instantly, any calculation. Your phone's memory is essentially perfect. You can remember flawlessly. Your phone can remember videos, pictures, everything perfectly. Your phone is already an extension of you. You're already a cyborg. Most people don't realize they are already a cyborg. That phone is an extension of yourself. It's just that the data rate, the rate at which, of the communication rate between you and the cybernetic extension of yourself, that is your phone and computer, is slow. It's very slow. And that is like a tiny straw of information flow between your biological self and your digital self. And we need to make that tiny straw like a giant river, huge, high bandwidth interface. It's an interface problem, data rate problem. If we solve the data rate problem, then I think we can hang on to human-machine symbiosis through the long term. And then people may decide that they want to retain their biological self or not. I think they'll probably choose to retain their biological self.
Versus some sort of Ray Kurzweil scenario where they download themselves into a computer?
You will be essentially snapshotted into a computer at any time. If your biological self dies, you could probably just upload into a new unit. Literally.
Pass that whiskey. We're getting crazy over here. This is getting ridiculous.
Down the rabbit hole.
Grab that sucker. Give me some of that. This is too freaky. See, if I've been
thinking about this for a long time, by the way.
I believe you have. If I was talking to one of my... Cheers, by the way.
Cheers. Yeah, this is great whiskey.
Thank you. I don't know where this came from. Who brought this to us?
Trying to remember.
Somebody gave it to us. Old Camp, whoever
It's
it was. Thanks. It's good. Yeah, it is good. This is just inevitable. Again, going back to when you decided to have this fatalistic viewpoint. So you tried to warn people. You talked about this pretty extensively. I've read several interviews where you talked about this, and then you just sort of said, "Okay, it just is. Let's just." And you, in a way, you're by communicating the potential fear. I mean, for sure, you're getting the warning out to some people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was really going on the warning quite a lot. I was warning everyone I could. You met with Obama, and just for one reason, look,
just talk about AI.
Yes.
And what did he say? He said, "What about Hillary? Worry about her first." Shh. Everybody be quiet.
No, he listened. He certainly listened. I met with Congress. I was at a meeting of all 50 governors and talked about just AI danger. And I talked to everyone I could. No one seemed to realize where this was going.
Is it that, or do they just assume that someone smarter than them is already taking care of it? Because when people hear about something like AI, it's almost abstract. It's almost like it's so hard to wrap your head around it. By the time it already happens, it'll be too late.
Yeah, I think they didn't quite understand it, or didn't think it was near term, or not sure what to do about it. And I said, like, an obvious thing to do is to just establish a committee, government committee, to gain insight, before you oversight, before you do make regulations, you should try to understand what's going on. And then if you have an insight committee, then once they learn what's going on, get up to speed, then they can make maybe some rules or propose some rules. And that would be probably a safer way to go about things.
It seems, I mean, I know that it's probably something that the government's supposed to handle, but it seems like I don't want the government to handle this.
Who do you want to handle it?
I want you to handle this.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. I feel like you're the one who could ring the bell better. Because if Mike Pence starts talking about AI, I'm like, shut up, bitch. You don't know anything about AI. Come on, man. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, but I don't have the power to regulate other companies. What am I supposed to?
Right. But maybe companies could agree. Maybe there could be some sort of we have agreements where you're not supposed to dump toxic waste into the ocean. You're not supposed to do certain things that could be terribly damaging, even though they'd be profitable. Maybe this is one of those things. Maybe we should realize that you can't hit the switch on something that's going to be able to think for itself and make up its own mind as to whether or not it wants to survive or not, and whether or not it thinks you're a threat. And whether or not it thinks you're useless. Like, why do I keep this dumb, finite life form alive? Why keep this thing around? It's just stupid. It just keeps polluting everything, shitting everywhere it goes, lighting everything on fire and shooting each other. Why would I keep this stupid thing alive? Because sometimes it makes good music, sometimes it makes great movies, sometimes it makes beautiful art, and sometimes it's cool to hang out with.
Yes, all those reasons.
Yeah, for us, those are great reasons.
Yes.
But for anything objective, standing outside, like, oh, this is definitely a flawed system. This is like if you went to the jungle and you watch these chimps engage in warfare and beat each other over the head with sticks. They're fucking real mean.
They're fucking mean.
They're real mean.
I saw that movie Chimpanzee. I thought it was going to be like some Disney thing. I was like, holy cow.
What movie was that?
It looks pretty cool, Chimpanzee.
Is it a documentary?
Yeah, it's kind of like a documentary. I was like, damn, these chimps are mean.
They're mean.
Yeah, they're cruel.
Yeah, they're calculated. Yeah.
Yeah.
They sneak up on each other and.
Like, I didn't realize chimps did calculated cruelty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's pretty. I left that meeting kind of thinking, whoa, this is dark.
Right. Well, we know better because we've advanced. But if we hadn't, we'd be like, man, I don't want to fucking live in a house. I like the chimp ways, bro. Chimp ways to go. This is it, man. Chimp life.
Chimp life.
It's the only life I know. But we, in a way, to the AI, might be like those chimps. And we're like, these stupid fucks launching missiles out of drones and shooting each other underwater. Like, we're crazy. We got torpedoes and submarines and fucking airplanes that drop nuclear bombs indiscriminately on cities. We're assholes.
Yeah.
They might go, why are they doing this? It might, like, look at our politics, look at what we do in terms of our food system, what kind of food we force down each other's throats. And they might go, these people are crazy. They don't even look out for themselves.
I don't know. I mean, how much do we think about chimps? Not much.
Very little.
It's like,
It's true.
These chimps are at war.
Right.
These like little, it's like groups of chimps just attack each other, and they kill each other, and they torture each other. That's pretty bad. They hunt monkeys. But like, this is probably the most that, I mean, when's the last time you talked about chimps?
Me?
Yeah.
All the time.
You do?
Talking to the wrong guy. This fucking podcast, dude, I talk about chimps every other episode.
Okay.
People are laughing right now. Yeah, constantly.
Okay.
I'm obsessed. I saw that David Attenborough documentary on chimps when they were eating those colobus monkeys and ripping them apart.
It's just
I
rough.
saw that
It's
many years
gruesome.
ago. It just
Gruesome.
changed how I go, oh, this is why people are so crazy. We came from that thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or and there's
a
the
cousin of that
bonobos.
thing. Yeah.
They got a better philosophy.
Yeah, they're like swingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really are. They seem to be way more, even than us, way more civilized.
They just seem to resolve everything with sex.
Yeah. The only rules they have is the mom won't bang the son. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Mom won't bang her sons. They're good women.
Yeah.
Good women in the bonobo community. Everybody else is banging it out.
Yeah. I haven't seen the bonobo movie.
Well, they're disturbing just at a zoo. You know, you have bonobos at the zoo.
They're just constantly going.
Constantly fucking, yeah. Like, that's all they do.
Just won't stop.
Yeah, and they don't care. Gay, straight, whatever. Let's just fuck. What's with these labels?
I haven't seen bonobos at a zoo. It's probably like
I don't think
not,
I have either.
not in the PG section.
Yeah, I don't think they have them at many zoos. We've looked that up before,
Yeah,
too.
it's
didn't we?
probably pretty
Yeah,
awkward.
I think that's the thing. I think they like to keep regular chimps at zoos because bonobos are just always jacking off. And
Yeah.
fucking. What's that? They have in San Diego?
San Diego's just got some, yeah.
Really? Interesting. Probably
Okay.
separate them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, how many are there in a cage? You know, it's like
Right.
it's going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're a weird thing, you know, and I've often wondered if whether or not our ultimate goal is to give birth to some new thing, and that's why we're so obsessed with technology. Because it's not like this technology is really. I mean, it's certainly enhancing our lives in a certain way, but ultimately, is it making people happier right now? Most technology, I would say no. In fact, you and I were talking about social media before this, about just not having Instagram on your phone and not dealing, and you feel better.
Yes, I think that one of the issues with social media that's been pointed out by many people is that I think maybe particularly Instagram, people look like they have a much better life than they really do.
Right.
So
By design.
yeah, people are posting pictures of when they're really happy. They're modifying those pictures to be better looking. Even if they're not modifying the pictures, they're at least selecting the pictures for the best lighting, the best angle. So people basically seem they're way better looking than they basically really are.
Right.
And they're way happier seeming than they really are. So if you look at everyone on Instagram, you might think, man, there are all these happy, beautiful people, and I'm not that good looking, and I'm not happy. So I must suck, you know, and that's going to make people sad. So when in fact, those people you think are super happy, actually not that happy. Some of them are really depressed. They're very sad. Some of the happiest seeming people, actually some of the saddest people in reality. And nobody looks good all the time. It doesn't matter who you are.
No. It's not even something you should want. Why do you want
Yeah.
to look great all the time?
Yeah, exactly. So I think things like that can make people quite sad.
Well, you
just by
basically-
comparison, because you just sort of people generally think of themselves relative to others. We are constantly rebaselining our expectations. And you can see this, say, if you watch some show like Naked and Afraid, or, you know, if you just go and try living in the woods by yourself for a while, and you'll learn that civilization is quite great. It has a lot of it. People want to come back to civilization pretty fast on Naked and Afraid.
Wasn't that a Thoreau quote? The comparison is a thief of joy.
Yeah. Well, happiness is reality minus expectations.
That's great too. But the comparison is a thief of joy really holds true to people. Is it?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Roosevelt. Fascinating. When you're thinking about Instagram, because what essentially Instagram is with a lot of people is you're giving them the opportunity to be their own PR agent, and they always go towards the glamorous, you know. And when anybody does show, you know, hashtag no filter, you know, if they really do that, like, oh, you're so brave, look at you, no makeup, you know.
Yeah.
They look good anyway. You look great. What are you doing? Oh my God, you don't have makeup on. You still look hot as fuck. You know what you're doing. I know what you're doing too. They're letting you know, and then they're feeding off that comment section. Ooh, just a little sitting there like it's a fresh stream of love. Like you're getting right up to the source as it comes out of the earth, and you're sucking that
lot of
sweet
emojis.
love water.
Emojis.
Yeah.
A lot of emojis.
My concern is not so much what Instagram is that I didn't think that people had the need for this or the expectation for some sort of technology that allows them to constantly get love and adulation from strangers and comments and this ability to project this sort of distorted version of who you really are. But I worry about where it goes. Like, what's the next one? What's the next one? Like, where is it? Is it going to be augmented? Some sort of a weird augmented or virtual sort of Instagram type situation where you're not going to want to live in this real world. You're going to want to interface with this sort of world that you've created through your social media page. It's some next level thing.
Go live in the simulation.
Yeah, I mean,
in the simulation.
Some Ready Player One type shit that's real. That seems, we have that HTC Vive here, and I've only done it a couple times, quite honestly, because it kind of freaks me out.
Sure.
My kids fucking love it, man. They love it. They love playing these weirdo games and walking around with that headset on. But part of me watching them do it goes, wow, I wonder if this is like the precursor. Just sort of like if you look at that phone that Gordon Gekko had on the beach.
Yes.
And then you compare
the big
that.
Cell phone.
Yeah, you compare that to like a Galaxy Note 9.
Sure.
Like, how the fuck did that become that, right? And I wonder when I see this HTC Vive, I'm like, what is that thing going to be 10 years from now when we're making fun of what it is now? What is it? How ingrained and how connected and interconnected is this technology going to be in our life?
It will be, at some point, indistinguishable from reality.
Where we'll lose this. We'll lose this. Like, you and I are just looking at each other through our eyes. I see you, you see me, I hope.
You think so?
I think you probably have regular eyes.
This could be some simulation.
It could. Do you entertain that?
Well, the argument for the simulation, I think, is quite strong, because if you assume any improvement at all over time, any improvement, 1%, 0.1%, just extend the time frame, make it 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. What civilization, if you count it, if you're very generous, civilization is maybe 7,000 or 8,000 years old, if you count it from the first writing. This is nothing. This is nothing. So, if you assume any rate of improvement at all, then games will be indistinguishable from reality. Or civilization will end. One of those two things will occur. Therefore, we are most likely in a simulation.
Or we're on our way to
exist.
one, right? Well, but just because we exist, we could most certainly be on the road. We could be on the road to that, right? It doesn't mean that it has to have already happened.
It could be in base reality. It could be in base reality.
We could be here now on our way to the road or on our way to the destination where this can never happen again, where we are completely ingrained in some sort of an artificial technology or some sort of a symbiotic relationship with the internet or the next level of sharing information. But right now we're not there yet. That's possible too, right? It's possible that a simulation is one day going to be inevitable, that we're going to have something that's indistinguishable from regular reality. But maybe we're not there yet. That's also possible. That we're not quite there yet. That this is real. When I touch that,
it feels
wood,
very real.
Maybe that's why everybody's like into like mason jars and shit.
Mason jars.
Suede shoes. People are into like craft restaurants and they want raw wood. Everyone wants to see metal. It seems like people are like longing towards some weird log cabin type nostalgia.
Sure, reality.
Yeah, like holding on, like clinging, just dragging their nails through the mud, like don't take me yet.
Yes.
I want to.
But then people will go get a mason jar with a wine stem or a handle. That's dark. Makes me lose faith in humanity.
Wine stem and a handle. Do they have those?
Yes.
Oh, those dirty people.
terrible.
That's just assholes. That's like people who make pet rocks.
Rough.
Right? Some people are just assholes. They take advantage of our generous nature.
It was made with a wine stem, made with a handle.
They made it that way.
Yes.
So it wasn't like they welded it onto the mason.
That would be fine if there was, they glued it on or something. But
right.
It was made that way.
White trash chic. Oh, this is disgusting.
Yes.
Look at this. Here it is
Pretty
right
harsh.
there.
Yep.
This is terrible. Yeah. That's like fake breasts that are designed to be hard, like fake breasts from the 60s. It's like if you really long for the ones with ripples, here we go. Yeah. That's almost what that is.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, man? There's nothing, it's nothing you can do to stop certain terrible ideas from propagating.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to sound like things are too dark, because I think like you kind of have to be optimistic about the future. There's no point in being pessimistic. It's just too negative.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help. I think you want to be. My theory is like you'd rather be optimistic. I'd rather be optimistic and wrong than pessimistic and right.
Right.
At least we're on that side.
Right. Yeah.
Because if you're pessimistic, you're just going to be miserable.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to be around you anyway. If it's the end of the world, you're like, I fucking told you, bro.
Yeah.
The world's
Exactly.
ending. Yeah. It is what it is for all.
Enjoy the journey.
Right. If you really want to get morose, it is what it is for all of us anyway. We're all going to go, unless something changes.
Yeah. Ultimately, even if we just sort of existed as humans forever, we'd still eventually, that'd be like the heat death of the universe.
Right.
A zillion years from now.
Right. Even if we get it past the sun. If we figure out a way past the sun running out of juice.
Eventually it's going to end. It's just a question of when.
Right.
So it really is all about the journey.
Or transcendence from whatever we are now into something that doesn't worry about death.
The universe as we know it will dissipate into a fine mist of cold nothingness eventually.
And then someone's going to bottle it and put a fragrance to it. Sell it to French people in another dimension.
It's just a very long time. So
Yeah.
I think it's really just about how can we make it last longer.
Are you a proponent of the multi-universes theory? Do you believe that there are many, many universes, and that even if this one fades out, that there's other ones that are starting fresh right now, and there's an infinite number of them, and they're just constantly in this never-ending cycle of birth and death?
I think most likely, this is just about probability, there are many, many simulations. These simulations we might as well call them reality, or you could call them multiverse.
These simulations, you believe, are created? Like someone has manufactured?
They're running on a substrate.
So...
That substrate is probably boring.
Boring?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Well, when we create a simulation, like a game or a movie, it's a distillation of what's interesting about life. It can take a year to shoot an action movie. And then that's all distilled down into 2 or 3 hours. So, let me tell you, if you see an action movie being filmed, it's boring. Super boring. There's like lots of takes, everything's in a green screen. Looks pretty goofy. Doesn't look cool. But once you add the CGI and have great editing, it's amazing. So, I think most likely, if we're a simulation, it's really boring outside the simulation. Because why would you make a simulation that's boring? Because make a simulation way more interesting than base reality.
That is, if this right now is a simulation.
Yes.
And ultimately, inevitably, as long as we don't die or get hit by a meteor, we're going to create some sort of simulation if we continue on the same technological path we're on right now.
Yes.
But we might not be there yet. So it might not be a simulation here. But it most likely is, you feel, other places.
This notion of place or where is a...
Flawed?
Yes.
Flawed
like
perception.
Like
right.
that, if you have this sort of... That Vive, that's made by Valve and Steam, and it's really Valve that made it. HTC did the hardware, but it's really a Valve thing.
Makers of Half-Life.
Yes. Valve, great company.
Great company.
When you're in that virtual reality, which is only going to get better, where are you? Where are you really?
Right.
You aren't anywhere.
Well, whereas
You're in the computer.
what what defines where you are? Is
Exactly.
it right?
It's your perception.
Is it your perceptions, or is it a scale that we have under your butt? You're
What
right
do
here. I've measured you. You're the same weight as you were when you left. But meanwhile, your experience.
Why
is
do you
radically
think you're
different.
where you are right now? You might not be.
I'll spark up a joint if you keep talking. Your manager's going to come in here. We might have to lock the door.
Right now, you think you're in a studio in LA.
That's what I heard.
You might be in a computer.
Oh, listen, man. I think about this all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's unquestionable that one day that'll be the case. As long as we keep going. As long as nothing interrupts us. And if we start from scratch and, we're single-celled organisms all over again, and then millions and millions of years later we become the next thing that is us with creativity and the ability to change its environment, it's going to keep monkeying with things until it figures out a way to change reality. To change, to almost like punch a hole through what is this thing into what it wants it to be and create new things. And then those new things will intersect with other people's new things. And it'll be this ultimate pathway of infinite ideas and expression, all through technology.
Yeah.
And then we're going to wonder, like, why are we here? What are we doing?
Let's find out.
Well,
I think we should take the set of actions that are most likely to make the future better.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then reevaluate those actions to make sure that it's true.
Well, I think there's a movement to that. In terms of like a social movement, I think some of it's misguided and some of it's exaggerated, and there's a lot of people that are fighting for their side out there. But it seems like the general trend of like social awareness seems to be much more heightened now than has ever been in any other time in history, because of our ability to express ourselves instantaneously to each other through Facebook or Twitter or what have you. And that the trend is to abandon preconceived notions, abandon prejudice, abandon discrimination, and promote kindness and happiness as much as possible. Looking at this knife, somebody gave it to me. Sorry.
Yeah, what is this?
What the fuck did you do? My friend Donnie, he brought this with him, and it just stayed here. I have a real samurai sword if you want to play with that. I know you're into weapons. That's from the 1500s. Samurai sword at the end of the table? Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll grab it. Hold on. Yeah, that's a legit samurai sword from an actual samurai from the 1500s. If you pull out that blade was made the old way, where a master craftsman folded that metal and hammered it down over and over again over a long period of time and honed that blade into what it is now. What's crazy is that more than 500 years later, that thing is still pristine. Whoever took care of that and passed it down to the next person who took care of it, and until it got to the podcast room, it's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
One day, someone's going to be looking at a Tesla like that. Dude, these fucking back doors, they pop up sideways like a Lamborghini.
You should see what a Tesla can do. You didn't. You should. I'll show you afterwards.
Well, I've driven one. I love them.
Yeah, but most people don't know what it can do.
In terms of like ludicrous mode? In terms of like driving super fast and irresponsibly on public roads? Is that what you're saying?
Well, any car can do that.
Yeah. What can it do that I need to know about?
The Model X can do this like ballet thing to the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's pretty cool.
Where it dances?
Yes.
Legitimately? Like it moves around?
Yes.
Why would you program that into a car?
Seemed like fun.
That's what I get about you. That's what's weird. Like when you showed up here, you were all smiles, and you pull out a fucking blowtorch and not a blowtorch. But I'm like, look at this dude.
Not a flamethrower.
Not a flamethrower. I'm like, he's
I want to
having
be clear,
fun.
it's definitely not a flamethrower.
But you're having fun. Like this is like this thing when you program a car to do a ballet dance. You're having
great.
fun. But how do you have the time to do that? I don't understand. While you're digging holes under the earth and sending rockets into space and powering people in Australia, like how the fuck do you have time to make the car dance ballet?
Well, in that case, there were some engineers at Tesla that said, what if we make this car dance and play music? I was like, that sounds great. Please do it. Let's try to get it done in time for Christmas. We did.
Is there a concern about someone just losing their mind and making it do that on the highway?
No, it won't do that.
What if it's in bumper-to-bumper traffic?
Nope.
No, won't do it.
Nope. It's actually, it's an Easter egg.
Oh, it's an Easter egg.
Yeah, that's why people don't know about it, including people who have the car.
Well,
it's like it can do lots of things. Lots of things.
Once Reddit gets a hold of it, everyone's going to know.
You just have to. It's everyone. If you search for it on the internet, you will find out. But people don't know that they should even search for it.
Oh well, they do now.
Yes.
Yes.
There's so many things about the Model X and the Model S and the Model 3 that people don't know about. We should probably do a video or something and explain it. Because I have close friends of mine, and I say, do you know the car can do this? And they're like, nope.
Do you want to do a video of that, or do you like the fact that some people don't know?
No, I think it's probably not. We should tell people.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
That would help your product. I mean, it's not like you don't sell enough of them. You sell almost too many of them, right?
I think a Tesla is the most fun thing you could possibly buy ever. That's what it's meant to be.
Well,
our goal is to make it's not exactly a car. It's actually a thing to maximize enjoyment. Make it maximum fun.
Okay. Electronic, like big screen, laptop, ridiculous speed, handling, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have?
And we're going to put video games in it.
You are?
Yeah.
Is that wise?
Well,
what kind of video
you won't
games?
be able to
Candy
drive
Crush?
while you're playing the video game. But we're like, for example, we were just putting the Atari emulator, ROM emulator in it. So you'll be able to play Missile Command and Lunar Lander and a bunch of other things.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds cool.
It's pretty fun.
I like that.
Yeah. And we improved the interface of Missile Command because it was too hard with the old trackball. So this is a touchscreen version of Missile Command. So you have a chance.
Do you have an old car, don't you? Don't you have like an old Jaguar?
Yeah, how'd you know that? That's most people know that. I have 61 Series 1 E-Type Jaguar.
I love cars.
It's great.
Yeah, I love old cars. That's one of the things.
The only two gasoline cars I have are that and an old a Ford Model T that a friend of mine gave me. Those are my only two gasoline cars.
Is the Ford Model T all stock? Well, there's your car. Ooh, look at that.
I have the convertible.
That is a gorgeous car. God, that's a good-looking car.
Yes.
Is that yours?
That is. It's not mine. It's extremely close to mine. But I don't have a front license plate on mine.
Oh, that's a beautiful car. They nailed that.
That mine looks like that.
God, they nailed that.
That's what mine looks like. Maybe that is mine.
There's certain iconic shapes.
Yes.
And there's something about those cars too. They're not as capable, not nearly as capable as like a Tesla, but there's something really satisfying about the mechanical aspect of like feeling the steering and the grinding of the gears and the shifting. There's something about those that's extremely satisfying, even though they're not that competent. Like I have a 1993 Porsche 964. It's like a lightweight. It's in the RS America. It's not very fast. It's not like in comparison to a Tesla or anything like that. But the thing about it is like it's mechanical. You feel it. Everything's like it's like it gives you this weird thrill, like you're on this clinky ride, and there's all this feedback. There's something to that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, my E-Type is like basically no electronics.
Yeah. So you like that, but you also like electronics.
Yes.
Like your Tesla's it's like the far end of electronics.
Yes.
Drives itself.
It's driving itself better every day.
Yeah.
We're about to release the software that will enable you to just turn it on and it'll drive from highway on-ramp to highway exit, do lane changes, to overtake other cars, to go from one interchange to the next. If you get on, say, the 405 and get off 300 miles later and go through several highway interchanges and just overtake other cars and hook into the nav system. And then...
and you're just meditating. Home.
Yeah.
Your car's just traveling.
It's kind of eerie. It's kind of eerie.
What did you think when you saw that video of that dude falling asleep behind the wheel? I'm sure you've seen it. The one in San Francisco. He's like right outside of San Jose. The dude's out cold like this. And the car's in bumper-to-bumper traffic moving along.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, right?
Yeah. We changed the software. We changed the software. That's, I think, an old video. We changed the software where if you don't touch the wheel, it will gradually slow down and put the emergency lights on and wake you up.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Can you choose what voice wakes you up?
Well, it's sort of more of a... It sort of honks.
Oh, it honks?
Yeah.
This should be like, wake up, fuckface.
Well,
you're endangering your fellow humans.
We could gently wake you up with a sultry voice.
That would be good. Like something with a southern accent. Hey, wake up.
Wake up, sunshine.
Hey, sweetie.
Exactly.
Why don't you wake
you
up?
You could pick your...
Right, like
pick
Siri.
what you want.
Yeah, I choose the Australian girl for Siri.
Yeah.
I like her voice.
Do you want it seductive?
My favorite. I like Australian.
What flavor of... Do you want it to be angry? Could be anything.
You want those Australian prison lady jeans. Now, when you program something like that in, is this in response to a concern, or is it your own?
Yeah.
Or do you look at it and go, hey, they shouldn't just be able to fall asleep. Let's wake them up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, we're like, well, people are falling asleep. We're about to do something about that.
Right, but when you first released it, you didn't consider it, right? You're just like, well, no one's going to just sleep.
People fall asleep in cars all the time.
All the time.
And crash.
Yeah.
At least our
it's
car
horrible.
doesn't crash. That's better. Yeah. It's better not to crash. Imagine if that guy had fallen asleep in a gasoline car. They do it all the time.
For sure, yeah.
Then they would crash into somebody.
Yeah.
In fact, the thing that really, got me to, it's like, man, we better get autopilot going and get it out there, was a guy was in an early Tesla driving down the highway and he fell asleep and he ran over a cyclist and killed him. And the cyclist was like, man, if we had autopilot, we might have fallen asleep, but at least he wouldn't have run over that cyclist.
So how did you implement it? Like, did you just use cameras programmed with the system so that if it sees images, it slows down? And how much time do you give? Is the person who's in control of it allowed to program how fast it goes?
Yes. Yeah, you can program it to be more or less like more conservative or like more aggressive driver. And you can say what speed you want it to. What speed is okay?
I know you have ludicrous mode. Do you have douchebag mode?
Well,
it just cuts people off.
Well, for lane changes, it's tricky because if you're in like LA, unless you're pretty aggressive,
right?
It's hard to change lanes sometimes.
You can't. It's hard to be Satnam. It's hard to be Namaste. Out here in LA.
Yeah.
If you want to hit that Santa Monica Boulevard off ramp.
I mean, you got to be a little pushy.
You got to be a little pushy, yeah. Especially
on the freeway.
When people are angry.
Yeah.
They're a little angry. They don't want you in. They speed up.
Sometimes, I think people overall are pretty nice on the highway, even in LA, but sometimes they're not.
Do you think the Neuralink will help that? Clink.
Probably.
Everybody be locked in together. This hive mind.
Tunnels will help it. We're gonna have traffic.
That'll help a lot.
Yeah.
How many of those can you put in there?
Nice thing about tunnels. Nice thing about tunnels is you can go 3D, so you can go many levels.
Right.
So
until you hit hell.
Yeah, but you can have 100 levels of tunnel, no problem.
Jesus Christ, I don't want to be on 99. I want to be on 99th, negative 99 floors. Whoo.
This is one of the fundamental things people don't appreciate about tunnels is that it's not like roads. The fundamental issue with roads is that you have a 2D transport system and a 3D living and workspace environment. So you got all these tall buildings or concentrated work environments, and then you want to go into this like 2D transport system, which
hugely
is
inefficient.
Pretty low density because cars are spaced out pretty far, and so that obviously is not going to work. You're going to have traffic guaranteed. But if you can go 3D on your transport system, then you can solve all traffic. And you can either go 3D up with a flying car, or we can go 3D down with tunnels. You can have as many tunnel levels as you want. And you can arbitrarily relieve any amount of traffic. You can go further down with tunnels than you can go up with buildings. You go 10,000 feet down if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but...
What was that movie with, what's his face? Bradley Cooper, not Bradley Cooper. Christian, no, what the fuck's his name? Batman. Who was Batman? Christian Bale. Where they fought dragons, him and Matthew McConaughey. They went down deep into the earth. How far deep can you go?
That was Batman.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Batman fought dragons?
No, it wasn't Batman, but it was Christian Bale.
Rain of Fire.
Rain of Fire.
Okay.
You ever saw that?
No.
Terrible movie. Terrible movie, but good.
I wouldn't recommend drilling super far down.
Yeah, but you get real deep, it gets hot, right?
Molten. Earth is a giant ball of lava with a thin crust on the top, which we think of as like the surface. This thin crust. And it's mostly just a big ball of lava. That's Earth. But 10,000 feet is not a big deal.
Have you given any consideration whatsoever to the flat Earth movement?
I think that's a troll situation.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not. You would like to think that because you're a super genius. But I, as a normal person, I know there's people way dumber than me. And they really, really believe. They watch YouTube videos, which go on uninterrupted and spew out a bunch of fucking fake facts very eloquently and articulately. And they really believe. These people really believe.
I mean, if it works for them, sure. Fine.
It's weird, though, right? That in this age where, there's ludicrous mode in your car, goes 1.9 seconds, 0 to 60.
2.2.
2.2. Which one's 1.9? The Roadster?
Oh, the next generation Roadster.
Okay.
Standard edition.
Yeah, I'm on top of this shit.
That's without
Standard edition.
Yeah, so it's without the performance package.
What performance package?
Yeah.
What the fuck do you need?
We're gonna put rocket thrusters on it.
For real?
Yes.
What are they gonna burn?
Nothing. Ultra high pressure compressed air.
Whoa. Just air?
Cold gas thrusters.
Now, do you have to have air tanks, or are they just sucking the air out of? Okay.
Yeah, it's an electric pump.
Whoa.
Pump it up to like 10,000 psi.
And how fast are we talking? 0 to 60.
How fast do you want to go?
I want to go.
We could make it just fly.
I want to go back in time.
Could make it fly.
You make it fly.
Sure.
Do you anticipate that as being? I mean, you were talking about the tunnels and then flying cars. Do you really think that's going to be real?
It's too noisy, and there's too much airflow. So the fundamental issue with flying cars. I mean, if you get like one of those like toy drones, think of how loud those are, and how much air they blow. Now imagine if that's like 1,000 times heavier. This is not going to make your neighbors happy. Your neighbors are not going to be happy if you land a flying car in your backyard.
It'll be very helicopter-like.
Or on your roof. They're just really going to be like, what the hell? That was annoying.
Yeah.
You can't even, look, if you want a flying car, just put some wheels on a helicopter.
Is there a way around that? Like, what if they figure out some sort of magnetic technology, like all those Bob Lazar type characters were thinking that was a part of the UFO technology they were doing at Area 51? Remember, didn't they have some thoughts about magnetics?
Nope.
No? Bullshit?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, there's a fundamental momentum exchange with the air. So you must you must accelerate. There's a certain you have a mass and you have gravitational acceleration, and mass times your mass times gravity must equal the massive airflow times the acceleration of that airflow to have a neutral force.
So it's impossible
mg equals
to get
ma,
around.
and then you won't move. But
Right.
if
Okay.
mg is greater than ma, you will go down. And if ma is greater than mg, you will go up. That's how it works.
There's just no way around that.
There is definitely no way around it.
There's no way to create some sort of a magnetic something or another that allows you to...
Technically, yes. You could have a strong enough magnet. But that magnet would be so strong that you would create a lot of trouble.
We just suck cars up into your car? Just pick up
I mean,
axles and
you'd
shit?
have to repel off of either material on the ground or in a really nutty situation off of Earth's gravitational field and somehow make that incredibly light. But that magnet would cause so much destruction, you'd be better off with a helicopter.
So if there was some sort of magnet road, like you have two magnets and they repel each other, if you had some sort of a magnet road that was below you and you could travel on that magnet road, that would work.
Ha ha ha. Yes. Yes, you can have a magnet road.
A magnet road. Is that too ridiculous?
No, it would work. You could
Cement's
do
pretty
that.
ridiculous too, right?
I would not recommend it.
There's a lot of things I don't recommend.
I would super not recommend that. Not good. Not wise, I think.
No? Magnet roads?
No. No. Definitely not. Definitely not. That would cause a lot of trouble.
So you've put some time and consideration into this other than, instead of like my foolishly rendered thoughts. So you think that tunnels are the way to do it?
Oh, it'll work for sure.
That'll work.
Yes.
And these tunnels that you're building right now, these are basically just like test versions of this ultimate idea that you have?
It's just a hole in the ground.
Right. We played videos of it where your idea is that you're going to drop that hole in the ground, there's a sled on it, and the sled goes very fast, like 100 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, you can go real fast. You can go as fast as you want. And then if you want to go long distances, you can just draw the air out of the tunnel, make sure it's real straight.
Draw the air out of the tunnel.
Yeah, it's a vacuum tunnel. Because then depending on how fast you want to go, you can use these wheels, or you could use air bearings, depending upon the ambient pressure in the tunnel, or you could maglev it if you want to go super fast.
So magnet road.
Yes. But underground magnet roads.
Underground magnet road.
Otherwise you're going to really create a lot of trouble because those metal things.
So magnet road's the way to go, just underground.
If you want to go really fast underground, you would be maglev in a vacuum tunnel.
Mag in a vacuum tunnel.
Magnetic levitation in a vacuum tunnel.
Rocket launchers.
Fun?
With rocket launchers.
No, I would not recommend putting any exhaust gas in the tunnel.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Because
then
then
you
the
have to
air
pump
will
it
be
out.
gone. Right. You have to pump it out. And you probably have a limited amount of air in the first place. Like, how much can you breathe? Do you have to pump oxygen into these cubicles? Or these
No, you have like a
tubes?
pressurized pod. It'd be like a little tiny underground spaceship, basically.
Like an airplane. Because you have air in an airplane, it's not getting new air in.
It is.
It is?
Yes.
They have like a little hole?
Yeah, they have a pump.
Really?
Yeah.
So it gets it from the outside?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And it's like the air is airplanes have it easy because essentially they're pretty leaky. But
Jesus.
So long as the air pump is working at a decent speed, they have backup pumps.
Oh.
So they have like 3 pumps or 4 pumps or something, and then it exhausts through the outflow valve, and through whatever seals are not sealing quite right. Usually the door doesn't seal quite right on a plane, so there's a bit of leakage around the door, but the pumps exceed the outflow rate, and then that sets the pressure in the cabin.
Now, have you ever looked at
How it works.
planes and gone, I could fix this? I just don't have the time. Too
I
busy making
have a design for a plane.
You do?
Yes.
A better design?
I mean, probably. I think it is. Yes.
Who have you talked to about this?
And I've talked to friends.
Friends?
Friends and
I'm your friend.
girlfriends. And
You can tell me. What do you got? What's going on?
Well, I mean, the exciting thing to do would be some sort of electric vertical takeoff and landing supersonic jet of some kind.
Vertical takeoff and landing, meaning no need for a runway. Just shoot up straight in the air and then. Ooh. How would you do that? I mean, they do that on some military aircrafts, correct?
Yes. The trick is that you have to transition to level flight, and then the thing that you would use for vertical takeoff and landing is not suitable for high-speed flight.
So you have two different systems.
I've thought about this quite a lot. I've thought about this quite a lot. The interesting thing about an electric plane is that you want to go as high as possible, but you need a certain energy density in the battery pack because you have to overcome gravitational potential energy. Once you've overcome gravitational potential energy and you're at a high altitude, the energy you use in cruise is very low. And then you can recapture a large part of the gravitational potential energy on the way down. So you really don't need any kind of reserve fuel, if you will, because you have the energy of height, gravitational potential energy. This is a lot of energy. So once you can get high, the way to think about a plane is it's a force balance. So the force balance. So a plane that is not accelerating is a neutral force balance. You have the force of gravity, you have the lift force of the wings, then you've got the force of the whatever thrusting device, so the propeller or turbine or whatever it is, and you've got the resistance force of the air. Now the higher you go, the lower the air resistance is. Air density drops exponentially, but drag increases with the square. An exponential beats a square. The higher you go, the faster you will go for the same amount of energy. And at a certain altitude, you can go supersonic with less energy per mile, quite a lot less energy per mile than an aircraft at 35,000 feet, because it's just a force balance.
I'm too stupid for this conversation.
It makes sense, though.
No, I'm sure it does. Now, when you think about this new idea of designing, I mean, when you have this idea about improving planes, are you going to bring this to somebody? Or you just chuck this around?
Well, I have a lot on my plate.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you do what you do now, but if you keep coming up with these, but it's got to be hard to pawn these off on someone else either. Like, hey, go do a good job with this vertical takeoff and landing system that I want to implement to regular planes.
The electric airplane isn't necessary right now. Electric cars are important.
We need
Solar energy is important. Stationary storage of energy is important. These things are much more important than creating electric supersonic VTOL. Also, the planes naturally, you really want that gravitational energy density for an aircraft, and this is improving over time. So, it's important that we accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. That's why electric cars, it matters whether electric cars happen sooner or later. We're really playing a crazy game here with the atmosphere and the oceans. We're taking vast amounts of carbon from deep underground and putting this in the atmosphere. This is crazy. We should not do this. It's very dangerous. So we should accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. I mean, the bizarre thing is that obviously we're going to run out of oil in the long term. There's only so much oil we can mine and burn. It's tautological. We must have a sustainable energy transport and energy infrastructure in the long term. So we know that's the end point. We know that. So why run this crazy experiment where we take trillions of tons of carbon from underground and put it in the atmosphere and oceans? This is an insane experiment. It's the dumbest experiment in human history. Why are we doing this? It's crazy.
Do you think this is a product of momentum, that we started off doing this when it was just a few engines, a few 100 million gallons of fuel over the whole world, not that big of a deal, and then slowly but surely over a century it got out of control? And now it's not just our fuel, but it's also fossil fuels are involved in so many different electronics, so many different items that people buy. It's just this constant desire for fossil fuels, constant need for oil, without consideration of the sustainability.
The things like oil, coal, gas, it's the easy money.
Right.
It's easy money. So,
have you heard about clean coal? The president's been tweeting about it. It's got to be real. Clean coal, all caps. Did you see? He used all caps. Clean coal.
Well, it's very difficult to put that CO2 back in the ground. doesn't like being in solid form.
Have you
Takes a
thought
lot of
about something
energy.
like that? Like some sort of a filter, giant building-sized filter, sucks carbon out of the atmosphere? Is that possible?
No, it doesn't. Not possible.
No?
Nope.
No.
Nope, definitely
So we're
not.
fucked.
No, we're not fucked. I mean, this is quite a complex question.
Right.
We're really just the more carbon we take out of the ground and add to the atmosphere, and a lot of it gets permeated into the oceans, the more dangerous it is. I don't think right now. I think we're okay right now. We can probably even add some more, but the momentum towards sustainable energy is too slow. There's a vast base of industry, vast transportation system. There's 2.5 billion cars and trucks in the world. So and the new car and truck production, if it was 100% electric, that's only about 100 million per year. So it would take, if you could snap your fingers and instantly turn all cars and trucks electric, it would still take 25 years to change the transport base to electric. Makes sense, because how long does a car truck last before it goes into the junkyard and gets crushed? About 20 to 25 years.
Is there a way to accelerate that process, like some sort of subsidies or some encouragement from the government financially?
Well, the thing that is going on right now is that there's an inherent subsidy in any oil-burning device. Any power plant or car is fundamentally consuming the carbon capacity of the oceans and atmosphere, or just say atmosphere for short. So you can say, okay, there's a certain probability of something bad happening past a certain carbon concentration in the atmosphere. And so there's some uncertain number where if we put too much carbon in the atmosphere, things overheat, oceans warm up, ice caps melt, ocean real estate becomes a lot less valuable, things are underwater. But it's not clear what that number is, but it's definitely, scientists would all, it's really quite, the scientific consensus is overwhelming. Overwhelming. I mean, I don't know any serious scientists, actually zero, literally zero, who don't think that that we have quite a serious climate risk that we're facing. And so there's fundamentally a subsidy occurring with every fossil fuel burning thing: power plants, aircraft, car, frankly, even rockets. I mean, rockets use up, they burn fuel. But there's just, with rockets, there's just no other way to get to orbit, unfortunately. So it's the only way. But with cars, there's definitely a better way with electric cars. And to generate the energy, do so with photovoltaics, because we've got a giant thermonuclear reactor in the sky called the sun. It's great. It sort of shows up every day. Very reliable. So if you can generate energy from solar panels, store it with batteries, you can have energy 24 hours a day. And then you can, can send it to the poles or near to the north with high voltage lines. Also, the northern parts of the world tend to have a lot of hydropower as well. But anyway, all fossil fuel powered things have an inherent subsidy, which is their consumption of the carbon capacity of the atmosphere and oceans. So people tend to think why should electric vehicles have a subsidy? But they're not taking into account that all fossil fuel burning vehicles fundamentally are subsidized by the environmental cost to Earth. But nobody's paying for it. We are going to pay for it, obviously. In the future, we'll pay for it. It's just not paid for now.
Now, what is the bottleneck in regards to electric cars and trucks and things like that? Is it battery capacity?
Yeah, I've got to scale up production. Got to make the car compelling. Make it better than gasoline or diesel cars.
Make it more efficient in terms of like the distance it can travel.
Yeah, you got to be able to go far enough, recharge fast.
And your Roadster, you're anticipating 600 miles. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What is that?
600 miles.
Is that right now? Like, have you driven one 600 miles now?
No, we could totally make one right now that would do 600 miles. But the thing is, it's too expensive. So, like the car's
How
got
much more so?
Well, you know, just have a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack, and you can go 600 miles.
Right. Versus what do you have now?
330 mile range. But that's plenty for most
mile
people.
range. What is that in terms of kilowatts?
Well, that would be for Model S 100 kilowatt hour pack. Will do about 330 miles, maybe 335. But some people have hypermiled it to 500 miles.
Hypermiled it? What does that
Yeah,
mean?
just like go on
45 miles an hour or something?
Yeah, they're like 30 miles an hour or something. It's like on level ground with, you pump the tires up really well and go on a smooth surface, and you can go for a long time. But you can like definitely comfortably do 300 miles.
Is there
This is
any-
fine for most people. Usually 200 or 250 miles is fine. 300 miles is, you don't even think about it really.
Is there any possibility that you could use solar power, that solar powered one day, especially in Los Angeles? I mean, as you said about that giant nuclear reactor, 1,000,000 times bigger than Earth, just floating in the sky. Is it possible that one day you'll be able to just power all these cars just on solar power? I mean, we don't ever have cloudy days. If we do, there's 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, the surface area of a car is, without making the car like really blocky, or having some
like a G-Wagon.
Yeah, like and just like having a lot of surface area where like maybe like solar panels fold out or something.
Like your E-Class. That's what we needed.
The E-Type?
Yeah, the Jaguar E-Type with a giant long hood. That could be a giant solar panel.
Well, at the beginning of Tesla, I did want to have this like unfolding solar panel thing that you'd press a button and it would just like unfold these solar panels and like recharge your car in the parking lot.
Ah.
Yeah, we could do that, but I think it's probably better to just put that on your roof.
Right.
And then it's going to just be facing the sun all the time. Because like,
What car
otherwise
had
your
that
car
on
could
the
be in the
roof?
shade, it could be in the shade, it could be in a garage or something like
Right.
that. Yeah.
Didn't a Fisker have that on the roof? The Fisker Karma new generation for, I believe it was only for the radio. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could like recharge like 2 miles a day or something.
Did you laugh when they started blowing up when they got hit with water? Do you remember what happened?
They got the what?
Yeah, when they had a dealership
Oh, yeah.
the Fisker Karmas were parked.
Was that like that with a flood in Jersey?
Yes.
Yeah.
When the hurricane came in, they got overwhelmed with water and they all started exploding. There's fucking great video of it. Did you watch the video?
I didn't watch the video, but I did see. I think I saw a picture of the
I'd be
aftermath.
naked, lubed up. Watch that video, laugh my ass off. They all blow up. They got wet and they blew up. That's not good.
Yeah, we made our battery waterproof so that doesn't happen.
Smart
Actually,
move.
Yeah, there was a guy in Kazakhstan that I think it was Kazakhstan that he just boated through a tunnel, underwater tunnel, like a flooded tunnel, and just turned the wheels to steer and pressed the accelerator, and it just floated through the tunnel, and he steered around the other cars. You're like,
that's amazing.
It's on the internet.
What happens if your car gets a little sideways? Like if you're driving in snow? Like what if if your autopilot is on and you're in like Denver and it snows out and your car gets a little sideways? Does it correct itself? Does it
Oh
know
yeah,
how
it's got great traction control.
But does it know how to like correct? Do you know how like
Oh,
when
yeah.
your ass end kicks
Sure.
out, you know how to counter steer?
Oh yeah, no, it's really good.
It knows how to do it?
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's pretty crazy.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So like if you're going sideways, it knows how to correct itself?
It generally won't go sideways.
It won't.
No.
Why not?
It will correct itself before it goes sideways.
Even in black ice?
Yeah, there's videos where you can see the car, the traction control system is very good. It makes you feel like Superman. It's great. You feel like you can it'll make you feel like this incredible driver.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Now, how do you program that?
We do our testing on like an ice lake in Sweden.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like Norway and Canada and a few other places.
Porsche does a lot of that too.
New Zealand as well.
They do some of their driver training school on these frozen surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just the car's going sideways whether you like it or not, and you have to learn how to slide into corners and how to adjust.
Well, electric cars have really great traction control because the reaction time is so fast.
Right.
So with a gasoline car, you've got a lot of latency. It takes a while for the engine to react, and but for electric motors, incredibly precise. That's why, you can imagine, if you had like a printer or something, you wouldn't have a gasoline engine printer. That would be pretty weird. Or like a surgical device. It's going to be an electric motor on the surgical device on the printer. Gasoline engine's going to be just chugging away. It's not going to have the reaction time. But to an electric motor, it's operating at the millisecond level. So it can turn on and off traction within inches of getting on it. Like, let's say you drive a patch of ice, it'll turn traction off and then turn it on a couple inches right after the ice. Like if there's a little patch of ice. Because in the frame of the electric motor, you're moving incredibly slowly. You're like a snail. You're a snail. You're just moving so slowly. Because it can see at 1,000 frames a second. And so it's like, say, one Mississippi, it just thought about things 1,000 times.
So it's realized that your wheels are not getting traction. It understands there's some slippery surface that you're driving on.
Yes.
And it makes adjustments in real time.
Yes. And milliseconds.
That'd be so much safer than a regular car.
Yes. It is.
Just that alone, for loved ones, you'd want them to be driving your car.
Yes.
I'm on board. Fuck motors. Dude, fuck regular motors.
The S, X, and 3 have the lowest probability of injury of any cars ever tested by the U.S. government.
Whoa.
Yeah, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty crazy. Like people still sue us. Like they'll have some accident at 60 miles an hour where they twisted an ankle and they sue. Like they'll be dead in another car. They still sue us.
But that's to be expected, isn't it?
It is to be expected.
Do you take that into account with the same sort of fatalistic, undertones? Just go, you gotta just let it go. This is what people do.
Tell you, I've got
That's what it is.
Quite a lot of respect for the justice system. Judges are very smart, and so far I've found judges to be very good at justice, because and juries are good too. They're actually quite good. People, you read about occasional errors in the justice system. Let me tell you, most of the time they're very good. The guy I mentioned that who fell asleep in the car and he rode over a cyclist, and that was what encouraged me to get autopilot out as soon as possible. That guy sued us.
He sued you for falling asleep.
Yes, I'm not kidding. He blamed it on the new car smell.
What?
Yes.
He blamed him falling asleep on your new car smell. There's a lawyer.
This is a real thing that happened.
There's a lawyer that thought that through in front of his laptop before he wrote that up.
Yes, he got a lawyer and he sued us, and the judge was like, "This is crazy. Stop bothering me." No.
Thank God.
Yes.
Thank God. Thank God there's a judge out there with a brain.
I tell you, judges are very good.
Some of them. What about that judge that sent those boys up the river in Pennsylvania who was selling those kids out? You know about that story?
Nope.
Yeah. Judge was selling young boys to prisons. He was literally under bribes Was
this an elected judge or sometimes you have a judge that's actually a politician?
No, he's an elected judge. This is a very famous story.
Okay.
He's in jail right now, I think, for the rest of his life. And he put away. He would take a young boy would do something like steal something from a store,
okay,
and he would put him in detention for 5 years, something ridiculously egregious. And they investigated his history and they found out that he was literally being paid off. Was it by private prisons? Is that what the deal was? There was some sort of but anyway, this judge is two judges?
Two judges. Kids for Cash scandal is what it's called.
Yeah.
2008, yeah. Common pleas judges. So I think they are elected.
And who was paying them? Someone, it was proven to the point where they're in jail now that someone was paying them to put more asses in the seats in these private prisons.
Like $1 million payment to put them in the youth centers builder.
$1 million payment.
Yeah.
I do think it's this private
Some
prisons
judges.
thing is creating a bad incentive.
dark. Right.
Yes. But, I mean, that judge is in prison.
Thank God.
Yes. But I, for people who think perhaps the justice system consists entirely of judges like that, I want to assure you this is not the case. The vast majority of judges are very good.
I agree.
And they care about justice, and they could have made a lot more money if they wanted to be a trial lawyer. And instead, they cared about justice, and they made less money because they care about justice. And that's why they're judges.
I feel that same way about police officers. I
Yes.
feel like there's so many interactions with so many different
Yes.
people with police officers that the very few that stand out that are horrific, we tend to look at that like this is evidence that police are all corrupt, and I think that's crazy.
No, most police are very honest.
Yes.
And like the military,
have an insanely
military personnel that I know are
Yes.
very honorable, ethical people.
Yes.
And much more honorable, and ethical than the average person. That's
I
my
agree.
impression.
That is my impression as well.
But and that's not to suggest that we be complacent and assume everyone's honest and ethical. And obviously, if somebody is given a trusted place in society, such as being a police officer or a judge, and they are corrupt, then we must be extra vigilant against such situations.
Yes.
And take action. But we should not think that this is somehow broadly descriptive of people in that profession.
I couldn't agree more. I think there's also an issue with one of the things that happens with police officers, prosecutors, and anyone that's trying to convict someone or arrest someone is that it becomes a game. And in games, people want to win.
Yes.
And sometimes people cheat.
Yes. Yes. I mean, if you're a prosecutor, you should not always want to win. There are times when you should okay, I just should not want to win this case, and then just pass on that case. Sometimes people want to win too much. That is true. I think also it becomes tough if you're like a district attorney. You tend to sort of see a lot of criminals, and then your view of the world can get negatively.
Yes.
Have a negative. You can have a negative view of the world because you're just interacting with a lot of criminals, but actually most of society is not consist of criminals.
Right.
And I actually had this conversation at dinner several years ago with a district attorney. I was like, man, it must sometimes seem pretty dark because, man, there's some terrible human beings out there. And he was like, yep. And he was like dealing with some case which consisted of a couple of old ladies that would run people over somehow for insurance money. It was rough. I was like, wow, that's pretty rough. It's like hard to maintain faith in humanity if you're a district attorney, but it's only a few % of society that are actually bad, and then if you go to the worst, say 0.1% of society, or the worst 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million, like how bad is the millionth worst person in the United States?
Right.
Pretty damn bad. Like damn evil. Like the millionth, the millionth, well, 1 in a million of evil is so evil people cannot even conceive of it. But there's 330 million people in the United States, so that's 330 people out there somewhere. But by the same token, there's also 330 people who are incredible angels and unbelievably good human beings.
Yeah.
On the other side.
But because of our fear of danger, our thoughts tend to gravitate towards the worst case scenario.
Yes.
And we want to frame that. And it's one of the real problems with prejudice. We want, whether it's prejudice towards different minorities or prejudice towards police officers or anything. It's like we want to look at the worst case scenario and say, this is an example of what this is all about. And you see that even with people, how they frame genders. I mean, some men frame women like that. They get ripped off by a few women, and they decide all women are evil. Some women get fucked over by a few men. All men are shit. And this is very toxic. And it's also a very unbalanced way of viewing the world, and it's very emotionally based, and it's based on your own experience, your own anecdotal experience, and it can be very influential to the people around you, and it's a dangerous way. It's a dangerous thought process and pattern to promote.
It is a very dangerous thought pattern. I really think, people should give other people the benefit of the doubt and assume that they're good until proven otherwise. And I think really most people are actually pretty good people. Nobody's perfect.
They have to be. If you think of the vast numbers of us that are just interacting with each other constantly, we have to be better than we think we are.
Yes,
there's no other way.
I mean, here are these weapons, but how many times, nobody's presumably tried to murder you and you're
nobody yet.
Yes, nobody's, but
now
the sword's right there.
Fake flamethrower here. It's not a flamethrower. Now we got a real problem. I'm going to put it on that side, too. I'm going to leave it for the guests.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, man, if I say something that fucked up, it's right there.
So liven things up for sure. It's guaranteed to make any party better.
Yeah. Well, that's the armed civilization theory, right? That an armed community is a safe and polite community. You ever go to Texas? It's kind of true.
Yeah, I mean...
People in Texas are super polite, and everyone's got a gun.
Yes. Don't make somebody angry.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not a good move.
Yeah.
Piss people off when everybody can have a gun.
Yeah.
Better off to just let that guy get in your lane.
Yeah. Yeah. We got a big test site in central Texas near Waco.
Oh, beautiful.
SpaceX in McGregor. It's about 15 minutes away from Waco.
That's close to where Ted Nugent lives.
It
Shout
is?
out to Ted Nugent.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We have lots of fire and loud explosions and things, and people, they're cool with it.
They don't give a fuck out there.
They're very supportive.
Yeah, you can buy fireworks where your kids go to school.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, but it's free.
It's free.
There's something about Texas that's very enticing because of that. It is dangerous, but it's also free.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of like Texas, actually.
Well, I prefer it over places that are more restrictive but more liberal, because you could always be liberal. Like, just because things are free and just because you have a certain amount of, right-wing type characters, it doesn't mean you have to be that way.
No.
And honestly, there's a lot of those people that are pretty fucking open-minded and let you do whatever you want to do.
Right.
As long as you don't bother them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my hope right now with the way we're able to communicate with each other today and how radically different it is than generations past, is that we all the dust settles and we all realize, like what you were saying, that most people are good.
Most people are good.
The vast majority.
Yes. I think you should give people the benefit of the doubt, for sure.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
You know what can help that?
What?
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
Don't you think?
They're delicious.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
They're good for you, too.
Yeah.
All of them. All kinds of them. What do you see in terms of, when you think about the future of your companies, what do you see as, bottlenecks? You want some more of this?
Sure. Thank you.
What do you see in terms of, bottlenecks, of things that are holding back innovation? Is it regulatory commissions and people that don't understand the technology that are influencing policy? What could potentially be holding you guys back right now? Is there anything that you would change?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wish politicians were better at science. That would help a lot.
That's a problem.
Yes.
There's no incentive for them to be good at science.
There isn't. Actually, they're pretty good at science in China, I have to say.
Are they?
Yeah, the mayor of Beijing is, I believe, an environmental engineering degree, and the deputy mayor is a physics degree. I met them. And the mayor of Shanghai is really smart. And
you're up on technology. What do you think about this government policy of stopping use of Huawei phones? And there's something about the worry about spying. From what I've understand from real tech people, they think it's horseshit.
Oh, I
like phones.
I don't know.
Like the government say, don't buy Huawei phones. Is that? Are you up on that at all? No. Should we just abandon this idea?
Well, I think, like, I guess if you have like top secret stuff, then you want to be pretty careful about what hardware you use. But like most people do not have top secret stuff,
right?
And like nobody really cares what porn you watch,
right?
And like, it's like nobody actually cares, So
and if they do, that's kind of on them. Like,
then it's just like national spy agencies do not care, do not give a rat's ass what porn you watch. They do not care. So, like, what secrets does a national spy agency have to learn from the average citizen? Nothing.
Well, that's the argument against the narrative. And the argument by a lot of these tech people is that the real concern is that these companies like Huawei are innovating at a radical pace, and they're trying to stop them from integrating into our culture and letting this. Like right now, they're the number 2 cell phone manufacturer in the world.
Okay.
Samsung's number 1, Huawei is number 2, Apple is now number 3. They surpassed Apple as number 2. And the idea is that this is all taking place without them having any foothold whatsoever in America. There's no carriers that have their phones. You have to buy their phones unlocked through some sort of a third party and then put.
Okay.
So and the worry is, that these are somehow or another controlled by the Chinese government. The communist Chinese government is going to distribute these phones, and I don't know if it's the worry is economic influence and that they'll have too much power. I don't know what it is. Are you paying attention on any of this?
Not really.
No.
I don't think we should worry too much about Huawei phones. Maybe our national security agencies shouldn't have Huawei phones. Maybe that's a question mark. But I think for the average citizen, it doesn't matter. Doesn't they're not. I'm pretty sure the Chinese government does not care about the goings on of the average American citizen.
Is there a time where you think that there will be no security, where it will be impossible to hold back information, that whatever bottleneck we'll let go, we're gonna give in, that whatever bottleneck between privacy and ultimate innovation will have to be bridged in order for us to achieve the next level of technological proficiency, that we're just going to abandon it, and there'll be no security, no privacy.
Do people want privacy? Because they seem to put everything on the internet.
Well, right now they're confused. But when you're talking about your Neuralink and this idea that one day we are going to be able to share information and we're going to be some sort of a thing that's symbiotically connected.
Yeah. I think we really need to worry about security in that situation.
And
for sure, that's like a security will be paramount.
Sure.
Yeah.
But also, what we will be we'll be so much different. Our concerns about money, about status, about all these things will seemingly go by the wayside if we really become enlightened. If we really become artificially enlightened by some sort of an AI interface where we have this symbiotic relationship with some new internet type connection to information. What happens then? What is important and what is not important? Is privacy important when we're all gods?
I mean, I think the things that we think are important to keep private right now,
right,
we probably will not think are important.
Shame, right? Information, right? What are you hiding? Emotions?
Yeah.
What are we hiding?
I mean, I think I don't know, maybe it's like embarrassing stuff.
Right. Embarrassing stuff.
But there's actually I think there's not that much that's kept private that is actually relevant.
Right.
That other people would actually care about. I mean, you think other people care about it, but they don't really care about it, and certainly governments don't.
Well, some people care about it, but then it gets weird when it gets exposed. Like Jennifer Lawrence, when those naked pictures of her got exposed. Like, I think in some ways people liked her more They realize like, oh, she's just a person, just a girl who likes sex and is just alive and has a boyfriend and sends them messages, and now you get to look into it, and you probably shouldn't have, but somebody let it go and they put it online, and all right.
She seems to be doing okay.
She's a person. She's just you and me, and it's the same thing. She's just in some weird place where she's on a 35-foot tall screen with music playing every time she talks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's like not happy about it, but she's clearly doing fine.
But once this interface is fully realized, where we really do become something far more powerful in terms of our cognitive ability, our ability to understand irrational thoughts and mitigate them, and that we're all connected in some sort of an insane way. What are our thoughts on wealth? Our thoughts on social status, like how many of those just evaporate, and our need for privacy? Maybe our need for privacy will be the ultimate bottleneck that we'll have to surpass.
I think the things that we think are important now will probably not be important in the future, but there will be things that are important.
What will be more
different
important?
Things. I don't know, there might be some war of ideas potentially. I don't think Darwin's going away.
Right.
Darwin's going to be there. Darwin will be there forever.
Forever. Yeah.
It would just be a different arena. Different arena.
A digital arena.
Different arena. Darwin's not going away.
What keeps you up at night?
Well, it's quite hard to run companies.
Yeah.
Especially car companies, I would say. It's quite challenging.
The car business is the hardest one of all the things you do?
Yes.
Because it's a consumer-oriented business as opposed to like SpaceX and...
Not that SpaceX is no walk in the park, but a car company, it's very difficult to keep a car company alive. It's very difficult. You know, there's only 2 car companies in the history of American car companies that haven't gone bankrupt, and that's Ford and Tesla. That's it.
Yeah, Ford rode out that crazy storm, huh? They're the only ones.
By the skin of their teeth.
Shout out to the Mustang.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth. That is interesting, right?
Same with Tesla. We barely survived.
How close did you get to folding?
Very close. I mean, 2008 is not a good time to be a car company, especially a startup car company, and especially an electric car company. That was like stupidity squared.
And this is when you had those cool roadsters with the T-top, with the target top?
Yeah. We had like used a highly modified Elise chassis. The body was all completely different. But that was a super dumb strategy that we actually did.
Why was it dumb?
It was based on 2 false premises. One false premise was that we'd be able to cheaply convert the Lotus Elise and use that as a car platform, and that we would be able to use technology from this little company called AC Propulsion for the electric drivetrain and the battery. Problem is, the AC Propulsion technology did not work in production, and we ended up using none of it in the long term. None of it. We had to redesign everything. And then once you add a battery pack and an electric motor to the car, it got heavier, it got 30% heavier. Invalidated the entire structure, all the crash structure, everything had to be redone. Nothing, I think it had less than 7% of the parts were common with any other device, including cars or anything.
Less than 7%?
Yes.
Everything, including tires and wheels, bolts, brakes.
Yeah, even
steering wheel. Seats.
The steering wheel was, I think the steering wheel was almost the same. Yes, the windscreen. The windscreen.
Different.
No, I think the windscreen was the same.
Same.
Yes, I think we were able to keep the
less
windscreen.
than 7%. So that's basically
every body panel was different. The entire structure was different. We couldn't use the HVAC system, the air conditioner. It was a belt-driven air conditioner. So now we needed something that was electrically driven. We needed a new AC compressor.
And all that takes away from the battery life as well, right?
Yeah, we needed a small, highly efficient air conditioning system that fit in a tiny car and was electrically powered, not belt driven. It was very difficult.
How much did those weigh? Those cars, the Roadster.
I think it was about 2,700 pounds.
That's still very light.
Depending on which version, 2,650 to 2,750 pounds, something like that.
And what was the weight distribution?
It was about 50. Well, there were different versions of the car. So it was about 55 on the rear. Because it was rear bias.
Right, but not bad. Like considering like a 911, which is like one of the most popular sports cars of all time, heavy rear end bias.
Well, I mean, yeah, the 911. I think the joke is like they managed to do it despite Newton not being on their side.
Yeah.
If you're fighting Newton, it's very difficult.
Well,
it's like you've got the moments of inertia on a 911 don't make any sense.
They do once you understand them. Once you understand,
you don't want to hang the engine off the ass. This is not a wise move.
You don't want to let up on the gas when you're in a corner.
The problem with something that's where the engine is mounted over the rear axle or off the rear axle towards the rear is that your pull moment of inertia is fundamentally screwed. You cannot solve this. It's unsolvable. You're screwed.
Right.
Pull moment of inertia you're screwed.
Right.
Like essentially, if you spun the car like a top. That's your pull moment of inertia. You're just. I promised I wouldn't swear on this show, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
To who?
So it's my friend.
Tell that friend to go fuck himself. Who told you not to swear?
A friend.
That's not a good friend.
Yes.
That
Only
friend
I would
needs
swear.
to realize you're fucking Elon Musk. You can do whatever you want, man. If you ever get confused, call me.
I'll swear in private. Swear up a storm.
Just say frickin'. It's a fun way. There's like old house moms. Wives and shit that have children. Oh, this frickin' thing.
Yeah. But anyway, like the Porsche, it's kind of incredible how well Porsche handles, given that it's the physics,
yes,
the moments of inertia are so messed up. To actually still make it work well is incredible.
Well, if you know how to turn into the corner, once you get used to the feeling of it, there's actual benefits to it. You know, there are some benefits.
I enjoy the car I had before Tesla was a 911.
Oh, okay.
That was
997 or 6?
Yeah.
997?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great car, man.
Yeah, I mean, particularly on the Porsche Turbo when they had the variable vanes, the turbo, and you didn't have the turbo lag, that was great.
Yeah.
That was really great. The turbo lag is like, you floor it, like phone home, call your mom.
The older ones,
like,
right?
About an hour later, the car accelerates.
And super dangerous, too, because then the real wheels start spinning. And, yeah. There's something fun about it, though, like feeling that rear weight kicking around. And again, it's not efficient.
It had a good feel to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's what I was talking about earlier about that little car that I have, the 93 911. It's just it's not fast. It's not the best handling car, but it's more satisfying than any other car I have because it's so mechanical. It's like everything about it like crackles and bumps and it gives you all this feedback. And I take it to the Comedy Store because when I get there, I feel like my brain is just popping and it's on fire. It's like a strategy for me now. That I really stopped driving other cars there. I drive that car there just for the brain juice, just for the interaction.
I mean, you should try Model S P100D.
I'll try.
It'll blow your mind out of your skull.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what to order. I'll order it.
Model S P100D.
Okay, Jamie.
That's the car that I drive.
Okay. I'll get with the car you drive. Okay.
It will blow your mind out of your skull.
I believe you. How far can I drive? How far?
About 300 miles.
That's good. For LA regular days.
You'll never notice the battery.
Never.
Never.
How hard is it to get like one of them crazy plugs installed in your house? That difficult?
No, it's super easy. It's like it's like a dryer plug. It's like a dryer outlet.
Didn't you come up with some crazy tiles for your roof that are solar paneled?
Yeah. I have it on my roof right now. Actually, I'm just trying it out. It's like it takes a while to like test roof stuff because roofs have to last a long time.
Right.
So like you want your roof to last like at least 30 years.
Over a regular roof?
Now, so there's two versions. There's like the solar panels you put on a roof. So like depends on whether your roof's new or old. So if your roof's the roof's new, you don't want to replace the roof. You want to put like solar panels on the roof.
Right.
So that's like retrofit, and they were trying to make the retrofit panels look real nice. But then the new product we're coming out with is if you have a roof that's either you're building a house or you're going to replace your roof anyway, then you make the tiles have solar cells embedded in the tiles, and then it's quite a tricky thing because you want to not see the solar cell behind the glass tile, so you have to really work with the glass and the various coatings and layers so that you don't see the solar cell behind the glass. Otherwise, it doesn't look right.
Right.
So it's really tricky.
There it is. Jamie put it up there.
Yeah.
Damn, that looks good.
See,
is there
see, like if you look closely, you can see if you zoom in, like you can see the cell.
Mm-hmm.
But if you zoom out, you don't see the cell.
Right. Well, it looks cool
See?
though.
Like
yeah.
that's hard.
Invisible solar
That's really
cells.
hard because you have to have sunlight go through.
Right.
But when it gets reflected back out, it doesn't. It hides the fact that there's a cell there.
Now, are those available to the consumer right now?
Well, we have. I think about
Those on that roof right there.
Yes.
That's amazing. Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
That one's hard.
Oh, so you got that kind of fake Spanish-looking thing. I like
That's
that.
French slate.
That's white people in Connecticut smoking pipes. Look at that one.
Yeah.
That's badass, dude. So
Those
now,
will actually work.
I believe you. So the solar panels that are on that house that we just looked at, is that sufficient to power the entire home?
It depends on your energy, on how efficient.
Expenditure?
Yeah. So, generally, yes. I would say it's probably for most. It's going to vary, but anywhere from more than you need to maybe half. Like call it half to 1.5 of the energy that you need, depending on how much roof you have relative to living space
And how ridiculous you are with the TV.
TV is no problem. Air
Blenders?
conditioning. Air conditioning is the problem. If you have an efficient air conditioner, and you don't, and depending on how, like, are you air conditioning rooms when they don't need to be air conditioned, which is very common because it's a pain in the neck. It's like programming a VCR. It's like, it's just a blinking 12. Also, people are just like, the hell with that. I'm just going to make it this temperature all day long.
Right. They don't have a smart home where if you're in the room, then it stays cool. Right.
Yeah, it should predict when you're going to be home, and then cool the rooms that you're likely to use with a little bit of intelligence. We're not talking about like Genius Home here. We're just talking like elementary, basic stuff.
Right.
Like if you could hook that into the car, like it knows you're coming home. Like there's no point in cooling the home, keeping the home really cool when you're not there.
Right.
But it can tell that you're coming home. It's going to cool it to the right temperature. Right.
Do you
when
have an
get
app
there.
that works with your solar panels or anything like that?
Yeah, we do.
But
we need to hook it into the air conditioning to really make the air conditioning work.
Have you thought about creating an air conditioning system? I know you have. Trick question.
Cannot answer questions about future potential
Okay,
products.
let's just let it go. We'll move on to the next thing.
That would be an interesting idea.
Yeah, I would say. Radiant heating, all that. Good ideas. Now, when you think about the efficiency of these homes and you think about implementing solar power and battery power, and is there anything else that people are missing? Is there any other, like, I just saw a smartwatch that is powered by the heat of the human body. It's some new technology.
It's able to fully power that way?
I don't know if it's fully or if it's like this watch right here. This is a Casio.
Okay.
It's called a ProTech, and it's like an outdoors watch, and it's solar powered.
Okay.
And so it has the ability to operate for a certain amount of time on solar.
Yeah.
So if you have it exposed, it could function for a certain amount of time on solar.
Yeah, well, like there's the self-winding watches where it's just got a weight in the watch, and as you move your wrist, the weight moves from one side to the other, and it winds the watch up. That's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing that like Rolex is that it's all done mechanically. There's no batteries in there. There's no nothing.
Yeah, you could do the same thing, create a little charger that's based on wrist movement. But it really depends on how much energy your watch uses.
You know what's fucked up about that though? We accept a certain amount of like fuckery with those watches. Like I brought my watch. I have a Rolex that my friend Lorenzo gave me, and I brought it to the watch store, and I said, "This thing's always fast." I said, "It's always like after a couple months, it's like 5 minutes fast." And they go, "Yep." They go, "Yeah,
Really?
It's just what it does." And I
Okay.
go, "Hold on." I go, "So you're telling me that it just is always going to be fast?" He's like, "Yeah, it's just like every few months you got to like reset it."
Seems like they should recalibrate that thing.
They can't. They tried. They say every few months, whether it's 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, it's going to be a couple minutes fast.
Okay, it seems like they should really recalibrate that because
You
if it's
should
always
figure that
fast,
shit
you
out,
could just
right.
delete those minutes.
You need to fucking kick down the door at Rolex and go, "You bitches are lazy."
It's kind of amazing that you can keep time mechanically on a wristwatch with these tiny little gears.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole luxury watch market is fascinating. I'm not that involved in terms, like I don't buy them. I've bought them as gifts, so I don't buy them for myself. But when I look at them online, like, there's $1 million watches out there now that are like, they have like little rotating moons and stars, and they live like, look at this thing. How much is that one, Jamie? These are fucking preposterous.
I like gears.
I
Those
love them.
Yeah,
love them.
I think that was beautiful.
But there's some of these people that are just taking it right in the ass. They're buying these watches for like $750,000. I'm like, yo, that's a Timex, son. Nobody knows. It's not any better than some Casio that you could just buy online. Like, look at that, though. Well, here's the thing. If you're a person that doesn't just want to know the time, you want craftsmanship, you want some artisan's touch, you want innovation in terms of like a person figuring out how gears and cogs all line up perfectly to every time it turns over, it's basically a second. I mean, that's just, there's art to that.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not just telling time. I like this watch a lot, but if it got hit by a rock, I wouldn't be sad.
Yeah.
It's just a watch. It's a mass-produced thing that runs on some quartz battery. But those things, there's art to that.
No, I agree. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. There's something amazing about it. It's because it represents the human creativity. It's not just electronic innovation. There's a person's work in that.
Yes.
But you don't have a watch on.
No.
Ever?
I used to have a watch.
What happened?
My phone tells the time. So
That's a good point. What if you lose your phone? Wait, hold on.
True.
Let me guess. You are a no-case guy.
That's correct. Ooh. Living on the edge. Living on the edge without a case.
Neil deGrasse Tyson was in here last week. I marveled at his ability to get through life without a case.
That's right.
You know, he takes his phone and he flips it in between his fingers like a soldier would do with his rifle.
Really?
He just rolls that shit in between his fingers. Yeah,
Okay.
marvelous.
Wow.
He says that's the reason why they do it. He said, "When you look at someone who has a rifle, why would they do that? Why would they flip it around like that?
Right.
So that when it goes to drop, they have it in their hand. They catch it quickly." So that's what he does with his phone. He's just flipping his phone around all the time. I got that in Mexico. I was hoping it holds joints.
Does it do anything? It seems to
No,
open.
it's just
It's a hole.
just a hole.
You could store
Yeah.
things in there.
But like, try to put a joint in there, close it. You could put like one blunt. One, but it seems pretentious, you know? That's the idea behind it. I bought it when I was in Mexico because I figured it would be a good size to hold joints. Or if not.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
No.
Okay.
It's marijuana
It's
inside
weed.
of tobacco.
Oh, okay. So it's like pot tobacco
Yeah.
posh.
You never had that?
Yeah, I think I tried one once.
Come on, man. You want some of that? You probably can't because of stockholders, right?
I mean, it's legal, right?
It's totally legal.
Okay.
How does that work? Do people get upset at you if you do certain things? There's tobacco and marijuana in there. That's all it is. The combination of tobacco and marijuana is wonderful. First turned onto it by Charlie Murphy and then reignited by Dave Chappelle. There you go.
Plus whiskey.
Haha, exactly.
Perfect. balances it out.
I mean,
I'm a firm believer in
alcohol's
that.
a drug. It's been grandfathered in.
Well, it's not just a drug. It's a drug that gets a bad rap because if you just have a little, it's great.
Fine.
Yeah, a little sip here and there, and your inhibitions are relaxed, and it shows your true self, and hopefully you're more joyous and friendly and happy, and everything's good. The real worry is the people that can't handle it, like the real worry about people who can't handle cars that can go 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds or anything. Have you ever considered something that, like, imagine if one day everyone has a car that's on the same, at least technological standard as one of your cars. And everyone agrees that the smart thing to do is not just to have bumpers, but to perhaps have some sort of a magnetic repellent device. Some electromagnetic field around the cars that as cars come close to each other, they automatically radically decelerate because of magnets or something.
Well, I mean, our cars brake automatically.
Brake.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they see things.
Yes.
But like a physical barrier, like.
Well, the wheels work pretty well as brakes.
The wheels do.
Yeah. They work pretty well. Decelerate at 1.1 to 1.2 Gs, that kind of thing.
Is there a concern that one day all your cars will be on the road and that there'll still be regular people with regular cars 20, 30 years from now that'll get in the mix and be the main problem?
Yeah, I think it'd be sort of like, it was a time of transition where there were horses and gasoline cars on the road at the same time. It's been pretty weird.
Oh, that'd be the weirdest.
Yeah. I mean, horses were tricky. Back in Manhattan had like 300,000 horses. You figure like, if a horse lives 15 years, got 20,000 horses dropping dead every day. Or every year, I should say. Every year is 20,000 horses if there's 300,000 horses in 15-year lifespan.
Back in the Gangs in New York days. That movie?
Yeah. It's a lot of dead horses. And you need a horse to move the horse.
Right.
And they'll probably get pretty freaked out if they have to move a dead horse.
Do you think they know what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be like pretty weird. Like,
no, I would imagine.
Why am I dragging this dead, horse around? And I'm a horse.
Do you ever stop and think about your role in civilization? Do you ever stop and think about your role in the culture? Because me, as a person who never met you until today, when I think of you, I've always thought of you as being this weirdo super inventor dude who just somehow or another keeps coming up with new shit. But there's not a lot of you out there. Like, everybody else seems to be, I mean, obviously you make a lot of money. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money. You like that? The clock?
Yeah.
Pretty dope, right?
This is a great clock.
Yeah, you want one? I'll get you one.
Sure.
Okay. Done.
I like weird things like this.
Oh, this is the coolest. It's TGT Promotion. What is this? TGT Studios? TGT Studios? Yeah. It's a gentleman who makes all this by hand. Yeah, it's really cool.
My study is filled with weird devices.
Well, get ready for another one.
All right.
I'm sending it your way.
Cool.
You want a werewolf too? I'll hook you up.
All right. I'll take one.
One werewolf and one clock coming up. Do you think about your role in the culture? Because me, as a person who never met you until today, I've always looked at you and like, wow, like, how does this guy just keep inventing shit? Like, how do you keep coming up with all these new devices? And what do you ever consider how like, I had a dream once that there was 1 million Teslas. Instead of like one Tesla, there was 1 million Teslas.
Okay.
Not Chesley the car, but Nikola.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And that in his day, there was 1 million people like him who were radically innovative. It was a weird dream, man. It was so strange. And I've had it more than once.
Result in very rapid technology innovation, that's for sure.
It's one of the only dreams in my life I've had more than one time.
Okay.
Like where I've woken up and it's in the same dream. I'm in the same dream. And in this dream, it's 1940s, 1950s, but everyone is severely advanced. There's flying blimps with like LCD screens on the side of them, and everything's bizarre and strange. And it stuck with me for whatever, and obviously this is just a stupid dream, but for whatever reason, all these years that stuck with me. Like, it takes one man like Nikola Tesla to have more than 100 inventions that were patents, right? I mean, he had some
pretty great,
pretty fucking amazing ideas.
Yes.
But there
definitely.
was, in his day, there was very few people like him.
Yeah, that's true.
What if there was a million? Like what? And then
Things would advance very quickly.
Right. But there's not a million Elon Musks. There's one, motherfucker. Do you think about that? Or you just try to not?
I don't think you'd necessarily want to be me. I don't think
Well, what's the worst part
I
about
don't
you?
think people would like it that much.
Well, most people wouldn't, but they can't be you. So that's like some superhero type shit. You know, you wouldn't want to be Spider-Man. Rather just sleep tight in Gotham City. I hope he's out there doing his job.
It's very hard to turn it off.
Yeah. What's the hardest part?
It might sound great if it's
You mean
turned
sleep?
on, but what if it doesn't turn off?
Now, I showed you the isolation tank, and you've never experienced that before.
No.
I think that could help you turn it off a little bit, just for the
Okay.
night. Yeah, just give you a little bit of sleep, a little bit of perspective. There's magnesium that you get from the water as well that makes you sleep easier because the water has Epsom salts in it. But maybe some sort of strategy for sacrificing your or not sacrificing, but enhancing your biological recovery time by figuring out a way, whether it's through meditation or some other ways, to shut off that thing at night. Like, you must have like a constant stream of ideas that's running through your head all the time. You getting text messages from chicks?
No. I'm getting text messages from
the manager?
friends saying, "What the hell are you doing smoking weed?"
Is that bad for you? It's legal. It's government approved.
It's not, I'm not a regular smoker of weed.
How often do you smoke it?
Almost never.
Mm.
I mean, I don't actually notice any effect.
Well, there you go. There was a time where I think it was Ram Dass or someone gave some Buddhist monk a bunch of acid.
Okay.
And he ate it, and it had no effect on him.
I doubt that.
I would say that too, but I've never meditated to the level that some of these people have, where they're constantly meditating all day. They don't have any material possessions, and all of their energy is spent trying to achieve a certain mindset. I would like to cynically deny that. I'd like to cynically say, they just fucking think the same way I do. They just hang out with flip-flops on and make weird noises. But maybe no.
I know a lot of people like weed, and that's fine. But I don't find that it is very good for productivity.
For you?
Not for me.
Yeah, I would imagine that for someone like you, it's not. Someone like you, it'd be more like a cup of coffee, right? You want yerba mate.
Yeah, it's more like the opposite of a cup of coffee.
What do
it's
you
like
like?
a cup of coffee in reverse.
Oh, weed is.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you would like more like what would be beneficial to you would be like coffee.
I like to get things done. I like to be useful. That is one of the hardest things to do, is to be useful.
When you say you like to get things done, like
Yes.
in terms of like what
Like to get things
gives
done.
you satisfaction, when you complete a project, when something that you invent comes to fruition and you see people enjoying it, that feeling.
Yes, doing something useful for other people that I like doing.
That's interesting for other people.
Yes.
So do you think that is maybe the way you recognize that you have this unusual position in the culture where you can uniquely influence certain things because of this? I mean, you essentially have a gift, right? I mean, you would think it was a curse, but I'm sure it's been fueled by many, many years of discipline and learning, but you essentially have a gift, and that you have this radical sort of creativity engine when it comes to innovation and technology. It's like you're going at a very high RPMs.
All the time.
What is that like?
It doesn't stop. I don't know what would happen if I got into a sensory deprivation tank.
Let's try it.
It sounds concerning. It's
Well,
like
why?
running the engine with no resistance. That seems.
Is that what it is, though? Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's fine. I don't know.
How
I'll
much-
try it. I'll try it.
Have you ever
It's fine.
experimented with meditation or anything?
Yes.
What do you do? Or what have you done, rather?
I mean, you just sort of sit there and be quiet, and then repeat some mantra, which acts as a focal point. It does still the mind. It does still the mind. But I don't find myself drawn to it frequently.
Do you think that perhaps productivity is maybe more attractive to you than enlightenment? And like, or even the concept of whatever enlightenment means. Like, what are you trying to achieve when you're meditating all the time? With you, it seems like almost like there's a franticness to your creativity that comes out of this burning furnace. And in order for you to like calm that thing down, you might have to throw too much water on it.
It's like a never-ending explosion.
Like, what is it like? Like, try to explain it to a dumb person like me. What's going on in the head?
Never-ending explosion.
It's just constant ideas, just bouncing around.
Yes.
Whew. Damn.
Yeah.
So when everybody leaves, it's just Elon sitting at home, brushing his teeth. Just a bunch of ideas bouncing around your head.
Yeah.
Whew.
All the time.
When did you realize that that's not the case with most people?
I think when I was, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something. I thought I was insane.
Why'd you think you were insane?
Because it was clear that other people did not, their mind wasn't exploding with ideas all the time.
They weren't expressing it. They weren't talking about it all the time. And you realized by the time you were 5 or 6, like, oh, they're probably not even getting this thing that I'm getting.
No. It was just strange. It was like, I'm strange. That was my conclusion. I'm strange.
But did you feel diminished by it in any way? Like knowing that this is a weird thing that you really probably couldn't commiserate with other people? They wouldn't understand you?
I hope they wouldn't find out, because they might like put me away with something.
You thought that?
For a second, yes.
When you were little?
Yeah, and they put people away. What if they put me away?
Like when you were little, you thought this?
Yes.
Wow. Like you thought this is so radically different than the people that are around me. If they find out I got this stream coming in.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you know, I was only like 5 or 6, so like.
Do you think this is like? I mean, there's outliers biologically. You mean there's people that are 7'9"? There's people that have giant hands. There's people that have eyes that are 20/15 vision. There's always outliers. Do you feel like you like caught this? Like you have got some, you're like on some weird innovation, creativity sort of wave that's very unusual. Like you tapped into. I mean, just think of the various things you've been able to accomplish in a very short amount of time, and you're constantly doing this. That's a weird. You're a weird person, right?
I agree.
Yeah. Like, what if there's a million Elon Musks?
Well, that would be very, very weird.
Woo.
Yeah, that'd be pretty weird. I agree.
Real weird.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What if there are a million Joe Rogans?
Oh, there probably is. There's probably 2 million. I mean, I think that's the case with a lot of folks.
Yeah, I mean, but like, my goal is like try to do useful things, try to maximize the probability the future is good, make the future exciting, something you look forward to, with with Tesla, we're like trying to make things that people love. It's like not like how many things can you buy that you really love, that really give you joy. So rare, so rare. I wish there were more things. That's what we try to do. Just make things that somebody loves.
When you think about
so
making things that
difficult.
someone loves, like, do you specifically think about like what things would improve people's experience? Like what would change the way people interface with life that would make them more relaxed or more happy? You really think, like, when you're thinking about things like that, is that like one of your considerations? Like, what could I do that would help people that maybe they wouldn't be able to figure out?
Yeah, like what are the set of things that can be done to make the future better? Like, so I think that a future where we are a spacefaring civilization and out there among the stars, this is very exciting. This makes me look forward to the future. This makes me want that future. There need to be things that make you look forward to waking up in the morning. You wake up in the morning, you look forward to the day, you look forward to the future. In a future where we are a spacefaring civilization and out there among the stars, I think that's very exciting. That is a thing we want. Whereas if you knew we would not be a spacefaring civilization but forever confined to Earth, this would not be a good future. That would be very sad, I think.
It would be
We
sad
don't want
in
the sad
terms
future.
of the finite lifespan of the
Yeah.
Earth itself and the solar system itself. That even though it's possibly, how long do they feel like this sun and the solar system is going to exist? How many hundreds of millions of years?
Well, it's probably, if you're saying when does the sun boil the oceans?
Right.
About 500 million years.
So, is it sad that we never leave because in 500 million years that happens? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just think if there are two futures, and one future is we're out there among the stars, and the things we read about and see in science fiction movies, the good ones, are true. And we have these starships, and we're going to see what other planets are like, and we're a multi-planet species, and the scope and scale of consciousness is expanded across many civilizations and many planets and many star systems. This is a great future. This is a wonderful thing to me, and that's what we should strive for.
But that's biological travel. That's cells traveling physically to another location.
Yes?
Do you think that's definitely where we're going?
No?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I used to think so, and now I'm thinking more likely less than ever. Like, almost every day, less likely.
We can definitely go to the moon and Mars.
Yeah.
And
Do you think
we
that
can
we'll
go to the
colonize?
asteroid belt, and we can go to the moons of Jupiter, Saturn. We can even get to Pluto.
That'd be the craziest place ever if we colonized Mars and re-terraformed it and turned it into like a big Jamaica. Just
I think we
oceans
should.
and
I think
that'd
that'd be
I mean, imagine
great.
That'd
be great.
It's it's
amazing.
possible, right? We
Yes.
could turn the whole thing into Cancun.
Well,
I mean, over time.
That wouldn't be easy, but yes.
Right.
You could just warm it up.
Yeah, you can warm it up. You could add air. You could get some water there. I mean, over time, hundreds of millions of years or whatever it takes.
We could be a multi-planet species.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
We'd be a multi-planet species. That's what we want to be.
Legitimately, like air conditioned
Great.
Saturn.
I'm pro-human.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I love humanity. I think it's great.
We're glad, as a robot, that you love humans, because we love you too, and we don't want you to kill us and eat us. And
I mean, strangely, I think a lot of people don't like humanity and see it as a blight, but I do not.
Well, I think I think part of that is just they've been struggling. When people struggle, they associate their struggle with other people. They never internalize their problems. They look to other people as holding them back, and people suck and fuck people, and it's just, it's a never-ending cycle. But not always. Again, most people are really good. Most people, vast majority.
This may sound corny.
It does sound corny,
but love is the answer.
It is the answer.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It sounds corny because we're all scared. We're all scared of trying to love people, being rejected, or someone taking advantage of you because you're trying to be loving.
Sure.
But if we all could just relax and love each other.
Wouldn't hurt to have more love in the world.
It definitely wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah. I agree, man.
Like, really.
How do you get to fix that? You have a love machine that you're working on?
No, but probably spend more time with your friends and less time on social media.
Now, deleting social media from your applications, from your phones, does that give you a 10% boost to happiness? What do you think the percentage is?
I think probably something like that. Yeah, it's about right.
Good 10%.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I've kept is Twitter because I kind of like need some means of getting a message out. You know.
Right.
Well, that's about it. So far, so good.
Well, what's interesting with you actually occasionally engage with people on Twitter.
Yeah, it's.
What percentage of that is a good idea?
Good question.
Probably 10%, right? It's hard.
It's mostly, I think it's on balance more good than bad, but there's definitely some bad. So,
do you ever?
Hopefully, the good outweighs the bad.
Do you ever think about how odd it is, the weird feeling that you get when someone says something shitty to you on Twitter and you read it? The weird feeling? This weird little negative jolt. It's like a subjective negative jolt of energy that you don't really need to absorb, but you do anyway. Like, well, fuck this guy. Fuck him.
I mean, there's a lot of negativity on Twitter.
It is, but it's a weird, it's in its form. Like the way, if you ingest it, if you're like, you try to be like a little scientist as you're ingesting it, you're like, what? How weird is this? And I'm even getting upset at some strange person saying something mean to me. It's not even accurate.
I mean, there are a vast number of negative comments. So for the vast majority of it, I just ignore them. The vast majority.
Yeah.
But every now and again, you get drawn in. It's not good.
It's not good.
Make mistakes.
Yes, you can make mistakes.
You can make some mistakes.
We're all human. We can make mistakes. Yeah. It's hard. And people love it when you say something and you take it back. And they're like, fuck you, we saved it forever. We'll fucking screenshot that shit, bitch. You had that thought. You had that thought. You're like, well, I deleted it. Not good enough. You had the thought. I'm better than you. I never had that thought. You had that thought, you piece of shit. Look, I saved it. I put it on my blog.
Yeah, I'm not sure why people think that anyone would think that deleting a tweet makes it go away. It's like, hello, been on the internet for a while.
Yeah. Well, it's even like, the thing is they don't
forever.
want you to be able to delete it. Because the problem is, if you don't delete it and you don't believe it anymore, it's really hard to say, hey, that thing above, I don't really believe that anymore. I changed the way I view things.
Yes.
Because people go, well, fuck you. I already have that over there. I'm going to just take that. I'm not going to pay attention to that shit you wrote underneath it.
It's on your permanent record.
It's forever, bro.
Like
it's
high
a
school.
tattoo.
We'll put this on your permanent record.
Yeah. It's like a tattoo. You keep it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's this thing where there's a lack of compassion. It's a lack of compassion issue. People are just like intentionally shitty to each other all the time online and trying to catch.
Yeah.
They're more trying to catch people doing something that's arrestable, like a cop trying to like get arrests on his record. It's like they're trying to catch you with something more than they're logically looking at it, thinking it's a bad thing that you've done. Or that it's an idea they don't agree with so much they need to insult you. They're trying to catch you.
Yeah. I mean, it's way easier to be mean on social media than it is to be mean in person.
Yes.
Way easier.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's weird. It's not a normal way of human interacting. It's cheating. True. We're not supposed to be able to interact so easily with people we're not looking at.
Yes.
You would never do that. You'd never be so mean to someone who's looking in their eyes. And if you did, you'd feel like shit.
Most people.
Yeah, unless you're a sociopath, you'd feel terrible.
Yes.
Elon Musk, this has been a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise.
It really has been.
It's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for doing this, because I know you don't do a lot of long-form stuff like this. I hope I didn't weird you out, and I hope you don't get mad that you smoke weed. It's not bad. It's legal. We're in California. This is just as legal as this whiskey we've been drinking.
Exactly.
This is all good, right?
Cheers.
Thank you. Is there any message you would like to put out other than love's the answer? Because I think you really nailed it with that.
No, I think people should be nicer to each other, and give more credit to others, and don't assume that they're mean until you know they're actually mean. Just it's easy to demonize people. You're usually wrong about it. People are nicer than you think. Give people more credit.
I couldn't agree more. And I want to thank you not just for all the crazy innovations you've come up with and your constant flow of ideas, but that you choose to spread that idea, which is it's very vulnerable, but it's very honest, and it resonates with me, and I believe it. I believe it's true too. So thank you.
You're welcome.
All you assholes out there, be nice. Be nice, bitch. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
And okay, that'll
Dude,
just be.
You're very professional.
Well, people are like, how do you live and things like that. They're like, are you taking money from the Russians? And of course, the answer is no. But I do this for a living. Like I speak. I don't have a YouTube channel where it's I'm Joe Rogan, but I give speeches at universities and things like that. I do a lot of interviews, and so
we're recording now, right?
My own setup.
Is it possible that you could do a YouTube channel? Would that work?
I mean, if you introduce me so I get followers, we could do that.
Dude, I'm all in. That could absolutely happen. Do you want to do that? Is it something you want to do?
No, I mean, this is a big question. So I came on because I had just written a book called Permanent Record, which is the story of my life, because that's what publishers make you do when you're writing your first book. But it's more than that, because I didn't just want to talk about me. It's actually about the changing of technology and the changing of government in this sort of post 9/11 era, which our generation just sort of happened to be growing up during. And I was at the CIA and the NSA and all this stuff. But the day that the book came out, the government hit me with a lawsuit, and they hit the publisher of the books with a lawsuit. Because they don't want to see books like this get written. They especially don't want to see books like this get read. And so the big thing was, we didn't know where this was going. We didn't know what was going to happen. And my publisher, of course, wanted me very badly to let people know this book existed in case the government leaned harder and harder and harder. We didn't know where that's going. And the government is still pursuing that case quite strongly. They're more focused on the financial censorship side of it, basically taking any money that I made from it, kind of as a warning to the others, and getting a legal judgment against the publishers saying, you can't pay this guy, that kind of thing. More so than taking the book off the shelves, but that's not because they're okay with the book being on the shelves. It's because, thankfully, we've got the First Amendment, and so they can't. And that's a very rare and good thing. But anyway, in the context of that, they were like, well, what about Joe Rogan? And, I'd heard about you at this point, but, the only thing that I had really seen, that I really understood, had familiarity with, was like you talking to Bernie Sanders, which, by the way, I very much appreciated hearing that, because a lot of people don't give the guy time to talk.
Yeah, to hear him in those sound bites, you don't really get an understanding of who he actually is.
Right, and this is the other thing. They're like, well, you can go on all these, major network shows, and I did a couple of them. I did a morning show. I did Brian Williams. But broadly, the media, the sort of more corporatized media, as we might say, is exactly what you just described. Right? They want you to be able to answer in 15 seconds or less. And when we're talking about big, massive shifts in society, when we're talking about power, when we're talking about technology and how it controls and influences us in the future, you can't have a meaningful conversation within those constraints. And so instead, these guys all want to say, repeat these long, discredited sort of criticisms, and I'm sure you'll ask the same thing, and that's okay. They're fair questions, but it's like we can't have the conversation if we can't have the space to think and breathe and have this sort of discussion. So anyway, they mentioned you, and I was like, Joe Rogan. Where do I know this name from before Bernie Sanders? And I looked back through my Twitter mentions, and the funny thing is your fans have been harassing me to death for like the last years. Wonderful people. They're like, go on Joe Rogan. And I remember, like, after I had just made a Twitter account, Neil deGrasse Tyson actually helped me get on Twitter, gave me that little initial boost, and they said Joe Rogan, and so they like linked you, and I mouse over your name because I use a desktop and not mobile for this because of security reasons, and it pops up, and I get your avatar, man, and like, I have to say, your logo is the worst thing in the world for people who are like trying to be like politically serious, and they're worried about the national security advisor condemning it, because like this bald guy with this maniacal grin and like the third eye on his forehead, and I'm like, oh man, that's Joe. that doesn't look good, but it's actually like when you watch, when you watch what you're doing, it's great stuff, man. It's great, but that first impression, like, this almost didn't happen, but everybody who has talked to you, everybody who watches your show, I think they get a very different impression than how you're painted. And for me, it's a wonderful thing because nobody understands that better than I do, right? Like the government ran a smear campaign against me endlessly for 6 months when I came forward in June of 2013. I know we got way off topic here. I'll get back to it.
Fine. There's no such thing as off topic. We could do we could talk about whatever.
Great. Okay, so for those people, first off, who have no idea who the hell I am, I'm the guy who was behind the revelations of global mass surveillance in 2013. I worked for the CIA, I worked for the NSA as a contractor at the NSA, a staff officer at the CIA. I was undercover working at embassies. But I talk about the difference between this in a book and contractor and government official and how it's all sort of lost its meaning. But I saw something wrong, and I saw basically the government was violating the law and what I believe to be the Constitution of the United States and more broadly human rights for everyone in the United States and around the world. There were domestic surveillance programs, there were mass surveillance programs that worked internationally. Basically everything that they could monitor, they were monitoring. And this is actually, like, people go, well, isn't that obvious? Isn't that what they're supposed to do? And this is weird, but the answer actually is no. Under the framework of our Constitution, the government is only supposed to be monitoring people that it has an individualized, particularized suspicion of wrongdoing for, right? We think about this in the investigative means, right? Like all those TV shows where they're like, go and get a warrant. The reason they have to do that, like we fought a revolution over this, a couple hundred years back, is the idea that when we had, kings, when we had governments of absolute power, they could simply go in your home and go, is this guy a pot smoker? Get his diary, whatever it is. And just like if you find evidence of a crime, you march them off to prison and it's all good. You found evidence, they're a criminal. Or you didn't find evidence, well, no harm, no foul. You're just doing what government does. We were trying to build a better system where it went, yes, the government has extraordinary capabilities, but it only uses them where they're necessary, right? Where they're proportionate to the threat that is presented by this person. Like we shouldn't be afraid of the person who's got like a baggie of weed in their dresser or something like that. That is not a threat to national security. That is not a threat to public safety. But what happened in the wake of 9/11 was a whole bunch of government officials got together behind closed doors, and this was actually led, interestingly enough, by the Vice President of the United States, Cheney. Everybody remembers that name, or hopefully can look that name up, Dick Cheney, and his personal attorney, sort of the Giuliani of Dick Cheney, a guy named David Addington. And this lawyer, David Addington, wrote a secret legal interpretation that no one else was allowed to see. It was kept in the vice president's safe at the White House. They weren't giving this even when they told people, and it was just a couple people in Congress. Nancy Pelosi was one of them, and a couple of these other folks. When they talked to the heads of the agency, the NSA and the CIA and the FBI and all this stuff, they told them, the White House and the Office of Legal Counsel and the president's attorneys, all of these guys had decided this would be legal to do. But we can't tell you why. We can't show you the legal authorization for it. You just got to take our word for it. And so they did this, and this became a mass surveillance program called Stellar Wind, which they said was supposed to monitor the phone calls and internet communications, emails, and things like that of everybody in the United States and around the world who they could get access to for links to Al-Qaeda. Because if you remember in the wake of the September 11th attacks, they were saying, we thought there could be sleeper cells of Al-Qaeda that were just, peppered all throughout the country, and they were going to spring up at any moment. Of course, like weapons of mass destruction, it just didn't exist. It was all a power grab. But on that basis, they started doing this in secret, and it was completely unconstitutional. It was completely illegal, even under the very loose requirements of the Patriot Act. But they did it for so long that they got comfortable with it, and they thought, this is a really powerful capability. What if we started using this for stuff that was other than terrorism? Because it wasn't finding any terrorists, because there weren't any terrorists in this context that they were looking for them. And the ones who, where there were terrorists, the program wasn't affected, because these were guys in Pakistan that weren't using email and phone calls. They were getting on a moped with their cousin, who was a courier, who was bringing a letter to his guy, who runs the food stand or whatever. But bit by bit over time, this grew and grew and grew, and there were scandals. And if you want to drill down on these later, I'll go into them. But what happened was step by step by step, our constitutional rights were changed, and we weren't allowed to know it. We were never granted a vote on it, and even the many members of Congress, right, 535 in the United States, they were prohibited from knowing this. And instead, they told only a few select people. In the original case, there were only 8 members of Congress, called the Gang of 8, who knew about this. Then there were the people on the intelligence committees, both in the Senate and the House, who were told about this. But they were only told partially about it. They weren't told the full scope of it. And now that they had been told about it, because they had security clearances and things like that, they weren't allowed to tell anybody else, even if they objected to it. And we had one senator, Ron Wyden, and another one, I believe, Tom Udall was the name of him, who did object to this and who wanted something to happen, but because they couldn't tell anybody that was happening, they were sort of doing these weird Lassie barks to the press, where they were like, we have grave concerns about the way these programs are being carried out. But nobody knew what they were talking about. And so journalists were like, they've got concerns. What is that, Lassie? What are you trying to say? Timmy's in the well? But they were getting it wrong. They couldn't tell what was happening. And so what had happened was that we, the American people, had sort of lost our seat at the table of government. We were no longer partner to government. We had simply become subject to government. And I think everybody who's in the world today, who is aware of what's going on, whether it's under this administration, the last administration, the one before that, right? They have seen a constant kind of shift where we, the public, have less say and less influence over the policy of government with each passing year. There's kind of a new class that's being created, a government class, and then the public civil class that are held to different standards of behavior. And when we start talking about leaking and whistleblowing, this becomes even more clear. And so, what I did was I wanted to clarify that kind of Lassie bark, right? I just wanted everybody to know what was going on. I didn't want to say the government can't do this. I didn't want to say this is how you guys have to live, because that's not for me to say. But I do believe that everybody in the United States, and more broadly people in the world who are having their rights violated by a government, should have at least an understanding of how that is happening, what the authorities, sort of the policies and programs that are enabling that are, so that they can protest them, so that they can cast a vote about them, so that they can say, you know what, You guys say this is okay, but I disagree. This is not okay. I object, and I want things to change. And so I gathered evidence of what I believe to be criminal or unconstitutional activity on the part of the government. And I gave this to journalists, right? Now, I gave this to journalists under a very strict condition here, which was that they publish no story in this archive of information simply because it was interesting, right? No clickbait, not anything just because they thought it would make news, it would get them awards. They would only publish stories that they were willing to make an institutional judgment and stand behind. And this was 3 different newspapers, that it was in the public interest to know. And so then beyond that, there was additional, because if you could see sort of what I was doing here, what had happened, what had led us into this pitfall was that the system of checks and balances that's supposed to self-regulate our government had failed. The courts had abdicated their role in policing the executive and the Congress because terrorism was such a hot argument at the time. They were worried about being criticized and blamed if something went wrong and an attack did go through. And they didn't have access to the information that the programs were ineffective, so they were just taking the government's word for it, and they didn't want to wade in. Congress, most of them didn't even know, right? And the ones who did know, it was the same thing. They were getting their pockets stuffed with money by the defense contractors that were getting rich for building these systems that were violating the rights of each of us. So they benefited by just saying nothing. And then the executive themselves, whether we're talking about Bush, right, whether we're talking about Obama, or whether we're talking about Trump now, all these guys were okay with a constantly growing surveillance state because they're the ones whose hands were on the lever at the time. They got to aim it. They got to use it. If you had a little search box in front of you, they would give you the email history and, of everybody in the United States. Anybody you want, if you could pull up their text messages. Anybody you want, if you could see anything they've ever typed into that Google search box, right? Joe, what is the worst thing you've ever typed into that search box? That lasts forever, right? And they have a record of that. They can get that from Google. And so this was the whole thing. How do we correct for that? So when you have somebody who wants to inform the public of something, and we'll get into the proper channels arguments later, but you can't go through the institution to get these corrected because the institution knows it's wrong and is doing it anyway, right? That's the whole origin of the program, is they want to do something that they're not allowed to do. What do you do? Right, and so I didn't want to say I'm the president of secrets. I didn't want to just put this stuff on the internet, and I could have. I'm a technologist, right? I worked with the journalists, and then to create an adversarial step, right? Someone who would argue against what I believed, and hopefully what the journalists believed once they consulted the documents and basically authenticated them. Can we get the government to play that role, right? And so before the journalists published any story, and this is a controversial thing, people still criticize me for this, actually. They say I was too accommodated in government. They could be right. Is that the journalists would go to the government and give them warning. Say, we're about to run this story about this secret program that says you did X, Y, and Z bad thing. One, is that right? And the government will always go, oh, no comment. Right? 2, is this going to cause harm? Is anybody going to get hurt? Is this program effective? Is there something we don't understand, right? Is there something Snowden doesn't understand? Does this guy just not get it, right? Are these documents fake? Whatever you want. Say we shouldn't run this story. And in every case I'm aware of, that process was followed. And that's why, right? Because there's a lot of people out there who don't like me, who criticize me, who go, this was unsafe, this caused harm to people or whatever. We're in 2019 now. I came forward, and these stories won the Pulitzer Prize for Public Service Journalism, starting way back in June of 2013. We've had 6 years to show bodies. We've had 6 years to show harm. And you know, as well as I do, the government's happy to leak things when it's in their interest. Nobody has been hurt as a result of these disclosures because everyone who was involved in them was so careful. We wanted to maximize the public benefit while mitigating the potential risks. And I think we did a pretty good job of it. But just to get back to the main thing, the original thing that got us off on that trail, when I came forward in June of 2013, I gave one interview to the people who were in the room with the documents, Laura Poitras, Glenn Greenwald, Ewan McCaskill. And I said who I was. I said why I was doing this. I said what this was about, why it matters. And that we were constructing a system of turnkey tyranny. And even if you trust that to Obama, you never know whose hand is going to be on that key next. And all they have to do is turn it. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. The only thing that's restraining these programs really is policy, more so than law. And the president at any time can sign a napkin and those policies change. Well, after that, I went 6 months without giving any interviews. Because I didn't want people to talk about me. I wanted them to talk about what actually mattered. And the government, of course, was trying very hard to change the conversation, as they always do, to be about who is this guy? What have they done, right? What's wrong with them? What are their problems? Who is this loony guy? So they can controversialize the source of a story rather than having to confront the story itself. That's why I said I really kind of appreciate your take on the media and everything like that, because when you don't tell your story, other people will tell it for you. They'll say so many things about you, and they'll have these misimpressions, like I did because of something as stupid as the avatar that you were using on Twitter, right? Where I think it's a certain kind of show with a certain kind of guy, and it's this crazy stuff. But when I actually listen to you, when I actually look at the facts, right, and when I hear you just speak, I go, actually, this is a thoughtful guy. Actually, this is somebody who does care, who does want to look at these things deeply. And appearances and our first impressions can be very misleading.
I work hard on that. I try to mislead people. It's good. Works to my advantage.
You're doing a good job, man.
Thank you. I want to bring it back to when you first started with the NSA. You started as a contractor, right? What was your initial impression, and when did you know that things were really squirrely with the programs they were implementing?
So I'm not saying this to put you on the spot. I know you've been a busy guy. I know you haven't done. I think shows recently. You come back from break, right? But have you read the book? Because it'll just help me put
your
things in
book.
front of me. If you haven't got a chance to read it,
No, I have not read your book or got a copy of it.
Okay, well, I will send you a signed copy, brother.
Beautiful.
And I hope you'll read it, and I hope you will enjoy it. But all right, so I had a really weird history in the intelligence community. I grew up in a federal family. In the shadow of Fort Meade, right? All these little suburban communities in Maryland where basically the entire industry of the state is the federal government of all these different agencies, and then all the subcontractors, all the defense industries that serve that government and really are kind of our war-making machine, our system of control for the country and the world broadly. All that stuff spreads in, a couple 100-mile radius out of D.C. My mother worked for the district courts, or rather the federal courts, and it's kind of funny because she still works there, and those are the courts that are trying to throw me in jail for the rest of my life now. My father worked for the Coast Guard, retired after 30 years. My grandfather was an admiral, and then he worked for the FBI. As far back as it goes, my family, my whole line of family, even generations back, was working for the government. So it was pretty ordinary, pretty expected for me to go into the same kind of work. Now, I started, I wasn't super successful in school because I felt, and this is the most arrogant thing in the world that anybody says, that I had more to learn from computers than I did from, biology class. And so I spent more and more time focusing on technology. Then I got mono, and I dropped out of high school. And now it's like, all right, how do I make this up? I say drop out of high school, but I'm actually going to community college, right? They called it concurrent enrollment, where I'm not taking any classes at high school. I'm going to community college instead. And I'm not doing that great there either. Like, it's fine, I'm enjoying it, but, school is school. I can't wait to be grown.
You were bored.
And, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have felt that, but I ran into somebody at the community college who ran their own home-based business. doing web design. And they could see I was kind of technical, and they went, "Hey, do you want to work for me?" And I was like, "Well, that sounds great." And so I started doing web design really, really early on. This is like, gosh, I don't know, probably 1998 vintage, during the big boom and then the collapse that followed. And the funny thing is, she worked, she was married to an NSA analyst, a linguist, right? And so she lived on Fort Meade, and she ran her business out of their home on Fort Meade. That's right up the street from the NSA. So before I'm even working there, I'm driving past this building all of the time and trying to figure out, what the next step is going to be. And I enjoy this. It's a good thing for me, and it works well. And I start getting trained and certified, all these little industry stamps you've got to get as a technologist to say, oh, you know this program or whatever, and just start climbing the ladder. But then 9/11 happens, and I'm on Fort Meade when 9/11 happens. I'm just going into work, and I tell this in the book in some detail, and I think it's very much worth reading for people who don't know this, because this is forgotten history. That,
how old were you at the time?
Gosh, I was born in '83, so I was probably 18 years old, I had just turned 18 a couple months before, and what people forget is who knew what was going on before anybody else on September 11th? The intelligence community, right? And what did they do? Right? Did they give out a public warning? Did they tell you guys to evacuate? Did they say do this, that, or that? No. Not for everybody, not for a long time. But at the NSA, then director Michael Hayden, he was a general, he later became a director of the CIA, ordered the entire campus evacuated of thousands, tens of thousands of people, actually, and just said, go home, right? The CIA did the same thing. They were running on skeleton crews. At the moment, the country needed them more than they ever had, right? And I get a call, I hear a call that's from my boss's wife, her husband, to her. He's calling from the NSA. He's saying, hey, I think Ed should leave for the day because I'm the only employee in this business besides her, because I think they're going to close the base down. And I'm like, this is crazy. It never closes down. We don't know what's happening. Then we start checking the news, which is through websites, right? Because we're doing all this stuff. And suddenly it's the big story everywhere. Nobody understands how big it is yet. Most of us are like, oh, it's going to mess with our workday. Oh, it's going to mess with our commute. But when I'm leaving, I hear car horns all over the base. It's the craziest thing, because this is a military base, right? It's right outside the NSA. And I enter just this absolute state of pandemonium as I go past K9 Road, which is the road that travels right in front of the NSA's headquarters. And it's just a parking lot as far as you can see. They have military police out under the stoplights directing traffic because it's this mass evacuation, and I still have no idea what's happening. Like the story is still developing, but I will never forget that image. Why did these people have so much power and so much money and so much authority that if at the moments we need them the most, they're the first ones in the country that are leaving their buildings? Later on, they said, and this is covered in a book, I believe. I think it's James Bamford, who interviewed that director of NSA who gave that order about what was happening. He was going, well, he called his wife and he was asking where their kids were and everything like that. And then after that, he wanted to think about, well, where could these other planes that they knew were in the air that hadn't struck yet, where could they be headed? And this sort of shows how self-centric the intelligence community is. This is the DC metro area, right? They could hit the White House, they could hit Congress, they could hit the Supreme Court, right? And they go, oh, they're going to fly their planes into the CIA headquarters, or they're going to fly their planes into the NSA headquarters. And of course, it was never realistic that these would be the targets. But on that basis, they were like, ooh, let's get our bacon out of the pan.
But
now, I don't say this.
I'm sorry, but in the interest of wasn't it possible that they could have attacked those places? I mean, they attacked the Pentagon. They knew that there was attacks.
Look, it's absolutely possible they could have attacked your Denny's,
right?
But it's a question of risk assessment. If you have planes in the air, if you believe there's an ongoing terrorist attack that's happening in the United States right now, and if you have built history's greatest surveillance agencies, right? The most powerful intelligence forces in the history of the species, you are going to take those off the board, or at least the majority of their personnel off the board then, in a chance that you have no sort of grounds for substantiating that they could be targeting you to begin with, simply because they could? Well, somebody else will get hit with those. As you say, it's going to be the Pentagon, right? It's going to be the World Trade Center. It's going to be someone somewhere. And the more minutes you're in front of that desk, the higher the chances, even if it's a very small chance, even if it's somebody who doesn't work on terrorism, right? Maybe if it's somebody who normally works finance in North Korea, right? But they go, look, this is an emergency. Everybody understands. You don't need to explain this. You just go, stop what you're doing. Look at financial transactions related to who purchased these plane tickets. Do this. You just go full spectrum and go, anything you can do right now. If the building gets hit, we get hit. That's what we signed up for. Nobody wants that, right? That's not the desired outcome. But if they had asked the staff to do that, they all would have agreed. That's what these people signed up to do. And yet the director goes, no, we're just no. Like, we're not going to take that risk. And this is, I think, it says so much about the bureaucratic character of how government works, right? The people who rise to the top of these governments. It's about risk management for them, right? It's about never being criticized for something. And this is, look, if we want to get really controversial, and this is something that'll haunt me, because people will bring it up again and again and again. People ask about, people still criticize me. In the book, I talk about aliens and chemtrails and things like that, and the fact that there's no evidence for that. I went looking on the network, right? And I know, Joe, I know you want there to be aliens.
I do.
I know Neil deGrasse Tyson badly wants there to be aliens. And there probably are, right? But the idea that we're hiding them, if we are hiding them, I had ridiculous access to the networks of the NSA, the CIA, the military, all these groups. I couldn't find anything, right? So if it's hidden, and it could be hidden, it's hidden really damn well, even from people who are on the inside. But the main thing is conspiracy theories, right? Everybody wants to believe in conspiracy theories because it helps life make sense. It helps us believe that somebody is in control, right? That somebody is calling the shots, that these things all happen for a reason, this, that, and the other. There are real conspiracies, but they're not typically, they've got tens of thousands of people working on them, unless you're talking about the existence of the intelligence community itself, which is basically constructed on the idea that you can get, I think there's 4 million or 1.4 million people in the United States who hold security clearances. And you can get all of these people to not talk, ever, to journalists, or this, that, or the other. But when you look back at the 9/11 report, and when you look back at the history of what actually happened, what we can prove, right? Not what we can speculate on, but what are at least the commonly agreed facts. It's very clear to me, as someone who worked in the intelligence community, not during this period, of course, I was too young, but very shortly thereafter, that these attacks could have been prevented. And in fact, the government says this too. But the government goes, the reason that these attacks happened, the reason that they weren't prevented, is what they call stovepiping, right? There was not enough sharing. They needed to break down the walls and the restrictions that were chaining these poor patriots at the NSA and the CIA and the FBI from all working on the same team. And to some extent, they're correct on this, right? There were limits on the way agencies were supposed to play ball with each other, but I worked there, and I know how much of this is bullshit and how much of this is not. Those are procedural and policy limits, in some cases legal limits, on what can be shared without following a process, without doing this, that, or the other, without basically asking for permission, without getting a sign-off, or anything like that. If the FBI wanted to send absolutely everything they had to the CIA, they could have done so. If the CIA wanted to send everything they had to the FBI, they could have done so. They didn't, and people died as a result. Now, government goes, bureaucratic proceduralism was responsible, and it's because we had too many restrictions on the intelligence community. And this is what led to the world post 9/11, where all of our rights sort of evaporated, was they went, well, restrictions on what these agencies can do are costing lives. Therefore, naturally, we just have to unchain these guys and everything will be better, right? And if you remember that post 9/11 moment, you can understand how that actually could come off as persuasive, how that might be a kind of thing that you go, all right, well, that makes sense, because everybody was terrified, right? There were people quite quickly who got their heads back on their shoulders the right way. There were some of them who never lost their heads at all, and who protested the Iraq War. At the same time, my dumb self was signing up to go fight it, volunteering for the Army. We'll get into that in a minute. But everything that has followed in the decades past came from the fact that in a moment of fear, we lost our heads. And we abandoned all the traditional constitutional restraints that we put on these agencies. And we abandoned all of the traditional political restraints and just social constraints, ideological systems of belief about the limitations that the secret police should have in a free and open society. And we went, look, terrorists, we created shows like 24 and Jack Bauer, where he's like threatening to knife people's eyeballs out if they won't tell him this, that, or the other. And we entered this era of increasingly unlimited government as a result. And now in hindsight, we go, oh, well, we should have been surprised. But at the time, everyone panicked, right? But if you go back to, did that help? And we know the answer now is, in fact, no, it did not. It made things worse. I don't think any historian is going to look at the Bush administration and go, this improved the position of the United States in the world. But if you go back, wind back the tape to that pre-9/11 moment, wind back the tape to those silos and those walls that they said needed to come down because that was restraining government, instead of the rules that said, well, you can share these things, but there's got to be a basis, there's got to be a justification. You've got to go, why are we trading people's information like baseball cards and all of this stuff? It's super easy as an intelligence officer to justify sharing information about a suspected terrorist who you think is planning to kill people, or is even just in a country they shouldn't be, or a place they shouldn't be, or doing something you don't think they should be, with another agency, because no one's going to question that. A judge isn't going to question that. Any judge in the world will stamp that warrant without even thinking about it and then go to bed that night, without a care in the world. Because you're not spying on a journalist, you're not spying on a human rights defender, right? This is not an edge case. This is someone that you believe to be associated with Al-Qaeda or whatever. Now, this is all a lot of preamble to say that essential fact. The government agrees, everyone agrees, the attacks probably could have been prevented if information had been shared. So, why wasn't the information shared? Government says information wasn't shared because of these restrictions, and it's half true, because every important lie has some kernel of truth to it. And there were these barriers. But the reality is, why were those barriers respected in the case of a major terrorist plot? Why wasn't the CIA sharing information with the FBI? Why wasn't the FBI sharing information with the NSA? Why wasn't the NSA sharing information with the CIA in the case of a major terrorist plot? And if you've worked in government, if you've worked in the intelligence community, if you work in any large institution, if you work at a company that sells batteries, you know that every office is fighting the other office for budget, for clout, for promotions. And this is the sad reality of what actually happened. Every one of those agencies wanted to be the guy who busted the plot. They wanted to be the one who got credit for it. And they didn't realize how serious it was until it was too late, because they were competing with each other rather than cooperating with
That's
each
exactly what I was going to ask you, if that was the issue, the competition between these agencies, because they are very proud of the CIA accomplishing something or the FBI accomplishing something, and they want to be the one to take credit for that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's important, like, in their defense, because nobody else here is going to provide a defense for them, is that that's actually darkly human. Again, this happens in every industry. This happens in every sort of big corporate thing, because you want to get promoted, and, you know, everybody's putting in their, like, achievements at the end of the year for what they did. And if you're the guy who does that, you're going straight to the top.
But their solution, So we have a weird delay here for folks that are listening. So their solution, instead of having someone be responsible for bridging the gap and providing that information to each individual agency, their solution was mass surveillance?
Well, no, they're different things. This is 9/11 is what woke these guys up, basically. And they went, well, we screwed up, and Americans died as a result. We really don't want to take the hit on that. And to be honest, the government had no interest in putting the hit on them. To be honest, the public had no interest in putting the hit on them at the time, because everybody understood terrorism is a real thing. There are bad people in the world, and that's true, right? That will always be true. There's always going to be criminals. There's always going to be terrorists. Whether they're at your church, whether they're across the ocean, there are people out there who are angry, they're disenfranchised, they're violent, and they just want to harm something. They want to change something, even in a negative way, because that's what they feel is all they have left. Which, these are criminals, right? These are people that we don't need to pity. But if we ever want to stop it, we do need to understand it and where those things come from, where those drives come from in the first place. But basically, everybody went, all right, how do we stop this? Because nobody wants to feel unsafe. Nobody wants to feel like the building's going to come down the next time you go in it. And so everybody just went, I don't care who does it, stop it. And they said this to Dick Cheney, which is a historic mistake, because Dick Cheney knows how government works. He was the person in that White House who was best placed to know all the levers of government, all the interagency cooperation, where we were strong, where we were weak, what we could do, what we were not allowed to do. And what he did was he took that little dial on what we're not allowed to do, and he changed it all the way until it broke and snapped off, and then there was nothing that we couldn't do anymore.
And you were there while this was happening. This was.
No, I was not. Again, this is 2001. I was 18 years old. I was working on the base. I drove past the building, but that was it. This is all hindsight. This is biography. This is documented history, but this is not, the Gospel of Edward Snowden. I don't know this, right? This is public record. This is what we all know. What we have, though, the reason that I bring this up is this is a teachable moment, because there's so many people right now in the Trump administration who go, look, this guy has too much power. He's abusing it against immigrants. He's abusing it against domestic opponents. He's doing whatever. He's trying to hurt political rivals in the next election. All of this stuff. And, we can get into this stuff later if you want in detail. But the bottom line is they're going, this is a guy who's in the White House who's throwing elbows, right? He doesn't really care. He wants to hurt people as long as he can convince the Americans that those are the bad guys, right? That's the enemy. Doesn't matter if they're far away. It doesn't matter if they're close at home. Whoever he's against, he's going to harm. And the dark thing is, this is actually why he was elected. In moments of fear, where the world starts falling apart, and this happens in authoritarian country after country, this is why you have Vladimir Putin in Russia, who's been there for 20 years, right? President for basically 20 years. Think about that. He sort of skipped in the middle there because he had to dodge the fact that presidents can only serve so many consecutive terms, so he dropped down to prime minister and then came back as president. But think about that. How do you get that kind of political longevity? And it's because if you know anything about Russian history, which, even I don't know that much about it, the 90s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, were an extraordinarily dark time. If you look at Russian cinema, all they had were gangster movies, right? All they had were the disintegration of society, how things are dark and broken. No one trusts each other. Pensions were no longer being paid. Social Security's not there anymore. Like, there's nothing to buy, there's nothing to do, there's no job. No one had a future. And so they went, if there's somebody who can lead us out of this, if there's somebody who will fix this, who will find us an enemy and defeat that enemy to restore prosperity, we'll put them in office. We see it happen in Turkey with Erdogan, right? We've seen it happen successively with bad governments, even in Western democracies. We see it happening, sadly, in places like Poland and Hungary. You can even argue it's happening in the United Kingdom, right? And now there are a lot of people arguing that's exactly what we're seeing with Donald Trump's White House in the United States. And this is the lesson that we didn't learn from 2001. Is when we become fearful, we become vulnerable, right? To anyone who promises they will make things better, even if they have no ability to make things better, even if they will actively make things worse, even if they will make things better for themselves and their buddies by taking from you. But if they tell you that they'll make things better, and you believe them in a moment of fear, that typically leads to unfortunate outcomes. So sorry, let me turn this back over to you because we got way off track there.
No, that's all right. I want to bring it back to the initial question. So you're working for the NSA. When do you realize there's a huge issue, and when do you feel this responsibility to let the American people know about this issue? Like, when do you contact these journalists, and what was the thought process regarding this? Like, what steps did you go through once you realized that this was in violation of the Constitution, and that even with the laws of the Patriot Act and the Patriot Act 2, things had changed so radically that you knew this was wrong, and you had to do something about it, or you felt a responsibility to speak out?
Okay, so since we gave so much historical preamble, let me just give the Cliff Notes version to get us up to that. So after September 11th, I'm a little bit lost. I'm doing my technical stuff, but it doesn't really feel like it matters anymore. Like, I'm making more money, I'm becoming more accomplished, but the world's on fire, right? You remember there was a crazy mood of patriotism in the country because we were all trying to come together to get through it. You remember, like, people were sticking Dixie cups on the top of every chain link fence on every overpass that was like, stand together, never forget. United we stand.
Flags on every car.
Exactly. And I was a young guy who was not especially political, right? And I come from a military background, federal family, all that stuff, and so that means I'm very vulnerable to this kind of stuff. I see it on the news, and Bush and all his sort of cronies are going, look, it's Al-Qaeda, it's terrorist organization, they have all these international connections, there's Iraq, dictators, weapons of mass destruction, they're holding the world at ransom. You got Colin Powell at the UN dangling little vials of like fake anthrax. And so I felt an obligation to do my part, and so I volunteered to join the Army. You probably can't tell from looking at me, but I'm not going to be at the top of the MMA circuit anytime soon. So it didn't work out. I joined a special program that was called the 18 X-ray program, where they take you in off the street and they actually give you a shot at becoming a special forces soldier. So you train harder in special platoons, you go further, and I ended up breaking my legs, basically. So they put me out under
Both your
special
legs?
discharge. Yeah, it was basically what it was. They were shin splints that I was too dumb to get off of, right? So I kept marching underweight, and I'm a pretty light guy to begin with. I had a 24-inch waist when I joined the Army. Right?
Girls are jealous.
I think I weighed like 128 pounds. I was in great shape, in boot camp, because I came up really quick because it was all I could do was gain. But it was just too much on my frame because I wasn't that active. And so when you keep running on a stress injury, right, and you're running underweight with like rucksacks and things like that, you're running in like boots. And then you're doing exercise, and the Army's like a whole chapter in the book. You got your battle buddy, right, because they never allow you to be alone. You always got to have somebody watching you. They thought it was funny to put me, the smallest guy in the platoon, the drill sergeants did, with the biggest dude in the platoon, who was like an amateur bodybuilder, who was like, 230 or 260, something like that. He was a big fellow. And so, he would, when we're off in the woods doing these marches and things like that, and we have to practice buddy carries, like the fireman's carry and things like that, he throws me around his neck, I'm like a towel. He's just skipping down like it's nothing. And then I got to put him on me, and I'm just like, oh, God, dying. And it was weirdly fun. I enjoyed it, but it was no good for my body. And so in a land navigation movement, I stepped off a log because I was on point. And on the other side of the log, because it's the woods in Georgia, I'm at Sand Hill, I see a snake. And so in my memory, it's like time slows down. Because in North Carolina, where I grew up, you think all snakes are poisonous.
Okay. Sorry, there's an
Do
issue.
we need to
No,
take a
we're
break?
good. We're good. We're good.
It's completely fine.
No, we're fine.
all right.
There was something that happened on the screen. I wanted to make sure it was okay.
Oh, that's just the FBI joining the chat.
That's what I was worried about. There's a second image opened up here.
Yeah, so anyway, I try to take a much longer step in midair. I land badly. And it's just one leg is like fire. I'm limping. But, everybody says don't go to sick call, because you go to sick call, you'll lose your slot, you'll end up general infantry or regular infantry. And so I go back, I just tough it out. I get in my rack, and the next morning when I get out of the rack, which is the top bunk bed, right, I jump out, and my legs, they just give out underneath me. And I try to get up, and I just can't get up. And so I go to sick call, and I end up going to the hospital, and they end up x-raying me, and they also x-ray my battle buddy, because I got to go there with somebody else. And he has a broken hip, where they had to bring him to surgery, and it's in the book. There's a lot more detail about it. It was kind of a dramatic moment. But for me, they just said I had bilateral tibial fractures, right, all the way up my legs. They said I had spider webs. And the next phase of the training was jump school, right, where you got to jump out of a plane. And the doctor, is like, son, if you jump on those legs, they're going to turn into powder. And he's like, I can hold you back. We can put you for like 6 months. You stay off them, then you can go back through the whole cycle, right? Start basic from scratch. But you'll lose your slot in the Special Forces pipeline because of the way these things are scheduled and everything like that. And then you'll basically be reassigned to the needs of the Army. Or, which probably meant I was going back to IT, which was what I joined the Army to kind of escape. Or you can go out on this special kind of discharge that's called an administrative discharge, right? Normally you got honorable discharge, dishonorable discharge, things like that. This is something for people who have been in for, I think, less than 6 months, where it's like annulling a marriage. It's as if it never happened. It's as if you never joined. And at the time, I was like, wow, that's very kind of him to do that. And I took it. They sent me to sick call, the sick bay, where you're in like the medical platoon and you do nothing for, it was, I think, about a month. And then they let you out once the paperwork all finishes. But in hindsight, I realized that if you take an administrative discharge, it exempts the Army for liability for your injuries. So actually what I thought was a kindness was just, now if I had future problems with my legs, they wouldn't have to cover it, or health insurance and any of those things. And it was just a funny thing. But anyway, I get out of the Army, and here I'm on crutches for a long time and just sort of trying to figure out, all right, well, what's next in life? Because I had gotten a basic security clearance just for going through signing up for the military process, I applied for a security guard position at the University of Maryland, because it said you had to get a top secret clearance, which was a higher clearance than I had at the time. And I went, well, that sounds good, because I knew if I combine my IT skills, which were now suddenly much more relevant again to my future, with the top secret security clearance, because of the way it works, if you have a top secret security clearance and tech skills, you get paid a ridiculous amount of money for doing very little work. So I was like, all right, well, I can basically make twice what I would be making in the private sector working for government at this level, at this phase, because what we talked about earlier with September 11th and how the intelligence community changed, they no longer cared that I hadn't graduated from college, right? And I had gotten a GED just by going in and taking a test. So for government purposes, it was the same as if I was a high school graduate. So now suddenly it was like these doors are open. Now this University of Maryland facility turned out to be an NSA facility. It was called CASTLE, the Center for the Advanced Study of Language, at the University of Maryland College Park. And all I was literally a security guy walking around with a walkie-talkie, making sure nobody breaks in at night, managing the electronic alarm system and things like that. But once I had my foot in the door there, I could start climbing the ladder step by step. And I applied I went to a job fair, actually, that was only for people who had security clearances. And I ended up going to the table for one of the technical companies. It was a little tiny subcontractor nobody's ever heard of. And they said, we've got tons of positions for somebody like you. Are you comfortable working nights? And I was like, yeah, I wake up in the middle of the day anyway. That's fine with me. And suddenly, I've gone from working for the NSA through a university in a weird way where it's like the NSA holds the clearance, but I'm formally an employee of the state of Maryland at the college. And this is government, man. It's all these weird dodges and boondoggles for how people are employed there. Now, suddenly, I'm working at CIA headquarters, right? The place where all the movies show you swoop over the marble seal and everything like that. I'm the king of the castle, right? I'm there at the middle of the night when no one else is there. The lights are on motion sensors. It's the creepiest thing in the world. There's like flags on the wall that are just like gently billowing in the air conditioning like ghosts. The hallway lights up as you walk alongside it because it's like a green building, and they disappear behind you. And there's no one there. I can go down to the gym at like 2 o'clock in the morning at the CIA. And it's like not see a soul on the other side of the building and then go all the way back. And this kind of thing was my end because they were like, look, it's the night shift. Nothing that bad is going to happen. But it was on a very senior technical team that was basically handling systems administration for everybody in the Washington metropolitan area, right? So every basically CIA server. This is a computer system that like data is stored on, that reporting is stored on, that traffic is moved on, all of this stuff. Suddenly, me, this is circa 2005, I think, I'm in charge of. And it's just me and one other guy on the night shift. And if you're interested in the book, there's a lot of detail on this. But I get sort of scouted from this position because they realize I actually know a lot about technology. They were expecting me just to basically make sure the building doesn't burn down, all these systems don't go down overnight and then never come back up. But they go, well, are you willing to go overseas? And to a young man at that age, that's actually like, hey, that sounds kind of exciting. Who doesn't want to go work overseas for the CIA? And there's a lot of people listening to the podcast who are like, not me.
I'm one of
they're
them.
like, wait, the CIA's the bad guys, right? Yeah, exactly. They're like, what, are you going to go overthrow a government somewhere? But you have to understand that I'm still very much a true believer. The government is like the living, compressed embodiment of truth and goodness and light, the shining city on the hill. So I want to do my part to spread that to the world. I didn't have skepticism, is really what I'm trying to establish here. And so I sign up and I go through this special training school, like people hear in movies about The Farm, which is down at Camp Peary in Virginia. I'm sent to this actually much more secret facility called The Hill, which is in Warrenton, Virginia. And this has been covered a few times in open source media. But I think this is one of the few book-length discussions of what happens there in Permanent Record. But yeah, so I go through training and then I get assigned overseas, and I end up in Geneva, Switzerland, undercover as a diplomat. Right? I think I'm my formal title for the embassy is like something super bland, like diplomatic attaché. And what I am is I'm a forward deployed tech guy. They send you through this school to make you into kind of a MacGyver, right? Yes, you can handle all the computers, but you can also handle the connections for the embassy's power systems, right? The actual electrical connections. You can handle the HVAC systems, right? You can handle locks and alarms and security systems. Basically, anything that's got an on button on it at the embassy that's secure, now you're responsible for. And I traveled from Geneva to other countries in Europe for sort of assignments, and it was it was an exciting time. I actually still enjoyed it, but this was where I first, working with intelligence, started to get doubts. And the story's been told many times, so I won't go over it in full detail here. But the CIA does primarily, and it's not the only thing they do, what's called human intelligence. Now, there are many different types of intelligence that the intelligence community is responsible for. The primary ones are human intelligence and signals intelligence. You want to think of signals intelligence, right, as tapping lines, hacking computers, all of these sort of things that provide electronic information, anything that's a digital or analog signal that can be intercepted and then turned into information. Human intelligence is, all that fun stuff we've heard the CIA doing for decades and decades, which is where they try to turn people. Basically, they say, look, we'll give you money if you sell out your country. They don't, it's not even your country a lot of times, it's your organization. These guys could be working for a telecommunications provider, and they want to sell customer records, or they work at a bank, which was the thing that I saw, and we wanted records on the bank's customers, so we wanted a guy on the inside. But anyway, that's sort of how it works. And what I saw was they were way more aggressive for the lowest stakes than was reasonable or responsible. They were totally willing to destroy somebody's life just on the off chance they would get some information that wouldn't even be tremendously valuable. And so, ethically, that struck me as a bit off, but I let it pass because what I've learned over my life, short though it's been, is that skepticism is something that needs to build up over time. It's a skill, something that needs to be practiced, or you can think of it as something that you develop through exposure, right? Kind of like radiation poisoning, but in a positive way. It's when you start to realize inconsistencies, or hypocrisies, or lies. And you notice them, and you give somebody the benefit of the doubt, or you trust them, or you think it's all right. But then over time, you see it's not an isolated instance; it's a pattern behavior. And over time, that exposure to inconsistency builds and builds and builds until it's something that you can no longer ignore. Now, after the CIA, I went to the NSA in Japan, where I was working there in Tokyo. And then from there, a couple years later, I went to the CIA again. Now I was working as a private employee for Dell, but I was the senior technical official on Dell's sales account to the CIA. People, these big companies, they have sales accounts to the CIA. And so this means I'm going in, and now it's crazy because I'm still a very young man, but I'm sitting across the table from chiefs of these enormous CIA divisions. I'm sitting across from their chief technology officer for the entire agency, or the chief chief information officer for the entire CIA. And these guys are going, look, here's our problems, here's what we want to do, and it's my job to pitch them a system, right? And I'm paired up with this sales guy. And the whole thing is to just go, how much money can we get out of the government, right? That's the whole goal. And we'll build them, what we were pitching was a private cloud system, right? Everybody knows about cloud computing now. It's like why your Gmail account is available wherever you go. It's why Facebook has this massive system of records for everyone everywhere. The government wanted to have these kind of capabilities too. Dell ended up getting beat out by Amazon. People, some people aren't familiar with this, many of them are, but Amazon runs a secret cloud system for the government. I forget what they've rebranded it now. But this is just, there's this massive connection between industry and government in the classified space that just goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. But at this point, I had misgivings because of what I'd seen in Japan about government, but I was just trying to get by. I was trying to ignore the conflicts. I was trying to ignore the inconsistencies. And I think this is a state that a lot of people in these large institutions, not just in our country, but around the world, struggle with every day, right? They got a job, they got a family, they got bills, they're just trying to get by. And they know that some of the things they're doing are not good things. They know some of the things they're doing are actively wrong. But they know what happens to people who rock the boat. Eventually, I changed my mind. And when I had gone to Hawaii, which was the final position in my career with the intelligence community, I was, because of an accident of history here, I wasn't supposed to be in this position at all. I was supposed to be at a group called the National Threat Operations Center, NTOC. But because of the way contracting works, and again, this is covered in the book, I ended up being reassigned to this little rinky-dink office that nobody's ever heard of in Hawaii, called the Office of Information Sharing. And I'm replacing this old-timer who's about to retire, really nice guy. But he spent most of his days just reading novels and doing nothing, and letting people be content to the fact, or letting people forget that his office existed, because he was the only one in it. There's a manager who's like over him, but it's actually over a larger group, and he just looks over him as sort of a favor. So now I come in, and now I'm the sole employee of the Office of Information Sharing, but I'm not close enough to retirement that I'm okay with just doing nothing at all. So I get ambitious, and I come up with this idea for a new system called the Heartbeat. And what the Heartbeat is going to do is connect to basically every information repository in the intelligence community, both at the NSA and across network boundaries, which you normally can't cross, but because I'd worked at both the CIA and the NSA, I knew the network well enough, both sides of it, sides that normal workers at the NSA would never have seen, because you have to be in one or the other. I could actually connect these together. I could build bridges across this kind of network space. And then draw all of these records into a new kind of system that was supposed to look at your digital ID, basically your sort of ID card that says, this is who I am, I work for this agency, I work in this office, these are my assignments, these are my group affiliations, and because of that, the system would be able to eventually aggregate records that were relevant to your job, that were related to you, and then it could provide them. And basically, you could hit this site. It would be an update of what we used to call read boards, which were manually created. That would go, look, you work in network defense, right? These are all the things that are happening on network defense. You work on, I don't know, economic takeovers in Guatemala. You know, this is what's going on for you there. But in my off time, I helped the team that sat next to me, which was a systems administration team for Windows networks, because I had been a Microsoft certified systems engineer, which means basically I knew how to take care of Windows networks. And this was all those guys did, and they always had way too much work, and I had basically no work that I needed to do at all. Because all I was supposed to do was share information, which was not something that was particularly in demand because most people already knew what they wanted or what they needed. So it was basically my job was to sit there and collect a paycheck unless I wanted to get ambitious. And so I did some side gigs for these other guys, and one of them was running what were called dirty word searches. Now, dirty word searches are... let me dial this back because I know we're sort of... this is hard to track. Everything that the NSA does, in large part, is classified. Everything the CIA does, in large part, is classified. If I made lunch plans with other people in my office, it was classified. That was the policy. It's dumb. This overclassification problem is one of the central flaws in government right now. This is the reason we don't understand what they're doing. This is why they can get away. This is why they can get away with breaking the law or violating our rights for so long. 5 years, 10 years, 15, 50 years before we see what they were doing, and it's because of this routine classification, right? But every system, computer system, has a limit on what level of classified information is supposed to be stored on it. And we've got all these complicated systems for code words and caveats that establish a system of what's called compartmentation. And this is the idea: when you work at the CIA, when you work at the NSA, you're not supposed to know what's happening in the office next to you, right? Because you don't have need to know, right? Again, that thing from the movies. And the reason they have this is they don't want one person to be able to go and know everything, right? And tell everybody everything. They don't want anybody to know too much, particularly when they're doing lots of bad things, because then there's the risk that you realize they're doing so many bad things that it's past the point that we can justify. They might develop sort of an ideological objection to that. Well, in the Office of Information Sharing, and actually in basically every part of my career before that, I had access to everything. I had what was called a special caveat on my accesses called PRIVAC, which means privileged access. What this means is you're a kind of super user. Most people have all of these controls on the kind of information they can access, but I'm in charge of the system, right? People who need information, they have to get it from somewhere. They don't know. Even the director of the CIA, right? He says, I need to know everything about this. Well, he doesn't know where to get it. He's just a manager. Somebody has to be able to actually cross these thresholds and get those things. That guy was me. And so dirty word searches were these kind of automated queries that I would set up to go across the whole network and look at all of the different levels of classification and compartmentation and exceptionally controlled information. That's kind of, you can think of it as above top secret. In these special compartments, right, where you're not even supposed to know what these compartments are for. You only know the code word unless you work in them, unless you have access to them, unless you're read into them. Well, one day I got a hit on the dirty word search for a program that I'd never heard of called Stellar Wind. It came back because the little caveat for it. They're called handling caveats, which is like, you can think of like burn after reading or for your eyes only. But this one's called STLW, which means stellar wind. And unless you know what stellar wind is, you don't know how to handle it. All I knew was it wasn't supposed to be on my system. This is a little bit unusual. And it turned out this document was placed on the system because one of the employees who had worked on this program years before had come to Hawaii. And this person was a lawyer, I believe. And they had worked in the Inspector General's office, and they had compiled a report, part of the Inspector General's report, which is when the government is investigating itself, into the operations and activities of this program. Well, this was the domestic mass surveillance program that I talked about in the very beginning of our conversation that started under the Bush White House. Stellar Wind was no longer supposed to be really an operation. It had been unveiled in a big scandal in December 2005 in the New York Times by a journalist, James Risen, and I'm not going to name him because I don't want to get it wrong. Another journalist, you can look at the byline if you want to see their involvement. But and there's a lot of history here too. But what they had found was, of course, the Bush White House had constructed a warrantless wiretapping program, if you remember the warrantless wiretapping scandal, that was affecting everyone in the United States. Well, the Bush White House was really put in a difficult position by this scandal. They would have lost the election over this scandal because the New York Times actually had this story in October 2004, which was the election year. They were ready to go with it, but at the specific request of the White House, talking to the publisher of the New York Times, Sulzberger, and Bill Keller, then the executive editor of the New York Times, the New York Times said, "We won't run the story." Because the president just said, if you run this story a month before the election, that's a very tight margin if you recall, you'll have blood on your hands. And it was so close to 2001, the New York Times just went, you know what, fine. Americans don't need to know that the Constitution is being violated. They don't need to know that the Fourth Amendment doesn't mean what they think it means. If the government says it's all right and it's a secret and you shouldn't know about it, that's fine. Now, December 2005, why did that change? Why did the New York Times suddenly run this story? Well, it's because James Risen, the reporter who found this story, had written a book. And he was about to publish this book. And the New York Times was about to be in a very uncomfortable position of having to explain why they didn't run this story and how they got scooped by their own journalist. And so they finally did it, but it was too late. Bush had been reelected. And now it was sweeping up the broken glass of our lost rights. So Congress, the Bush White House was very effective in, as I said before, telling a very few select members of Congress that this program existed. And they told them this program existed in ways that they wouldn't object to, but made them culpable for hiding the existence from the program, the existence of the program from the American people. And this is why someone like Nancy Pelosi, who you wouldn't exactly think would be buddy-buddy with George Bush, was completely okay in defending this kind of program, in fact. And, you know, later she said, oh, well, she had objections to the program that she wrote in a letter to the White House, but she never showed us the letter. She went, oh, well, that was classified, right? And this is not to bag on her individually. It's just she's a great example in here, and named example everyone knows, of how this process works. The White House will implicate certain very powerful members of Congress in their own criminal activity. And so when the White House gets in trouble for it, the Congress has to run cover for the White House. And so what happened was Congress passed an emergency law in 2007 called the Protect America Act, which should have been our first indication this is a very bad thing, because they never name a law something like that unless it's something terrible. And what it did was it retroactively immunized all of the phone companies in the United States that had been breaking the law millions of times a day by handing your records over to the government, which they weren't allowed to do, simply on the basis of a letter from the president saying, please do this. And these companies went, look, now that we've been uncovered, now that we've been shown that we're breaking, or now that these journalists have shown that we've broken the law and violated the rights of Americans on a staggering scale that could bankrupt our companies because we can be sued for this, we will no longer cooperate with you unless you pass a law that says people can't sue us for having done this. And so we get the Protect America Act, which they say, you know, as an emergency. This is all public history, too.
Yeah.
You can look this up on Wikipedia, you know. And so then they go, it's an emergency law, we have to pass this now, we have to keep this program active. Bush is going to end the warrantless wiretapping program and continue it under this new authority where it's going to have some special level of oversight and these kind of things eventually. But for now, we just have to make sure people are safe again, they go to fear. They say, if we don't have this program, terrorist attacks will continue. People will die. Blood on your hands, blood on your hands, blood on your hands. Think of the children. Protect America Act passes. The companies get off the hook. The Bush White House gets off the hook. The Congress, that was then sharing in criminal culpability for authorizing, or rather letting these things go by without stopping them, then passes in 2008 the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act amendments of 2008. This is called the FAA, FISA Amendments Act of 2008. And rather than stopping all of the unlawful and unconstitutional activities that the intelligence agency was doing, they continued it in different ways simply by creating a few legal hoops for them to jump through. Now, this is not to go say, these things aren't helpful at all. It's not to say they're not useful at all. But it's important to understand, when the government's response to any scandal, and this applies to any country, is not to make the activities of the person who is caught breaking the law comply with the law, but instead make the activities of the person who is breaking the law legal, right? They make the law comply with what the agencies want to do, rather than make the agencies comply with the law. That's a problem, and that's what happened here. Now, the intelligence community's powers actually grew in response to this scandal in 2008 because Congress was on the hook and they just wanted to move on and get this over with. There were objections. There were people who knew this was a bad idea, but it passed on. Now, what the public took away from this, because a part of these laws, was a requirement that the Inspector General of all of these different intelligence community elements and the Director of National Intelligence submit a report saying, this is what happened under that warrantless wiretapping program. This is how it complied with the law or how it didn't comply with the law. And basically look back at how this program was constituted, what it did, what the impacts and effects were, and that is supposed to be sort of the Truth and Reconciliation Council, right? Now, why am I talking about all this ancient history? Well, I'm sitting here in 2012 with a classified Inspector General's report, draft report from the NSA that names names, that says Dick Cheney, that says David Addington, that says Nancy Pelosi, that says all these people who are involved in the program, the TikTok of how it happens. It says the director of the NSA, that guy who was evacuating the building at the beginning of our podcast here, that guy was asked by the President of the United States if he would continue this program after being told by the White House and the Department of Justice that these programs were not lawful, that they were not constitutional. And the President said, would you continue this program on my say-so alone, knowing that it's risky, knowing that it's unlawful? And he said, yes, sir, I will, if you think that's what's necessary to keep the country safe. And at that moment, I realized these guys don't care about the law. These guys don't care about the Constitution. These guys don't care about the American people. They care about the continuity of government. They care about the state, right? And this is something that people have lost. We hear this phrase over and over again, national security, national security, national security, and we're meant to interpret that to mean public safety. But national security is a very different thing from public safety. National security is a thing that in previous generations we referred to as state security. National security was a kind of term that came out of the Bush administration to run cover for the fact that we were elevating a new kind of secret police across the country. And what does it mean when, again, in a democracy, in the United States, the public is not partner to government? The public does not hold the leash of government anymore, but we are subject to government, right? We are subordinate to government. And we're not even allowed to know that it happened. Now, in the book, I tell the fact that I had access to the unclassified version of this report back in Japan. And what's interesting is the unclassified version of a report, and we've all seen this today with things like the Mueller report and all of the intelligence reporting that's happened over the last several years. When the government provides a classified report to the public, it's normally the same document. The unclassified version, the classified version are the same thing. It's just the unclassified version has things blacked out or redacted that they say, oh, you're not allowed to know this sentence or this paragraph or this page or whatever. The document that the public had been given about the warrantless wiretapping program was a completely different document. It was a document tailor-made to deceive and mislead the Congress and the public of the United States. And it was effective in doing that. And in 2012, what I realized was this is what real-world conspiracies look like, right? It doesn't have to be smoking men behind closed doors, right? It's lawyers and politicians. It's ordinary people from the working level to the management level who go, if we don't explain this in a certain way, we're all going to lose our jobs. Or the other way, they go, we're going to get something out of this if we all work together. Civilization is the history of conspiracy, right? What is civilization but a conspiracy for all of us to do better by working together, right? But it's this kind of thing that I think too often we forget because it's boring as hell. I want all your listeners, right, to go to the Washington Post, because this document that I discovered that really changed me has been published, courtesy of the Washington Post. It's called the Inspector General's Report on Stellar Wind. And you can look at the actual document that I saw that was unredacted, right? I had no blacked out pages on mine. And what I believe it shows is that some of the most senior officials in the United States, elected and unelected, worked together to actively undermine the rights of the American people to give themselves expanded powers. Now, in their defense, they said they were seeking these powers for a good and just and noble cause, right? They say they were trying to keep us safe. But that's what they always say. That's what every government says. That's no different than what the Chinese government says or the Russian government says. And the question is, if they are truly keeping us safe, why wouldn't they simply just tell us that? Why wouldn't they have that debate in Congress? Why wouldn't they put that to a vote? Because if they were, and they could convince us that they were, they'd win the vote. And particularly, we all know, like the Patriot Act passed, one of the worst pieces of legislation in modern history passed. Why didn't we get a vote? And I think if you read the report, the answer will be clear. So I'm sorry, Joe, I went on for a very long time.
No, it was amazing. It's don't apologize at all. It's just completely fascinating that the continuation of this policy came down to one man and the president having this discussion. That is so.
Well, it's much
more, but
right.
Literally, the president
at the heart of it, yes, at the heart of it. In every expression of executive power, right, and by executive we mean the White House here, the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, the DOJ, right, these guys exist as a part of the executive branch of government. In a real way, they work for the White House. Now, there are laws and regulations and policies that are supposed to say they're supposed to do this, and they're supposed to say they're not supposed to do that. But when you look at federal regulations, when you look at policies as an employee of government, when you violate these policies, the worst thing that happens to you is you lose your job, because there's no criminal penalty for the violation of these laws. And so it's very easy for people who exist in these structures, particularly the very top levels of these structures, to go, look, we have a given set of lawful authorities. And these are defined very broadly to give us leeway to do whatever it is we think is proper and appropriate and just. Now, take that proper and appropriate and just from the perspective of any given individual, right, any given president, Now intersect that with what's good for them politically. And that's where problems begin to arise. Now, the safety measure that's supposed to protect us from this in the U.S. system and in any democracy broadly is these people are supposed to be what are called public officials. That means we know their decisions. That means we know their policies. That means we know their programs and prerogatives and powers, like what they are doing, both in our name and what they're doing against us. And because they are transparent to us, we, the people, can then police their activities. We can go, I disagree with this. We can protest it. We can campaign against it, right? We can try to become the president, do whatever. They are public officials, and we are private citizens. They're not supposed to know anything about us, right? Because we, in relative terms, hold no power, and they hold all the power. So they have to be under the tightest constraints. We need to be in the freest circumstances. And yet, the rise of the state secrets doctrine, right, this whole classification system that goes all the way back to last century, about the middle of the last century, I believe, is when it really started getting tested in court. And I think you know more about this in many cases than I do when you start talking about what happened in the FBI and the CIA and the NSA's sort of old dirty work in the 20th century, is they abused their powers repeatedly and continuously. They did active harm to domestic politics in the United States. The FBI was spying on Martin Luther King and trying to get Martin Luther King to kill himself before the Nobel Prize was going to be awarded. In fact, after MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech, 2 days later, the FBI classified him as the greatest national, or I think it was the greatest national security threat in the United States. And again, this is the FBI. This is the group that everybody's applauding today, saying, oh, these wonderful patriots and heroes. Now, I'm not saying everybody at the FBI is bad. I'm not saying everybody at the CIA and the NSA is bad. I'm saying that you don't become a patriot based on where you work. Patriotism is not about loyalty to government. Patriotism, in fact, is not about loyalty to anything. Patriotism is a constant effort to do good for the people of your country, right? It's not about the government. It's not about the state. And this is, we'll get into loyalty later because, I think one of the big criticisms against me that should be talked about is they go, look, this guy is disloyal, he broke an oath, he did whatever. Loyalty is a good thing when it's in the service of something good. But it is only good when it's in the service of something good. If you're loyal to a bad person, if you're loyal to a bad program, if you're loyal to a bad government, that loyalty is actively harmful. And I think that's overlooked. But yeah, when you get back into this whole thing about sort of where it came from, why it happened, how it could come out of just this small group, and then they could slowly kind of poison by implication, by complicity, by bringing them into the conspiracy and then having them not say anything about it, a wider and wider broad body of people. And then once you've got enough people in on it, it's much easier to convince other people that it's legitimate, because they can go, look, we've got 30 people who know about this, and none of them have objected to it. Why are you going to object to this? All of this derives from that original sin, which is in a democracy, creating a system of government that is in fact a secret government, a body of secret law, a body of secret policy that is far beyond what legitimate government secrets could be. This is not to say like government can have no secrecy at all. If the government wants to investigate someone without having them respond, right? We're talking traditional law enforcement. Sure, you're not going to tell this mobster, hey, we're going to start investigating you. We, the public, don't need to know the names of every terrorist suspect out in the world, right? But we do need to know, again, the powers and programs, the policies that a government is asserting, at least the broad outlines of it, because otherwise, how can we control it? How do we know if the government is applying its authorities that are supposed to be granted to it by us if we don't know what it is that they're doing. And so this is the main thing, and really the story behind the title, Permanent Record, is, look, Joe, when you were a kid, when I was a kid, when you were a teenager, right, like, what's the worst thing you ever said? Did you say anything you weren't proud of? Did you do anything that you weren't proud of? Something that today, in like the wokest of Twitter land, you would get in trouble for.
I'm sure. And that's one of the horrible things about kids growing up today is that they do have all this stuff out there on social media forever, and they can be judged horribly by something they did when they were 13.
It's exactly that. Our worst mistakes, our deepest shames, were forgotten. Right? They were lost. They were ephemeral. Even the things we did get caught for, they were known for a time. Maybe they're still remembered by people who are closest to us, whether we like them or dislike them. But they were people connected to us. Now, we're forced to live in a real way naked before power. Whether we're talking about Facebook, whether we're talking about Google, whether we're talking about the government of any country, they know everything about us, or much about us, rather. And we know very little about them, and we're not allowed to know more. Everything that we do now lasts forever, not because we want to remember, but because we're not allowed to forget. Just carrying a phone in your pocket is enough for your movements to be memorialized, because every cell phone tower that you pass is keeping a record of that. And AT&T keeps those records going back to 2008 under a program called Hemisphere. If you search for Hemisphere and AT&T, you'll get a story in the Daily Beast about it. AT&T keeps your phone records going back to 1983. If any of your listeners were born after 1983, right, born after me, or it might be 1987, if they were born after 1987 and they're an AT&T customer, or their calls cross AT&T's network, AT&T has every phone call they ever made. Rather the record that it happened, not necessarily the content that's on the phone call. And so, I mean, let me turn this around for you, Joe, because I feel like I've just been given a speech. When you look at this stuff, right, when you look at what's happening with government, when you look at what's happening with the Trump White House, the Obama White House, the Bush White House, you could see this trend happening. When you look at what's happening with Facebook, when you look at what's happening with Google, when you look at the fact that you go to every restaurant today and you see people looking at phones, you get on a bus, you get on a subway, you see somebody sitting next to you in traffic, you see people looking at phones. These devices are connected all the time. Now people are getting Alexa, right? Now people have OK Google, they have Siri on their phones that are in their house. They've always got these connected microphones. Where do you think this leads? And what is it that gives you sort of trust in the system, faith in the system? Like how, just so we can start a conversation here, what strikes you about this?
Well, it's completely alien and it's new. This is something that's unprecedented. We don't have a long human history of being completely connected via technology. This is something we're navigating right now for the first time. And it's probably the most powerful thing that the human race has ever seen in terms of the distribution of information. There's nothing that even comes close to it in all of human history, and we're figuring it out as we go along. And what you exposed is that not only are we figuring out as we go along, but that to cover their ass, these cell phone companies in cahoots with the government have made it legal for them to gather up all of your phone calls, all of your text messages, all of your emails, and store them somewhere so that retroactively, if you ever say anything they don't like or do something they don't like, they can go back, find that, and use it against you. And we don't know who they are, we don't know why they're doing it, and we didn't know they could do it until you exposed it. The connection of human beings via technology is both amazing and powerful and incredible in terms of our access to knowledge, but terrifying in terms of the government's ability to track our movements, track your phone calls, track everything. And under the guise of protecting us from terrorists and protecting us from sleeper cells, protecting us from attacks. Look, if they really are protecting us from these attacks, that's great. But there's no provision in the Constitution that allows any of this. And this is where it gets really squirrely because they're making up the rules as they go along, and they're making up these rules the way you're describing it. It is step by step. This has happened to sort of protect their ass and keep themselves from being implicated in what has been a violation of our rights and our privacies and the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that everybody needs to understand when you look at these things, and the reason, we talked about before, when I got this information, why I didn't just put it on the internet, and people criticize me for this. They go, I didn't share enough information because the journalists are gatekeeping, right? They've got a big archive and they haven't published everything from it. And I told them not to publish everything from it.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
Because, again, it gets back to legitimate secrets and illegitimate secrets. Some spying, from my perspective, career spy, is okay, right?
Agreed.
If you have hacked a terrorist's phone, right, and you're getting some information about that, useful.
Agreed,
right?
Yeah.
If you're spying on a Russian general in charge of a, rocket division, useful, right? But there are lines and degrees in that where it's not useful. Now, the examples that I just gave you, these are targeted. This is where you're spying on an individual, their known named person that is being monitored for a specific reason that is related,
hopefully from a warrant.
Right. Well, even for foreign intelligence, in some indications, you don't need a warrant strictly. Although I think they should have warrants for all of these investigations because they established a court for precisely this reason called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, right? And there's not a judge in the world who wouldn't stamp a warrant saying, hey, spy on Abu Jihad over here, right? And if you want to spy on another guy, Boris Badenov of the Rocket Division, right, that's okay. They're going to go with that. But then you look at these edge cases, and in the archive that I provided to journalists, there have been stories that have come out where they've spied on journalists, right? They've spied on human rights groups. And these kind of things, I think people miss. I'm going to throw up some slides here, so forgive me if this gets weird and I put up the wrong ones. But since I came forward, this Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court that the government says authorized these programs 15 different times was overruled by the first open courts to look at the program. These are federal courts here, right, that said, no, actually, these programs are unlawful. They're likely unconstitutional. When you start looking at the facts, you see, even within the context of the very loose restrictions and laws that apply to the NSA and surveillance, they say they broke their own laws, 2,776 times in a single year. And then you asked about that thing that motivates me, like why I came forward. We had been trying as a country before I came forward to prove the existence of these programs legally. Because this is our means of last sort of recourse in our system, right? We got the executive, we got the legislature, we got the judiciary, right? So Congress makes the laws, the executive is supposed to carry them out, the courts are supposed to play referee. The executive had broken the laws, Congress was turning a blind eye to the laws, and the courts were, and this is just months before I came forward, going, well, it does appear that the ACLU and Amnesty International, like all of these human rights groups and non-governmental organizations, had established that, these programs are likely unlawful. They likely exist. They're simply classified. But the government responded with this argument that you just saw, saying that, well, it's a state secret if they do exist. You, the plaintiffs, don't have hard, concrete evidence that they do exist. And the government is saying legally you have no right to discover evidence from the government, write documents, demand documents, or demand an answer from the government as to whether whether or not these things exist, because the government's just going to give its standard, what they call GLOMAR response. We can neither confirm nor deny that these things exist, which leaves you out in the cold, which leaves the courts out in the cold. The courts go, look, the government could be breaking the law here. Look, they could be violating the Constitution here. But because you can't prove it, and because the government doesn't want to play ball, and the government says, if we were doing this, it would be legal and it would be necessary for national security or whatever. The court can't presume to know national security better than the executive because the courts aren't elected. And so this leads to this fundamentally broken system where, okay, the only way to have the courts review the legality of the programs is to establish the programs exist. But the programs are classified, so you can't establish they exist unless you have evidence. But providing that evidence to courts, to journalists, to anyone is a felony, right? That's punishable by 10 years per count under the Espionage Act. And the government has charged every source of public interest journalism who's really made a significant difference in these kind of cases since Daniel Ellsberg, really going back to that, under the same Espionage Act. It's always the same law. And there's no distinction to government between whether you've sold information to a foreign government for private benefit, right, or whether you provided information only to journalists for the public interest. And that's a fundamentally harmful thing, I think. When you look at things that have come in the wake of this, we're talking about the post-2013 court rulings that found what the government was doing was unlawful. You see the courts saying actually that leaks, or air quotes leaks, can actually be beneficial. Leak is used in the governments, and this is from a federal court. These are not exactly my biggest supporters. They are recognizing that although leak implies harm, it implies something that's broken, it's actually helpful. It's a leak that's letting in daylight in this context. That is the only thing that allows the system to operate in a context where 1 year before I came forward, we had the NSA saying this kind of stuff didn't happen. We had, this famous exchange, which more than anything made me realize this was a point of no return. Because I've told you this, you've heard this, but if you haven't seen it, you might not believe me, right? Maybe I'm a sketchy guy, whatever. One of those senators I told you that objected to this stuff, that was doing the Lassie barks for all those years, Ron Wyden, was confronting the most senior spy in the United States, General James Clapper, who was then the director of national intelligence, right? There's no guy higher than him. The buck stops with him when it comes to intelligence. He's testifying under oath in front of Congress, right? But more broadly, in front of the public. This is televised. And Ron Wyden asked him a very specific question about a program, mind you, that Ron Wyden knows exists because he has security clearance, he sits on the Intelligence Committee. And he knows there's domestic mass surveillance, and this is how it goes. This is how the top spy responds under oath.
So what I wanted to see is if you could give me a yes or no answer to the question, does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
So that was a lie. Wyden knew it was a lie. Clapper knew it was a lie. He actually admitted it was a lie after I came forward, 3 months later. But he said it was the least untruthful thing he could think of to say in the context of being in the hot seat there. But what does it mean for a democracy when you can lie under oath to Congress, and the congressman even knows you're lying to them, but they're afraid to correct you? And Wyden, by the way, it wasn't a surprise. Wyden gave him those questions 24 hours in advance, And he wrote a letter afterwards asking for Clapper to amend his testimony, right? Not even at a press conference, but just say this was incorrect, whatever, so he could go through the legal process and show his fellow congressmen that there was a problem and they needed to do it. But all of that was refused to us. All of it was denied to us. And here I am, sitting at the NSA, next to my buddies who I've talked to about these programs. I've gone, look at this, and they're laughing at it. I'm laughing at it. And it's not that we go, oh, ha, 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 he's getting away with it. It's like, what are you going to do? These guys are, they're bullshitters. The system is built on lies. That even many people, many experts who've studied this know are lies. But if you can't prove they're lies, how do you move beyond that? And that's really a question that has never been more relevant than I think it is today under the current White House.
So you're in this position where you have this information and you know that these surveillance systems are in place and they're unconstitutional, and you feel this deep responsibility to let the American people know about this. What makes you take the leap?
So this is covered extensively in the book because it took a long time.
I would imagine.
People, yeah, right, exactly. People like to think it's like a cinematic moment where I find this gold document, like the Stellar Wind Report, and that's the closest thing to a smoking gun, right, that exists. But look, if you found that, you can read that later, look at that, and like imagine yourself being like, oh, I'm going to go outside on the courthouse steps and wave this thing and burn my life to the ground, burn my family to the ground, I'm going to work again, I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. The question is, what would it take for you to light a match and burn your life to the ground? For a long time, too long, the answer was nothing, and I'm ashamed of that. It took me so long to get over that hump because I was waiting for somebody else to do it. When I saw people like Ron Wyden on this, when I saw people like the court case that I showed before, where people were actively challenging these programs, right? Journalists had the scent of it. And, there are a lot of people who are going to be in, the YouTube comments or whatever, going, oh, I knew this was happening. No, you didn't.
Well, Bill Bimini. Bill Binney. He initially was the one that came out and spoke about this issue. And
Bill Binney is part of, shall we say, the group of early NSA whistleblowers who came with Thomas Drake, Bill Binney, Kirk Wiebe, I believe, and Ed Loomis. And these guys all got their doors kicked in. They got harassed by the FBI. Tom Drake, who was a senior executive at the NSA, this guy had a lot to lose, was charged under the same law was the Espionage Act. And these guys were doing it earlier during the Bush administration. Some of them were talking to the journalists that, maybe it's alleged. I don't want to put them on the spot. Maybe they deny, maybe they don't. Leave that to them. But somebody somewhere was informing this reporting, right, that got into the New York Times about the Bush-era warrantless wiretapping program. And eventually journalists put this out there. People knew these capabilities existed. But then there's the person in the YouTube comments who's like, oh, we knew all about this, it's nothing new. And the thing is, you can know about some programs and not know about others. You can have a suspicion, you can know with certainty that this stuff is capable, or is possible, the capability exists. You can know that the government has done this stuff in the past. You can know they're likely to do it again. You can have all these indications. You can have, like the Jewel versus NSA case that's run by the EFF, which is about it's about AT&T setting up secret rooms in their telecommunications facilities, where they basically drag all the fibers for their domestic internet communications and like phone communications into a room that's purpose-built for the NSA, and then they bring it out. But AT&T denies it's the NSA. The NSA denies that these things happen or that are done at all, right? And so this is the context. You say you know. And let's put it the other way. Maybe you do know, right? Maybe you are an academic researcher. Maybe you're a technological specialist. maybe you're just somebody who reads all the reporting and you actually know. You can't prove it, but you know this is going on. But that's the thing in a democracy. The distance between speculation and fact. The distance between what you know and what you can prove to everybody else in the country is everything in our model of government. Because what you know doesn't matter. What matters is what we all know. And the only way we can all know it is if somebody can prove it, if you can prove it. And if you don't have the evidence, you can't prove it. And of course, when we talk about the earlier stuff, right, like this, the more corporatized media, they've got 1,000 incentives not to get involved in this stuff. They need access to the White House. They need these officials to sit down with them and get interviews, right? That's constant content that they need. That's access that they need. They need to be taken seriously. They need to be, admitted to briefers. It is a codependent relationship. And yet, so, the only way to make sure people understand this broadly is if we all work together, right? If we collectively can establish a corpus of evidence, right, a body of facts that is so large and so persuasive, it overcomes the natural and understandable resistance of these more corporatized media groups. It overcomes the political and partisan sort of loyalties that all of these political factions in the country do, where they go, it's my president. Even if I don't like this stuff, even if I don't agree with this stuff, I don't want to say it exists. I want to deny it until it's proved, in HD on video, signing the order to do this, that, or the other. Because otherwise there's a chance my guy might not get reelected. And that's the only way this kind of stuff can happen. And the sad fact is, the opportunities that we have to prove this, like the moments in history where we do prove something, anything, beyond a reasonable doubt, are so few and so rare that they almost always only come from whistleblowers. And I think that's one of the problems that we have, particularly in the climate movement.
Did you
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did you take any comfort from knowing that Obama, when he was running for office and in his Hope and Change website, he had provisions to protect whistleblowers and provisions to reward people? Right? I mean, do you remember all that? I mean, it was eventually redacted. He eventually deleted it from the website.
Disappeared it from the website.
Yes, but that was a big part of his program, or what he was running on, was that when people were exposing unlawful activity, he was going to protect those people. Did you take any comfort in that?
Also campaigned. Well, Obama also, during his campaign, said he campaigned actively against the warrantless wiretapping of the Bush administration. Because remember, Bush is in the scandal, the height of this, in 2007. The election's coming up right after, and he's going, Obama's saying, that's not who we are. That's not what we do. And yet, within 100 days of him becoming president, now he's sitting in that chair. Rather than extinguishing these programs, he embraces them and expands.
Why do you think that is?
More entrenched. I think it's actually, again, what we talked about earlier. First thing, every time a new president comes into the White House, they get their clearances, right? They get read into all this stuff. During the campaign, they get clearances and get read into this stuff. But when they finally become president, right, now they're the only people who can sign what these are called covert action findings and things like that. Which are basically, the intelligence community wants to assassinate somebody. They want to run this illegal program here, there, or everywhere. And they can't do it because they're executive agencies without that top-level executive sign-off. So they got to open the vests, right? They got to get these guys on the side. And basically every president since Kennedy, they have been successful in what they call fearing up, where as soon as they come in, they read you the litany of horribles. And they go, these are all the threats that we're facing. And let's be real, it is a dangerous world. It's not just all made-up BS. Some of it is, right, where it's inflated. It's not that it's completely false, but they make it sound more serious than it actually is. But there are real bad people out there who are trying to do real bad things. And you have just gone through a hellish election because our electoral politics are so diseased. And now, after you've crawled through fire, you're already thinking 4 years ahead. You know, how do I stay in this seat? And these guys are basically saying, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, this is going to fall on your lap. And the implication, which I don't think they actually say, but every president knows, is these guys can undermine you to death. If you've got the IC against you, right, they can stonewall you, they can put out stories that are going to be problematic for you every day of your presidency. And it's not that it's necessarily going to cast you out of the White House, but it's a problem that as president you very much don't want. So in the most charitable interpretation of this, you've got a new guy coming in. In Obama's case, this is a pretty young guy. Doesn't focus in this kind of national security, foreign policy stuff throughout his earlier career. He's more interested in domestic policy, and always has been. That's actually one of the positive things to say about Barack Obama. He's just trying to make things better at home. And now suddenly they go, look, you need to worry about this country. You need to worry about this group that you've never heard of. You need to worry about, this technology. You need to do all this stuff. And the only reason we can tell you this stuff, and the only thing dividing America and the abyss are these terrible, 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 terrible programs, right? That are in fact wonderful things because they keep back the darkness. And so here's the real problem. Every president hears that, and every president, first off, they've got so many other things to do. They just kind of nod their head and they'll go, I'll deal with this later in my administration. And this is one of the ironies. When I came forward in 2013, this is now Barack Obama's second-term president, one of the responses that they had to the mass surveillance scandal was, yes, we think they went a little too far. This is after the initial thing where they went, nobody's listening to your phone calls,
just made data.
Right, nobody can have perfect privacy and also have perfect security, so we got to sort of divide the line here between the Constitution and what the government wants to do. But they said we were going to get to it. We knew these programs were problematic, but if they just gave us more time, we would have fixed them. Maybe it's true, right? It seems awful convenient in hindsight that throughout the entirety of the first term.
Well, it seems like what you would say if you got caught.
Right. But look, if we're being the most generous that we are here, the president is briefed on real and legitimate threats, and they scare the hell out of him.
I'm sure.
And we can all imagine being there, right? Those of us who remember what the world was like post 9/11 fear is a powerful thing. But the guys who are doing that briefing, they're no longer scared of it because they've been dealing with this for years. This is the oldest thing. They've given this briefing times before. When we talk about, people talk about the deep state, right? They talk about it like some conspiracy of lizard people. It's not that. It's something much simpler. The deep state is simply career government. It's the people who are in the same offices who outlive and outlast presidencies, right? They've seen Republicans, they've seen Democrats, they don't really care. And they give that same briefing again and again, and they get good at it. They know what they want. They know what this person's saying. Whereas the president, they don't know who these people are. These people have been there before the president, they're going to be there after the president. And so they give this very effective, very fear-inducing speech, and then they follow it up with their asks, which are really demands, just politely provided. And anyone in that position who is not an expert on this stuff, who is not ready for this sort of trade-off, and who you have to understand as a career politician, is entirely used to the horse trading game, right? And going, I'll deal with this later or not now, or what are this is the cost benefit here. And the intelligence community goes, if you give us what we want, no one will ever know about it because it's classified. It's obviously the easy answer. And maybe Barack Obama honestly did want to get to this later. But what we can say today is for all the good that may have been done in that White House, this is an issue where the president went through 2 full terms and did not fix the problem, but in fact made it worse.
Well, it seems like the president has a job that's absolutely impossible, and if you come across someone who has been in the position, like someone who's the head of an intelligence agency for a long time, and is very persuasive and has some legitimate credentials that show that he's very good at his job, and he tells you this is important for national security, we need to keep these things in place. It doesn't seem like any one person can run the country and be aware of every single program that every single agency is implementing. It seems completely unrealistic, and the job itself, it doesn't seem like any person can do it adequately. And when it comes to something like this mass surveillance state, I could see a president being persuaded by someone who comes to him and says, this is why we need to do this.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think is the underlying problem in everything that you just described is that the president has too much power.
Right.
And because they have too much power, that means they have too much responsibility. And I don't think people understand, if they haven't lived outside the United States, if they haven't sort of traveled or studied broadly, just how exceptional the American presidency is. Most countries don't have a single individual with this level of power. It's really only the superstates, and that may be by design, perhaps. That's why they're superstates. But when we look at sort of complex, advanced democracies that are more peaceful, they tend to have a more multilateral system that has more people involved in smaller portfolios. And a lot of this derives from just the size of the government. Like you said, the president is responsible for basically everything in the executive branch, and the executive branch is basically every agency that actually does any work. And so how do you correct for that without breaking it up, where you have smaller ministers and ministries and things like that that have different levels of responsibility, having a smaller government overall. Back in 1776, the federal government, was pretty much a dream. We weren't even interested in having standing armies. The idea of an army that existed from year to year was a terrifying, forbidding thing. And then when you moved to this idea that we have a president, that they have these extraordinary powers, it's okay because the government is very small. The federal government especially is seen as sort of this small and toothless and weak thing.
Can you pause for 1 second? Pause for 1 second, because my AirPods are about to die, and I'm going to swap over to another pair. These suckers are good for a couple hours, but we're 2 hours and 15 minutes here. We'll have a little bit of a weird audio issue with the last half of it, but Jamie will take care of it. I wanted to talk about you, like where you are right now in your life and how you're handling this, because you've been in exile for how many years now?
It's been more than 6 years.
6
June
years
of 2013. Yeah, I mean, well, actually, I left May. So
what is life like?
I mean,
are you in constant hiding? I mean, what are the issues like?
In the beginning, my operational security level, as we would call it, was very high. I was concerned about being recognized. I was concerned about being followed. I was concerned, really, about very bad things happening to me because the government made it very clear that from their position I was the most wanted man in the world. They literally brought down the president of Bolivia, his aircraft, and would not let it depart as it tried to cross the airspace of Europe, not even the United States. They wouldn't let it leave until they confirmed I was not on board. So yeah, that made me a little bit nervous, but you can't live like that forever. And although I was as careful as I could be, I still lived pretty happily because I was an indoor cat to begin with. Right? I've always been a technologist. I've always been pretty nerdy. So as long as I have a screen and an internet connection, I was pretty happy. But in the years past, my life has become more and more open. Now I speak openly, I live openly, I go out, I ride the metro, I go to restaurants, I go,
How often do you recognize?
So this is a funny thing, is I'm almost never recognized. One of those things is I don't give Russian interviews because I don't want my face all over the news, which is nice because it just allows people to sort of forget about my face, and I can go about my life. But it's one of the weird things that I'm recognized a couple times a year, even when I'm not wearing my glasses, in a museum or a grocery store or something like that, or out on the street, just by somebody who I swear, like, these people are you might have read a story about them, like super recognizers, the people who just have great memory for faces.
Yeah.
Because I can be like wearing a hood and like a jacket, can have a scarf around my face like in the winter, and like you can barely see my face, and they'll come up to me and they're like, "Are you Snowden?" And I'm like, "Whoa."
What do you say?
That's pretty impressive. I'd say, "Yeah." It's nice to meet you. I've never had a negative interaction from being recognized. But for me, because I'm a privacy advocate, like I would much rather go unrecognized. Like I don't want to be a celebrity. But the other thing is, I'll get recognized in computer stores, and I think there's just like a mental association where people are like their brain, when it's cycling through faces that it recognizes, it's going through like the subset of nerdier people or something like that when you're in a computer store. Because for whatever reason, I'm recognized much more frequently when there's some kind of technological like locus.
So you're living freely. You had to learn Russian? Did you learn it?
Yeah, I mean, my Russian is still pretty crappy, to my great shame, because all of my life, all of my work is primarily in English. Right.
Now, you've talked about returning home if you could get a fair trial. Is that a feasible thing? A fair trial for someone like you? Is that such a...
Well...
Is that even
it's
possible?
a good question. I mean, look, if we're being frank, I think all your audience knows the chance of me getting a fair shake in the Eastern District of Virginia, a couple miles from the headquarters of the CIA, is probably pretty slim, because that's where they draw the jury pool from, right? But my objection here is on a larger principle. Right. What happens to me is less important. Right? If I spend the rest of my life in jail, that's less important than what I'm actually requiring the government to agree to, which is a single thing. Right? They say face the music, and I'm saying, great, let's pick the song. The thing is, the law that I've been charged under, the one that all these whistleblowers have been charged under, Thomas Drake, Daniel Ellsberg, Chelsea Manning, Daniel Hale, the drone whistleblower who is in prison right now going through a trial that is precisely similar to what I would be facing. His lawyer is asking the court, or telling the court, that we want to tell the jury why he did what he did. That the government is violating laws, the government is violating human rights, that these programs are immoral, that they're unethical. This is what motivated this guy to do it. And the jury should be able to hear why he did what he did, and then the jury should be able to decide whether that was right or wrong. And the government has responded, to this whistleblower argument, basically, saying, we demand the court forbid this guy from breathing the word whistleblower in court. He cannot talk about what motivated him. He cannot talk about what was revealed, why it was revealed, what the impacts and effects were. He can't talk about whether the public benefited from it or was harmed by it, because it doesn't matter. Now, this might surprise a lot of people, because to a lot of us, we think that's what a jury trial is. We think that's what a fair trial is. But the Espionage Act that the government uses against whistleblowers, meaning broadly the sources of journalism, is fairly unique in the legal system in that it is what's called a strict liability crime. A strict liability crime is what the government considers to be basically a crime worse than murder. Because if you murdered somebody, like if you just, beat Jamie with the microphone stand right now, you would be able to go to the court and say it was self-defense, right? Like, you felt threatened. You were in danger for your life. Even if you weren't, right? Even if you obviously weren't. Even if you were on tape, you could still argue that. And then the jury could go, "You're full of crap," right? And they could convict you. But if you were, in fact, acting in self-defense, if the jury did, in fact, believe you, they could take that into consideration in establishing their verdict, right? Strict liability crimes forbid that. The jury is not allowed to consider why you committed a crime. They're only allowed to consider if you committed a crime. They're not allowed to consider if the murder was justified. They're only allowed to consider if the murder took place. And the funny thing in this case is that the murder that we're talking about is telling the truth. The Espionage Act, in every case, is a law the government exclusively uses against people who told the truth, right? Like that's what it's about in the context of journalism. They don't bring the Espionage Act against people who lied, and they would use fraud or some other statute. They say, the government is arguing in the context of whistleblowing, that telling a important truth to the American people by way of a journalist is a crime worse than murder. And I believe, and I think most Americans would agree, this is fundamentally, indefensibly wrong. And so my whole argument with the United States government since the very beginning was been, I'll be back for jury trial tomorrow, but you have to agree to permit whistleblowers a public interest defense. It doesn't matter whether they are a whistleblower or not. It's just they argued. It's the jury that decides whether they are a whistleblower or not. They have to be able to consider the motivations of why someone did what they did. The government says, we refuse to allow that because that puts the government on trial. And we don't trust the jury to consider those questions.
Wow. So you have had these conversations then. So this has been discussed.
Oh, yes, no, this is from the Obama administration. There's been no contact since the Trump administration, because the government basically, when they got to this point, they went, we have no good argument against this, and we will never permit this to happen. And again, I just want to make clear, this is not speculation, this is not me thinking. This is actively happening in the case of Daniel Hale right now. I hope you guys can pull up a graphic for it, because this story just hit the papers like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Saying the government is forbidding this guy from making this argument.
So you're seemingly in a state of limbo then. They're not actively pursuing you. It seems that if you're able to move around freely, they haven't discovered where you are. You're just free to live your life.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's one of these things where, whether they know where I am or whether they don't know where I am, where I put my head on the pillow, it doesn't matter so much. I'm in Russia, right? And we should lean into that, because I think people, they hear Russia, particularly in the context of today's news, and you see like what people are saying about Tulsi Gabbard and things like that. Any kind of association, anytime your name appears in the same sentence, same paragraph, same story as the word Russia, it's considered a negative thing now. And don't get me wrong, I've been a long-time critic of the Russian government. I just actually had a major story written about me in a Russian state news outlet called RIA Novosti. You guys could probably pull it. It's only in Russian, though. That's saying, because I spoke favorably about a member of the Russian opposition, Alexei Navalny, which I wasn't even speaking positively about this guy. I was saying, look, I think people have a right to express their opposition in a country, and they should be able to do that without fearing retaliation in the future. Because the background here is this opposition figure has been a long-time thorn in the Russian administration side. And they've just suddenly, magically, been accused of being foreign agents or something like that. And so everyone connected to this, which is like a big civil society body, had their doors like simultaneously kicked in across the country, and they're being investigated for some kind of corruption or something. It doesn't even matter. And, I said I opposed that, just like I was tweeting, footage of ballot stuffing in the Russian elections, just like I've criticized the Russian president by name. I've criticized Russian surveillance laws, so many things, again and again and again and again and again. But yeah, so look, it does not make my life easier to be trapped in a country that I did not choose. And people don't remember this. I was actually en route to Latin America when the U.S. government canceled my passport, which trapped me in Russia. And for those who are interested, again, I wrote an entire book that has a lot of detail on this. Yeah, it's difficult to be basically engaged in civil opposition to policies of the United States government at the same time as the Russian government. And it's a hard thing, you know. It's not a happy thing, but I feel like it's a necessary thing. The problem is nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to engage in that kind of nuance. Nobody wants to consider those kind of conversations in the current world. People believe, and this is actually one of the worst things that Western media does in the context of discussing Russia, is they create this aura of invincibility around the Russian president. They go, you know, this guy's calling all the shots, he's pulling all the strings, you know, this guy's in charge of the world. And that's very useful for the Russian government broadly. Because they can then take that and replay that on their domestic media, and they're going to go, look how strong we are. You know, the Americans are afraid of us, the Chinese are afraid of us, everybody's afraid of us, the French are afraid of us. We are strong, right? There's no question that Russia's going to be interfering in elections. There's no question that America's going to be interfering in Russian elections, right? Nobody likes to talk about this. And again, I need to substantiate that now that I've said that. I've got an old note that I've cited a billion times. The New York Times published a story in the wake of, you know, this contested 2016 election, where they looked into the history of electoral interference in Russia and the Soviet Union. And they found in roughly 50 years, 36 different cases of election interference by Russia or the Soviets. Right? This is not a new thing. This is something that always happens because that's what intelligence services do. That's what they think they're being paid for, which is a sad thing, but it's a reality because we aren't wise enough to separate covert action from intelligence gathering. But in that same study that they found 36 different cases by the Russians and the Soviets, they found 81 different cases by the U.S. And this was published by Scott Shane in the New York Times and both the Washington Post as well. But this is the thing, like, there's a way to criticize the Russian government's policies without criticizing the Russian people, who are ordinary people who just want to have a happy life. They just want to do better. They want the same things that you do, right? And every time people go, oh, Russia, 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 every time people go, Russia bad, every time they go, Russia's doing this, they go, Russia's doing that, Russian people who have nothing to do with the government feel implicated by that. Like, do you feel like you're in charge of Donald Trump? Like, do you want to have Donald Trump's legacy around your neck? And then people go, oh, well, you know, you could overthrow Donald Trump. You know, you could overthrow Putin. Can you really? Like, is that how it works? So, yeah, I mean, look, I have no affiliation. I have no love for the Russian government. It's not my choice to be here. And I've made it very clear I would be happy to return home.
Is there any concern that they would deny you visa? I mean, how are you staying there?
It's a good question. So I have a permanent residence. People think I'm undersigned, but I'm no longer. It's like a green card now. It's got to be renewed every 3 years. So yeah, sure, it's possible they could kick me out. And this was what the story I was telling you about before in Russian media was. They were saying, you know, the Russian government should take some action against me, or I shouldn't be welcome here, or I should go home, because why is he criticizing the Russian government, right, when they're the people?
Is that like the Russian version of Fox News?
I don't know enough about Russian media to tell you. I think it's supposed to be more like a Reuters or Associated Press, but the hell if I know. But the thing is this. What's the alternative? Right? Yes, the Russian government could screw me, but they could screw me even if I didn't say anything. And so should I shut up and be quiet in the face of things that I think are injustices because it makes me safer? Well, a lot of pragmatic people will say, yeah. They say you've done enough. They say you've done your part. You know, they say whatever. Be safe, live long, be happy. But I didn't come forward to be safe. If I wanted to be safe, I'd still be sitting in Hawaii, making a hell of a lot of money to spy on all of you, right? And nobody ever would have known about this. The system would have gotten worse. But the system, the world, the future gets worse every day that we don't do something about it. Every day that we stay silent about all the injustices we see, the world gets worse, things get worse. And yeah, it's risky. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. But that's why we do it. Because if we don't, no one else will. All those years I was sitting, hoping for someone else to come forward, and no one did, right? That's because I was waiting for a hero. But there are no heroes, right? There's only heroic decisions. You are never further than one decision away from making a difference. It doesn't matter whether it's a big difference, it doesn't matter if it's a small difference, because you don't have to save the world by yourself. And in fact, you can't. All you have to do is lay down one brick. Right? All you have to do is make things a little bit better in a small way so that other people can lay their brick on top of that or beside it. And together, step by step, day by day, year by year, we build the foundation of something better. But yeah, it's not going to be safe, but it doesn't matter. Because individually, it's not, me, whoever you are, that's the Iron Man. Right? I don't care if you're the biggest doomsday prepper with cans full of beans. If the world ends, it's going to affect you. We make things better. We become safe together, right? Collectively, that is our strength. That is the power of civilization. That is the power that shapes the future. Because even if you make life great for you, you're going to die someday. You're going to be forgotten someday. Your cans of beans are going to rot someday. You can make things safer. You can be more careful, right? You can be more clever, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, you have to recognize if you're trying to eliminate all risks from your life, what you're actually doing is eliminating all possibility from your life. You're trying to collapse the universe of outcomes such that what you lost is freedom. You've lost the ability to act because you're afraid.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
This mess.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Are you aware at all of the current state of surveillance and what, if anything, has changed since your revelations?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that's changed since I was in 2013 is now it's mobile first everything. Mobile was still a big deal, right? And the intelligence community was very much grappling to get its hands around it and to deal with it. But now people are much less likely to use a laptop than use a desktop than use, any kind of wired phone than they are to use a smartphone. And both Apple and Android devices, unfortunately, are not especially good in protecting your privacy. Think right now. You got a smartphone, right? You might be listening to this on a train somewhere in traffic right now. Or you, Joe, right now. You got a phone somewhere in the room, right? The phone is turned off, or at least the screen is turned off. It's sitting there. It's powered on. And if somebody sends you a message, the screen blinks to life. How does that happen? Right. How is it that if someone from any corner of the earth dials a number, your phone rings and nobody else's rings? How is it that you can dial anybody else's number and only their phone rings, right? Every smartphone, every phone at all, is constantly connected to the nearest cellular tower. Every phone, even when the screen is off, you think it's doing nothing, you can't see it because radio frequency emissions are invisible. It's screaming in the air, saying, here I am, here I am. Here's my IMEI, I think it's Individual Manufacturer's Equipment Identity, and IMEI, Individual Manufacturer's Subscriber Identity. I could be wrong on the breakout there, but the acronyms are the IMEI and the INSI, and you can search for these things. They're two globally unique identifiers that only exist anywhere in the world in one place, right? This makes your phone different than all the other phones. The IMEI is burned into the handset of your phone. No matter what SIM card you change to, it's always going to be the same, and it's always going to be telling the phone network it's this physical handset. Then the IME SI is in your SIM card, right? And this is what holds your phone number, right? It's basically the key, the right to use that phone number. And so your phone is sitting there doing nothing, you think, but it's constantly shouting and saying, I'm here. Who is closest to me? That's the cell phone tower. And every cell phone tower with its big ears is listening for these little cries for help. And going, all right, I see Joe Rogan's phone, right? I see Jamie's phone, I see all these phones that are here right now. And it compares notes with the other network towers, and your smartphone compares notes with them to go, who do I hear the loudest? And who you hear the loudest is a proxy for proximity, for closeness, distance, right? They go, whoever I hear more loudly than anybody else, that's close to me. So you're going to be bound to this cell phone tower, and that cell phone tower is going to make a note, a permanent record, saying this phone handset with this phone number at this time was connected to me, right? And based on your phone handset and your phone number, they can get your identity, right? Because you pay for this stuff with your credit card and everything like that. And even if you don't, right, it's still active at your house overnight. It's still active, on your nightstand when you're sleeping. It's still whatever. The movements of your phone are the movements of you as a person, and those are often quite uniquely identifying. It goes to your home, it goes to your workplace. Other people have it. Sorry. And anyway, it's constantly shouting this out, and then it compares notes with the other parts of the network. And when somebody is trying to get to a phone, it compares notes, the network compares notes to go, where is this phone with this phone number in the world right now? And to that cell phone tower that is closest to that phone, it sends out a signal saying, we have a call for you. Make your phone start ringing so your owner can answer it. And then it connects it across this whole path. But what this means is that whenever you're carrying a phone, whenever the phone is turned on, there's a record of your presence at that place that is being made and created by companies. It does not need to be kept forever. And in fact, there's no good argument for it to be kept forever, but these companies see that as valuable information, right? This is the whole big data problem that we're running into. And all this information that used to be ephemeral, right? Where were you when you were 8 years old, Where'd you go after you had a bad breakup? Who'd you spend the night with? Who'd you call after? All this information used to be ephemeral, meaning it disappeared, right? Like the morning dew, it would be gone. No one would remember it. But now, these things are stored. Now, these things are saved. It doesn't matter whether you're doing anything wrong. It doesn't matter whether you're the most ordinary person on Earth, because that's how bulk collection, which is the government's euphemism for mass surveillance, works. They simply collect it all in advance in hopes that one day it will become useful. And that was just talking about how you connect to the phone network. That's not talking about all those apps on your phone that are contacting the network even more frequently, right? How do you get a text message notification? How do you get an email notification? How is it Facebook knows where you're at? All of these things, these analytics, they are trying to keep track through location services on your phone, through GPS, through even just what wireless access points you're connected to, because there's a global, constantly updated map. There's actually many of them of wireless access points in the world, because just like we talked about, every phone has a unique identifier that's globally unique. Every wireless access point in the world, right? Your cable modem at home, whether it's in your laptop, every device that has a radio modem has a globally unique identifier in it. And this is a standard term. You can look it up. And these things can be mapped when they're broadcasting in the air, because, again, like your phone says to the cell phone tower, I have this identifier. The cell phone tower responds and says, I have this identifier. And anybody who's listening, they can write these things down. And all those Google Street View cars that go back and forth, right? They're keeping notes on whose Wi-Fi is active on this block, right? And then they build it into a giant map, so even if you have GPS turned off, right? As long as you're connected to Wi-Fi, those apps can go, well, I'm connected to Joe's Wi-Fi, but I can also see his neighbor's Wi-Fi here, and the other one in this apartment over here, and the other one in the apartment here, and you should only be able to hear those 4 globally unique Wi-Fi access points from these points in physical space, right? The intersection in between the spreads, the domes, of all those wireless access points. And it's a proxy for the location. And it just goes on and on and on. We could talk about this for 4 more hours. We don't have that kind of time.
Can I ask you this? Is there a way to mitigate any of this personally? I mean, shutting your phone off doesn't even work, right?
Well, so it does in a way. It's yes and no. The thing with shutting your phone off that is a risk is how do you know your phone's actually turned off? It used to be when I was in Geneva, for example, working for the CIA. We would all carry like drug dealer phones. The old smartphones, old dumb phones, they're not smartphones. And the reason why was just because they had removable backs where you could take the battery out, right? And the one beautiful thing about technology is if there's no electricity in it, right? If there's no go juice available to it, if there's no battery connected to it, it's not sending anything because you have to get power from somewhere. You have to have power in order to do work. But now your phones are all sealed, right? You can't take the batteries out. So there are potential ways that you can hack a phone where it appears to be off, but it's not actually off. It's just pretending to be off, whereas in fact it's still listening and doing all this stuff. But for the average person, that doesn't apply, right? And I got to tell you guys, they've been chasing me all over the place. I don't worry about that stuff, right? And it's because if they're applying that level of effort to me, they'll probably get the same information through other routes. I am as careful as I can. I use things like Faraday cages. I turn devices off. But if they're actually manipulating the way devices display, it's just too great a level of effort, even for someone like me, to keep that up on a constant basis. Also, if they get me, I only trust phones so much. So there's only so much they can derive from the compromise. And this is how operational security works. You think about what are the realistic threats that you're facing, that you're trying to mitigate. And the mitigation that you're trying to do is what would be the loss, what would be the damage done to you if this stuff was exploited. Much more realistic than worrying about these things that I call voodoo hacks, right, which are like next level stuff. And actually, just a shout out for those of your readers who are interested in this stuff. I wrote a paper on this specific problem. How do you know when a phone is actually off? How do you know when it's actually not spying on you? With a brilliant guy named Andrew Bunny Huang. He's an MIT PhD in, I think, electrical engineering. Called the Introspection Engine. It was published in the Journal of Open Engineering. You can find it online. And it'll go as deep down in the weeds, I promise you, as you want. We take an iPhone 6, this was back when it was fairly new, and we modified it so we could actually not trust the device to report its own state, but physically monitor its state to see if it's spying. But for average people, right, this is academic. That's not your primary threat. Your primary threats are these bulk collection programs. Your primary threat is the fact that your phone is constantly squawking to these cell phone towers. It's doing all these things because we leave our phones in a state that is constantly on. You're constantly connected, right? Airplane mode doesn't even turn off Wi-Fi really anymore. It just turns off the cellular modem. But the whole idea is we need to identify the problem. And the central problem with smartphone use today is you have no idea what the hell it's doing at any given time. Like, the phone has the screen off, you don't know what it's connected to, you don't know how frequently it's doing it. Apple and iOS, unfortunately, makes it impossible to see what kind of network connections are constantly made on the device, and to intermediate them, going, I don't want Facebook to be able to talk right now. I don't want Google to be able to talk right now. I just want my secure messenger app to be able to talk. I just want my weather app to be able to talk, but I just checked my weather, and now I'm done with it, so I don't want that to be able to talk anymore. And we need to be able to make these intelligent decisions on not just an app-by-app basis, but a connection-by-connection basis, right? You want, let's say you use Facebook, because, for whatever judgment we have, a lot of people might do it. You want it to be able to connect to Facebook's content servers. You want to be able to message a friend. You want to be able to download a photograph or whatever. But you don't want it to be able to talk to an ad server. You don't want it to talk to an analytics server that's monitoring your behavior, right? You don't want it to talk to all these third-party things because Facebook crams their garbage into almost every app that you download, and you don't even know what's happening because you can't see it, right? And this is the problem with the data collection used today, is there's an industry that is built on keeping this invisible. And what we need to do is we need to make the activities of our devices, whether it's a phone, whether it's a computer, or whatever, more visible and understandable to the average person, and then give them control over it. So, like, if you could see your phone right now, and in the very center is a little green icon that's your, handset, or it's a picture of your face, whatever, and then you see all these little spokes coming off of it. That's every app that your phone is talking to right now, or every app that is active on your phone right now, and all the hosts that it's connecting to. And you can see right now, once every 3 seconds, your phone is checking into Facebook, and you just poke that app, and then boom, it's not talking to Facebook anymore. Facebook's not allowed. Facebook's speaking privileges have been revoked, right? You would do that. We would all do that. If there was a button on your phone that said, do what I want, but not spy on me, you would press that button, right? That button does not exist right now. And both Google and Apple, unfortunately, Apple's a lot better at this than Google, but neither of them allow that button to exist. In fact, they actively interfere with it because they say it's a security risk. And from a particular perspective, they actually aren't wrong there. But it's not enough to go, we have to lock that capability off from people because we don't trust they would make the right decisions. We think it's too complicated for people to do this. We think there's too many connections being made. Well, that is actually a confession of the problem right there. If you think people can't understand it, if you think there are too many communications happening, if you think there's too much complexity in there, it needs to be simplified. Just like the president can't control everything like that, if you have to be the president of the phone, and the phone is as complex as the United States government, we have a problem, guys. This should be a much more simple process. It should be obvious. And the fact that it's not, and the fact that we read story after story, year after year, saying all your data has been breached here, this company's spying on you here, this company's manipulating your purchases, or your search results, or they're hiding these things from your timeline, or they're influencing you or manipulating you in all these different ways. That happens as a result of a single problem. And that problem is an inequality of available information. They can see everything about you. They can see everything about what your device is doing, and they can do whatever they want with your device. You, on the other hand, owned the device. Well, rather, you paid for the device. But increasingly these corporations own it, increasingly these governments own it, and increasingly we are living in a world where we do all the work, right? We pay all the taxes, we pay all the costs, but we own less and less. And nobody understands this better than the youngest generation.
Well, it seems like our data became a commodity before we understood what it was. It became this thing that's insanely valuable to Google and Facebook and all these social media platforms. Before we understood what we were giving up, they were making billions of dollars. And then once that money is being earned and once everyone's accustomed to the situation, it's very difficult to pull the reins back. It's very difficult to turn that horse around.
Precisely, because the money then becomes power. Right. The information then becomes influence.
That also seems to be the same sort of situation that would happen with these mass surveillance states. Once they have the access, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to relinquish that.
You're exactly correct. And this is the subject of the book. I mean, this is the permanent record, and this is where it came from. This is how it came to exist. The story of our lifetimes is how intentionally, by design, a number of institutions, both governmental and corporate, realized it was in their mutual interest to conceal their data collection activities, to increase the breadth and depth of their sensor networks that were sort of spread out through society. Remember, back in the day, intelligence collection in the United States, even in SIGINT, used to mean sending an FBI agent, right, to put alligator clips on an embassy building, or sending in somebody disguised as a workman, and they put a bug in a building. Or they built a satellite listening site, right? We call these foreign satellite collection. Where out in the desert somewhere, they built a big parabolic collector, and it's just listening to satellite emissions, right? But these satellite emissions, these satellite links, were owned by militaries. They were exclusive to governments, right? It wasn't affecting everybody broadly. All surveillance was targeted because it had to be. What changed with technology is that surveillance could now become indiscriminate. It could become dragnet. It could become bulk collection, which should become one of the dirtiest phrases in the language if we have any kind of decency. But we were intentionally, this was intentionally concealed from us, right? The government did it. They used classification. Companies did it. They intentionally didn't talk about it. They denied these things were going. They said, you agreed to this, and you didn't agree to nothing like this. I'm sorry, right? They go, we put that terms of service page up, and you clicked that. You clicked a button that said, I agree, because you were trying to open an account so you could talk to your friends. You were trying to get driving directions. You were trying to get an email account. You weren't trying to agree to some 600-page legal form that even if you read, you wouldn't understand. And it doesn't matter even if you did understand, because one of the very first paragraphs in it said, this agreement can be changed at any time unilaterally without your consent by the company, right? They have built a legal paradigm that presumes records collected about us do not belong to us. This is sort of one of the core principles on which mass surveillance, from the government's perspective in the United States, is legal. And you have to understand that all the stuff we talk about today, the government says everything they do is legal, right? And they go, so it's fine. Our perspective as a public should be, well, that's actually the problem, because this isn't okay. The scandal isn't how they're breaking the law. The scandal is that they don't have to break the law. And the way they say they're not breaking the law is something called the third-party doctrine. And the third-party doctrine is a legal principle derived from a case in, I believe, the 1970s called Smith versus Maryland. And Smith was this knucklehead who was harassing this lady, making phone calls to her house. And when she would pick up, he just, I don't know, sit there heavy breathing, whatever, like a classic creeper. And, you know, it was terrifying, this poor lady. So she calls the cops and says, one day I got one of these phone calls, and then I see this car creeping past my house on the street, and she got a license plate number. So she goes to the cops, and she goes, is this the guy? And the cops, again, they're trying to do a good thing here. They look up his license plate number, and they find out where this guy is, and then they go, well, what phone number is registered to that house? And they go to the phone company, and they say, can you give us this record? And the phone company says, yeah, sure. And it's the guy. The cops got their man, right? So they go arrest this guy, and then in court, his lawyer brings all this stuff up, and they go, you did this without a warrant. That was the problem. Was they went to the phone company and they got the records without a warrant. They just asked for it. They subpoenaed it, right? Some lower standard legal review. And the company gave it to him and got the guy. They marched him off to jail. And they could have gotten a warrant, right? But it was just expedience. They just didn't want to take the time. The small town cops. You can understand how it happens. They know the guy's a creeper. They just want to get him off to jail. And so they made a mistake. The government doesn't want to let it go. They fight on this. And they go, it wasn't actually, they weren't his records. And so because they didn't belong to him, he didn't have a Fourth Amendment right to demand a warrant be issued for them. They were the company's records, and the company provided them voluntarily, and hence no warrant was required because you can get whatever you want without a warrant as long as it's yours. Now here's the problem. The government extrapolated a principle in a single case of a single known suspected criminal who they had real good reasons to suspect was their guy. And and use that to go to a company and get records from them and establish a precedent that these records don't belong to the guy, they belong to the company. And then they said, well, if one person doesn't have a Fourth Amendment interest in records held by a company, no one does. And so the company then has absolute proprietary ownership of all of these records about all of our lives. And remember, this is back in the 1970s. You know, the internet hardly exists in these kind of contexts. Smartphones, don't exist. Modern society, modern communications don't exist. This is the very beginning of the technological era. And flash forward now 40 years, and they are still relying on this precedent about this one, pervy creeper to go, nobody has the privacy right for anything that's held by a company. And so long as they do that, companies are going to be extraordinarily powerful, and they're going to be extraordinarily abusive. And this is something that people don't get. They go, oh, well, it's data collection, right? They're exploiting data. This is data about human lives. It is data about people. These records are about you. It's not data that's being exploited. It's people that are being exploited. It's not data that's being manipulated. It's you that's being manipulated. And this is something that I think a lot of people are beginning to understand. The problem is the companies and the governments are still pretending they don't understand or disagreeing with this. And this reminds me of something that one of my old friends, John Perry Barlow, who served with me at the Freedom of the Press Foundation, I'm the president of the board, used to say to me, which is, you can't awaken someone who's pretending to be asleep. He said it's an old Native American saying.
That's a great expression. That's a good way to, I think that's a good way to end this. Ed, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Please tell everybody the title of your book, and it's available right now.
Sure, yes, it is. It's on shelves everywhere, at least until the government finds some other way to ban it. It is called Permanent Record, and I hope you'll read it.
I will read it, and I think what you've done is incredibly brave, and I think you're a very important part of history. I think when all is said and done, what you did and what you exposed is going to change the way we view mass surveillance, change the way we view government oversight, and change the way we view the distribution of information. I really think it's very, very important. And it was an honor to talk to you, man. Thank you.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Take care of yourself, man. Stay safe.
No,
don't stay safe.
Stay safe.
Open, stay free. Open possibilities. Take care.
Take care.
Four, 3, 2, and boom. That's a nice hat. I've told you already, but live, I gotta tell you, that's nice. It's very kind of Indiana Jones, but
it's not quite that, and
it's
not quite cowboy. Yeah.
But it's kind of, you're like in the middle of that.
Yeah.
You're riding the wave. You're dancing on the edge.
Well, I have a really fat head, and so there's this website called bigheads.com.
There's a website for it?
A total website for
I
fat
gotta get
headed
my friend
people.
Bert Kreischer a hat then. I put his hat on, I couldn't believe how big his head was. There was like an inch gap all around my head. I thought I had a big head.
Yeah, so if you know your head size, do you know your head size?
No, I do not.
So it turns out if you know your head size, that number comes from somewhere. Can I tell you what it is?
Sure.
So if you measure the circumference of your head, just get a tape measure, like you measure your waistline, but do it around your head, and take that number, divide it by pi, then that's your hat size.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Seems complicated.
Divide by 2?
Why can't you just like your waist 32? You know, your waist is what your waist
is.
is.
It just is what it is, right? Just why can't it just be the circumference, right? So what it turns out to be, so what that means is, if you're dividing by pi, you're getting the diameter of the circle that has the same dimension as the circumference of your head. So if you have an oblong head, then what it's doing is finding out what the circle is, the diameter of the circle that has that same circumference as your head. Oh, that's what that's doing. Whether that helps the hat maker.
So immediately I start thinking about Dan Aykroyd and Saturday Night Live as a conehead.
Oh,
right? Remember?
Well, then you need a tall hat for that too.
There's an issue.
Yeah. So, dude, you're still doing stand-up? That's great.
Constantly.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
And I caught you a few months ago. You were emceeing some MMA, was it? What was?
Well, I'm always doing that. Yeah.
Oh, you're always doing that. Okay, I'll catch some of it then.
Well, I
think it's great staying in shape because I'm a fat slob right now.
You were ripped back in the day. I saw a picture of you when you were wrestling. And I was like, damn, Neil, you look good.
I had some street cred back then.
Do you exercise at all now?
No, I try. It's not that I don't have the energy to. It's trying to find the time.
There's you back in the day. Look at you, shredded.
Ooh.
How much did you weigh back then?
Oh, I was go on.
176.
No. I'm 6'2", so I'm 190 pounds in that.
Oh,
exactly.
great.
I have big thighs and stuff. Other wrestlers that have skinnier thighs and things. So I was also taller than anyone I wrestled. So since we're the same height, it meant they had bigger muscles, actually. So because we're the same weight, right? But did I say that right? I'm taller, but we're the same weight. So that means they have bigger muscles, right? Because none of us have fat, right? So I had to do things that my lankiness would enable me to do and to accomplish that they couldn't. So I have long reach, this sort of, I scoop an ankle, that kind of thing.
There's great advantages to having long limbs in martial arts, particularly in wrestling, grappling, because of leverage.
Yeah, also if you're quick and with long limbs, and I was both. But if they got me in their grip, it was hard for me to get out.
So what kind of exercise do you do these days?
No, that's not, no.
Nothing?
No, I'm trying. I guess... Yeah, I'm trying. When I'm in, I'm good. But I've just got so much going on.
Yeah,
I have to make the time.
That's a problem, right? When you become a little bit too successful for your own
I
good.
saw some food. There's a lot of food documentaries, trying to get you to eat differently. So I thought I'd watch them all. I binged on them one weekend while I was doing other stuff, and I
got hungry.
No, one of the guys he was trying to lose 100 pounds or something. So every 15 pounds he lost, he put a bowling ball up on the counter and said, "That is what I'm not carrying around with me."
Whoa!
Because the bowling ball is about 15 pounds. I said, "Wow, he's measuring weight in bowling balls. That's something." Because we say, "I'm 3 pounds less and 2 pounds." That doesn't hit you emotionally the way a bowling ball does.
Yeah.
After you've lost 15 pounds. Because no one wants to be carrying that around. So psychologically, I thought that was quite potent.
That is potent. I think we do need. I usually use like plates. I think of weight plates or dumbbells.
Okay, yeah, that works too. Yeah.
I started doing intermittent fasting pretty recently, where I only allow myself to eat 10 hours in a day.
Oh, wow. That's 10 hours out of the 24-hour day.
Yes.
So
14.
I had Terry Crews on my radio show on Star Talk. My boy's ripped. Okay.
Yeah, he looks great.
He's still, and he's like 47 or something. I mean, so he doesn't eat until 12 noon.
Oh,
and then
same sort of
he doesn't
deal.
eat until after 10 o'clock. That's right.
Yeah, 10
And
hours.
then he doesn't eat after 10. Right.
Yeah.
So it's a 10-hour thing. And so he's watching everyone else have brunch and breakfast, and so he's got to overcome that. But so it's a little bit of fasting each day.
Intermittent fasting.
Just to keep the discipline, I think. At the end of the day, it's really just discipline.
Well, it's not just that. It also forces your body to burn fat instead of carbohydrates. And when it forces your body to burn fat, that state of ketosis is actually easier to maintain because you don't get hungry.
Yeah, then there's no roller coaster.
Yeah. The crash, the carbohydrate crash that you get.
Right.
Is that outside of the realm of possibility for you?
No, I can totally... I'm a ketosis guy.
Anything involved in science? It's in there, baby. It's in there.
I once got raked over the coals, not by everyone, but I tweeted once. I said, if there was a diet book written by a physicist, it would contain one sentence. Consume calories at a lesser rate than, at a greater rate, consume calories at a lesser rate than you burn them.
That is sort of true.
That's the one sentence diet book. No, it's more complicated than that. And everyone's just trying to get all, no, it's this, that, and that. And one of the great things of physics, when you do physics, is all the details are just cut off it's window dressing, and you get down to the window itself. And that's what the analysis works on.
I have rarely seen you attacked, but I did see you attacked when you were celebrating Sir Isaac Newton's birthday.
Oh!
I was like, that people were so mad.
People lost their mind.
They lost their mind when you were, by the way, incorrect in the date of Jesus' birthday. That is not the date of Jesus' birthday.
Was not born on the 25th. Right?
No, I mean, it's just...
Plus, I didn't even mention... So what I said was, by the way, that to this day is my highest retweeted tweet.
I tweeted it. I retweeted it.
So you remember, it's actually a couple years ago now.
Yeah.
So it was, so on December 25th comes.
There it is.
Oh, you got
it. Born in my days to transform the world. Happy birthday.
So on this day long ago, a child was born who by age 30 would transform the world. Happy birthday, Isaac Newton. Born December 25th, 1642.
79,000 retweets, 86,000 likes.
People just lost their
minds. They were so mad.
They were angry, and I thought, well, interesting, because I'm just speaking the truth here.
Yes.
He transformed civilization by... Actually, he did it by the time he was 26. So, yes, it's provocative, because you're expecting that Jesus is going to end that. But I thought I'd share some actual truth with people. And so, some people celebrated it, deeply religious people. One had a headline saying, Neil deGrasse Tyson is trolling Christians on Christmas Day. And I said, Newton at least has the benefit of actually having been born that day. And then later on, it's actually more subtle than that with Newton, because he was on the Julian calendar, which is 10 days shifted from the Gregorian calendar. So if you ask what would his birthday be today, it would be January 4th, not December 25th. So... Yeah, but when he was born, his mother was celebrating Christmas, so that's really what matters for that tweet.
Well, it's such a bizarre thing anyway, because if you're a real Christian, you would understand that the birthday was shifted in order to comply with pagan religion.
Exactly. It landed... I don't know how many people know that, actually. I mean, you're a well-read guy. But, so, if you give me a minute to just explain that. So, December 21st, we know, is first day of winter. Shortest day of the year. And what makes it short? Shortest daylight of the year. And what makes it short? The arc of the sun across the sky is very low. The sun doesn't get very high. And it doesn't stay up for very long. And it's been coming a lower and lower arc every day en route to December 21st. The ancient peoples were worried about this because everyone worshipped the sun because it made your crops come and gave you warmth. And you say, wow, if this keeps going lower and lower in the sky, we're going to lose the sun entirely. December 21st, the sun slows down and it stops this drop in its movement across the sky from day to day. So that stopping of the sun is solstice. That's Latin, the stationary sun, like armistice, stationary arms, right, from the end of the First World War. November 11th that was. Armistice, solstice. So the movement of the sun lower in the sky stops. But that doesn't mean it's going to come back. It takes a few days for it to slow down, stop, and then reverse. You say, oh, it is coming back. Let's celebrate that. And that's a few days after December 21st. It's about December 25th, a pagan holiday celebrating the return of the sun. Christianity is trying to take foothold where pagans once roamed. And you put celebrations that match theirs just so that the shift is not as hard for you. And the unknown birthday of Jesus was then assigned this pagan day of celebration to make that transition easier for the pagans to become Christians. And sure enough, it remained Christmas Day.
And isn't it speculated?
It remained the birth of Jesus.
The speculated birthday of Jesus is like the spring.
The spring.
Right?
There's some passages, of course, in the New Testament that reference what the sheep were doing. Plus, there's a census being taken by the Romans, which is what, and Mary goes to the manger. The animals are not in the manger. So there's secondary evidence for that it's probably happened in the spring.
Now, with the advent of commercial space travel, it seems inevitable. Seems inevitable, right?
Love your segues.
Yes, do you think that it's possible that maybe you could even offer up a flat Earth believer tour, where you take them, like at the very least, take them up to Alaska where it's light for 23 hours a day?
Just calling into you? Is this
tweeting me constantly? Yeah, call me a sellout. I'm a sellout. I'm a round Earth sellout. Like as if there's some round Earth money.
Wow.
Yeah, like
you're on the payroll.
I'm getting some checks. I'm getting some round Earth checks to keep the nonsense going.
Some round Earth payola for your show.
I'm sure you've seen the basketball player who graduated from Duke.
That was hitting the news the last couple of days.
And he believes that dinosaurs are fake and that the world is flat.
Okay, so here's the thing, Joe. Okay? I've thought about this.
I bet you have.
As an educator, I've thought about this. Okay, so here's what matters. All right, we live in a free country. People should be able to think whatever they want, whenever they want, provided it doesn't subtract away from someone else's rights. Okay, so thinking that the Earth is flat doesn't harm anyone, unless you want to run for office or you want some position of power over other people. That's when it's dangerous. I'm thinking of elevator banks where they have numbers. You know, I have a photo essay of what elevators look like inside. I know it's just.
You mean the gears?
No, not even that geeky. Just what are the numbers on the panel?
Oh, without the 13, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. So about 80% of buildings taller than 12 stories don't have a 13th floor. Okay? And so this trichodecaphobia is, again, in a free country, if you want to be afraid of the number 13, go right ahead. It just seems to me you should not be tasked with designing elevators if that's your fear. Find something else to do. Holding aside the fact that I'm a little scared that in this 21st century United States of America, we have people walking among us afraid of the number 13. What does that mean? I don't know in the long run. But if you keep to yourself, don't harm others, think whatever you want. So the rubber hits the road is you now have power over others. And that's where the failure of the educational system actually manifests.
Well,
that's how societies and cultures collapse.
Right, but it's not that they don't know that there's a 13th floor, and then you're just calling it the 14th floor.
I want to take my Sharpie, cross out the 14th. That's the 13th floor. You're not fooling anybody.
Now, when you see it on an elevator, and you see no 13.
And plus, they try to fake you out.
How do they do that?
So they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then you have to go to the next row to begin for the 14. So you don't see 12 right next to 14. And then some modern buildings will put their heavy machinery, like the HVAC, on the 13th floor, so that there's no residency there. Right.
But they can still say it's the 13th floor, and then there's the 14th floor.
Yeah.
Does anybody ever have a dummy 13th button where you press it and it never lights up? Like, I don't get it. I can't get in there.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's what I would do.
Oh, you just put it there to satisfy me, but still nobody lives there.
Exactly.
And what? That's too clever.
Oh, this is one of the 20% of people that makes sense. This is what a great building. Meanwhile, there is no 13th floor. It's just a dummy button that never lights up.
Remember that Twilight Zone episode with the mannequins? They went up to the 11th floor, but there is no 11th floor. And the mannequins come to life at night.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, they leave the store floors and they all go up to 11 and they have a cocktail party. And they vote which one of them is going to go out and become human for a day.
The Twilight Zone was so good.
I think it was the best television there ever was. Like, still, to this day, ever.
They've used up so many great premises.
Great premises, great actors, great cinematography, and it was in black and white, so shadows were completely dark.
Yeah.
Because shadows don't have much meaning when you film in color, because everything is just there. But in black and white, the shadows create moods. And so...
I watched To Serve Man the other
night.
I hadn't seen it in a while.
To Serve Man.
I had it on the DVR. I'm like, let's just.
And then they had that big guy who played Lurch on the Addams Family.
Yeah, that was a great one because it was just like it had all the elements of people going. Well, they seem nice.
They seem nice. Yeah. And they solved all of our war and our famine.
It's a cookbook. Yeah, God, it was great.
Another good one was the Invaders. Do you remember this one?
No.
This was a one-woman performance, and I forgot who was it. Was it not Agnes Moorehead? One of these women of that era. It'll come to me in a minute. And she's living alone in a farmhouse, no electricity. She's got a farm, and she's alone. And some alien spacecraft lands on her roof. And it's got these devices, it's got these saws and lasers cutting through things, and she's freaking out. She's got the pan and the pots and the rolling pin, and she gets the shotgun, and she's attacking this thing, and you don't know what it is, and it's got lights and a thing, and it's this tiny little thing. It's like 3 inches across, right? And it turns out that's the thing that's attacking her. And then she finally comes. That's it. See the little robot? Okay, and then I got to give it away. The show's 40 years old. I can give the punchline. Okay, so she actually successfully damages the thing, and then you zoom in on it, right, and then you hear a radio transmission from the aliens that are inside, and it says, hello, Houston, there's a giant who's trying to attack us. We need help. Send backups. Oh, it was great. Like, whoa. We were the invaders. That was us landing on her home on some other planet.
Or some parallel Earth from some other dimension.
Who cares? It's just,
is small.
No.
Oh, okay, I get it. So it's another planet.
She's the giant.
Right.
They're saying there's a giant attacking us. Right. But the whole show, you have her point of view. These aliens are trying to hurt her. When they're just, it was our space probe just trying to explore its environment.
But isn't it possible that it's like another dimension, and it's us in another dimension, and they are landing on Earth?
Except that no. I mean, they were speaking English.
But couldn't they have just parallel evolution? Well, isn't that the definition of infinity? That somewhere, if there is really an infinity, there's not only a you and an I, but there's a you and an I and everybody else we've ever met, and all the exact events in the exact same order have gone down an infinite number of times, including this conversation.
Okay, except. There is, I don't know how many people know this, but often it's mind-blowing when you learn that some infinities are bigger than others. Joe Rogan just leaned 2 feet away from the microphone. Yeah, not all infinities are the same size.
But if it's infinity, then it's infinity. It's infinite. What is
okay. Don't you remember when you were a kid? They said, what's the biggest number? A million. Well, there's 1,000,001.
Right.
Okay, how about a billion? Well, it's 1,000,000,001. There's an annoying kid. Always added 1 to it. Okay, how about infinity? Well, infinity and 1.
Right.
Okay, well, it turns out infinity and 1 and infinity are the same number. Okay, so here's so for example, the number of counting numbers. So 1, 2, 3, up to infinity. Okay?
Right.
The numbers you would use to count things, that's infinite. The number of irrational numbers, so the numbers that you cannot represent as a fraction, okay? That, there are more of those than there are counting numbers.
Whoa.
By far. So these are orders of infinity. Then there are more transcendental numbers than there are irrational numbers.
What's a transcendental number?
So that's a number that you'll never find as a solution to an algebraic equation. So pi is a transcendental number, E is a transcendental. These are magic numbers that show up in mathematics. And it turns out there's like an even bigger infinity of those than there is of these other 2 classes of numbers. And they use the Hebrew letter aleph in ranking. So it's aleph 1, aleph 2, aleph 3, aleph 4. I think there are 5 levels of infinity. So my point is, just because there's infinite universes, to me, doesn't mean there's infinite conversations that have happened. And I want to really explore the depths of infinities before I say and agree with you that this conversation has happened a million, an infinite number of times in just this way, except you have a different engineer sitting next to us, or...
And an infinite number of times where it's been Jamie, too, right?
Yeah, in principle, that's the argument that's given. But I think that there's some nested infinities in there that deserve some explanation.
My feeble brain is not handling this well.
Well, that's fine. As I say in the epigraph of the book.
Book is not available yet, but I have a copy. Ha ha! Astrophysicists for people in a hurry.
Astrophysics
for people in a hurry.
But you got to say it right.
Astrophysicists for people in a hurry. Come over to their house. Hey, what's up?
Astrophysics for people in a hurry.
Oh, you got to say quick.
You got to say because you're in a hurry. So the epigram on that is the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
That's rational.
And I've told you that before. And so it makes sense to you that the universe is under no obligation to make sense. So it's okay if your brain hurts when I say there's a ranking of infinities, but you shouldn't say that doesn't make sense, therefore it is not true.
I definitely wouldn't say that. But what confuses me is the word infinity, because I had always taken the word infinity to mean something that has no end. So how can something that has no end be larger than something else?
So the way they do that mathematically, the way to demonstrate that mathematically is you map one item in the set of this infinity to corresponding items in the set of the other infinity. And so you do this. So you take the 1 and you map it to like the first transcendental number. Take the 2 to the second. You just keep doing this. And when you do that mathematically, what you find that one infinity outstrips the other infinity.
Wow.
And then you're left with more numbers. So that shows you that you have a bigger infinity.
Now, when you find, I mean, there's a new NASA announcement that's supposed to, is it Monday that's supposed to be announced? Or tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? The exoplanet.
It's Wednesday. Yeah. So it's Wednesday. I don't have.
You don't have juicy details?
I'm not authorized to.
Okay. If you did have juicy details,
let me invent some juicy details that it could be. So NASA. So he's been good at segueing lately. He's just jumping in. He's just jumping.
I know how I am for a short amount of time. You got to get that red eye.
Flying back to. Thanks for fitting this in, Joe.
My pleasure. Anytime. I'll open this place up at 3 in the morning.
Oh man, no, I feel the love. So thank you. Here's some things it could be, because NASA is saying that it's a stunning new announcement. Well, what could be more than the fact that we already know that there are Earth-like planets orbiting in the Goldilocks zone of the nearest star to the sun, Proxima Centauri. Can you do better than that for me, NASA? I don't think so, unless you got some extra stuff you can tell us, like what's been a cottage industry in the last couple of years is the observation of planet atmospheres. As the planet passes in front of the host star, light from the host star passes through the atmosphere, and the light signature is altered by the chemistry of the atmosphere. So depending on what the chemicals are, it'll influence the spectrum that you get. And when you do that, you can say what the chemical composition of the atmosphere of that star is. There's certain combinations of elements that we would call biomarkers. No, we can't look down to the surface of the planet and look at cities, if there are any. But there are consequences in the atmosphere to there being life on the surface, such as, is there oxygen there? I used to think when I was watching Star Trek when I was a kid, because I saw it in real time, that's how old I am, when it first came out, original series, the Star Trek characters never wore spacesuits.
Yeah.
You ever wonder? I mean, you ever thought about that? Okay. What happens is they visit planets that have nitrogen, oxygen atmosphere, Jim. All right. Well, that's what our atmosphere is, nitrogen, oxygen. So they find planets with nitrogen, oxygen. They go down, they don't need a spacesuit. So they've actually thought about that, and that's their solution. So that must mean there'd be planets that you could find that. Well, here's the thing. We have oxygen on Earth only because there's life on Earth. Not any kind of life. Photosynthesizing life. We have life that takes sunlight, turns it into chemical energy, into itself, into wood, into plants, and one of its byproducts is oxygen. Oxygen is chemically active. If you took away all plants tomorrow, that oxygen would slowly get absorbed chemically into the environment. And then you would not have oxygen there to be viewed by aliens trying to see if we have life here.
And it's pretty surprising to people to note that we're mostly nitrogen in our atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, we're 78% nitrogen in our atmosphere. You know what happens if you have too much oxygen? If you have, like, let's say 50% oxygen.
You're really hot, right? Isn't that part of it?
No, what happens is, like, a forest fire would never go out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because oxygen feeds combustion, and so you could basically burn all vegetation in the world if the oxygen went above certain thresholds. So you need it high enough so that you can still have oxygen metabolism, but not so high that it's bad for lightning-triggered forest fires.
So
if I don't know the announcement, but I'm just guessing here because it's been a cottage industry the last couple of years. Let's find these biomarkers. Do you have unstable chemistry going on in that atmosphere? Because if you do, it means something's generating it, and certain combinations of chemistry tells you there's likely to be life of some kind.
Now, just a couple decades ago, we had speculation of other planets, but we really didn't have any tangible proof.
In fact, anytime I give a public talk, you do this in your gigs. Ask who here is born since 1995. Okay, and your audience leans young, so there'll be some fraction of the audience that'll raise their hand. And so what I do is I knight them as Generation Exoplanet. Because 1995 was the first year that a planet outside our own solar system was discovered. So they have been alive only during a time when we've known of other star systems.
That's so crazy.
Generation X. That's what I want to start that movement.
It's so crazy. That's so recent. I mean,
it is. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was living out here.
Yeah, it's 24 years ago. It's 22 years ago. Yeah.
That's insane. If you stop and think about what a short period of time that is, and in that period of time,
we have thousands. There's rising through 3,000 exoplanets. This is the advance of tech. That's not just science advance. That's engineering and technology and telescope quality and imaging quality, and there's a lot that goes on to the advance of science. It's not just how clever you are in an Einsteinian way. It's do you know good engineers to build a device to make the measurement. This is how we discovered gravity waves.
Now, what's your take on that planet that's supposed to be outside the Kuiper Belt? That's
Planet 9.
So far?
Yeah. All the data look convincing. So what they've done is they've looked at other objects in the Kuiper Belt and looked at these are colleagues of mine at Caltech. So it's Mike Brown, who, I get blamed for killing Pluto, but I was an accessory for sure, but I definitely didn't kill Pluto. That dude killed Pluto. Right? He found another object that was basically the size of Pluto out there. So either you make that a planet, or you demote Pluto.
And how much smaller is Pluto than, say, our moon?
Oh, so don't get me started. Our moon has 5 times the mass of Pluto.
Wow.
So the moon, Pluto was lame from the beginning. All right, we thought it was big. We wanted it to be big. We made it one of us, one of the 9, and its size didn't settle out until the late 1970s, where we had better and better, more accurate ways to measure its size, and that's when we learned it's small even compared to our own. But granted, we have a big moon, but if you're not going to think our moon is a planet, you're certainly not going to think that Pluto is a planet. So this object, let me just tell you how they did it. So they found these other objects out there, the same team. Constantine, I can pronounce his last name, Battingen, and Mike Brown, both at Caltech. And they found these objects in the outer, the Kuiper Belt of icy bodies, of which Pluto is a member. You track their motion, and you say, okay, if I add up all the gravity that's affecting them, they should move this way. But they don't, they move another way, a different way. So either Newton's laws of gravity are failing in the outer solar system, or there's some object out there whose gravity you have yet to reconcile with the motions of these objects. So they said, let's assume Newton is right. What object do we have to put out there, at what distance and at what size, to influence the movement of these Kuiper Belt objects in the way we see it?
And did they do this through Bode's law?
No, we way past. We way past. Thanks for remembering Bode's law. But Bode's law was an early measure of where you might find a new planet.
And it was based on mass and gravity?
No. Bode's law was a simple arithmetic tool. All it did was basically double the distance with a certain additive parameter.
Double the distance of known planets?
So, for example, and there's a factor in there that helped the inner planets come out right. But let's look at Mars. Mars is like 2.5 times Earth's distance from the sun. What comes after Mars? Jupiter. Jupiter is 5 times Earth's distance. Saturn is 10 times. So from 2.5 to 5 to 10. So Bode's law is just a simple arithmetic scheme. It's not based in any known physics.
And it was only based on the solar system itself.
On the solar system itself, that's right. So, and it worked, and you have to fudge your way to get Mercury to work in that.
Oh, really?
And it didn't have Pluto. Of course, Pluto wasn't a planet anyway. But anyhow, it was a fudgy way that was mostly right by accident.
And this was in, what year was this?
Oh, that was 1800s, basically.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so now we have advanced computer programming, very high precision modeling, and they're saying there's got to be a planet somewhere here in this arc of the sky. Let's look for it. Because we think that's what's affecting the orbits of these other objects. And that is a completely noble way to discover a planet. That's how Neptune was discovered. And because everyone looked at the orbit of Uranus and said, Uranus is not following Newton's laws. Maybe Newton's laws don't work that far out. It's never been tested that far. And they said, well, let's assume it works and ask what would have to influence it. And by the way, it's a difficult mathematical calculation, because you're not saying, here's the object, what's the gravity field? You're saying, here's the gravity field I need, where must the object be, and how massive must it be? That's a much harder mathematical problem to solve. And so once the errant orbit of Uranus was known and calculated, they started looking for another planet, and that's how they discovered planet Neptune.
Wow. So now, when they're looking at this planet 9...
I hope I said that right. It was the movement of Uranus's orbit was not following proper laws, and they inferred the presence of Neptune. They said, look here tomorrow night, and they looked there, and they found it.
Wow.
Yes, it was a brilliant display. And no, we're going back... this is the 19th century. So, I mean, people were badass. At every generation's got their badass scientists.
Now, how much further out from the known solar system is this unknown planet?
So I'm not quick to call it Planet 9 because
so far
it's 20,000 times farther away from the sun than the Earth is. So I'm not sorry. You're not in the family.
You're not in the
neighborhood. No, you're not in the hood. No. Sorry, I'm not feeling it.
It's like calling Connecticut, New York City.
I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it.
So, but it's something massive, right? It's like 6 times the mass of the
Yeah,
Earth.
I forgot what mass they were assigning it, but yeah, it would. If that were in our solar system, there'd be no question you would label it as a planet.
And it wasn't. There one time speculation that it was some sort of a burnt-out star that exists.
No, not that mass. No. You might be thinking, if that's what I think you're thinking, you got good memory. Long ago, in a galaxy far away, so I'm talking about the 1970s, people looked at the extinction record on Earth, and every 20,000 years they found a little blip, a little dip in the fossil record where we lost some species, and people were wondering why. Could there have been some flux of comets raining down periodically on the Earth, wreaking havoc on the ecosystem, rendering species extinct in these periodic intervals? If there is, maybe there's some double star to the sun.
Right,
some binary star system. So they invoked it, and they called it, they gave it a name, they called it Nemesis. They gave it a name. And so you know what orbital period that object must have. It's got to match the extinction periodicity, and so it's got to be a 20,000 year period. And so, but people looked for it, they couldn't find it, and then you reanalyze the extinction records, and you have to fudge it to make it look like it was periodic. So basically, we've abandoned the idea of Nemesis.
And aren't binary star systems really common?
Yeah, more than half the stars you see in the night sky are binary or multiple systems. In fact, the iconic image from Star Wars, the original Star Wars movie, before they numbered them, I think, what Star Wars 4.
Tatooine, right? Is that what they were?
Well, yeah, whatever that desert planet that Luke was on, and he comes out after visiting his step parent, his adoptive parents, where he was visiting. He comes out and you see a double sunset. So that's basically the only accurate science in the entire series. Star Wars series.
That was another thing I really enjoyed. Is you're taking a part of Gravity, the movie Gravity, and how many people got mad at you for that?
Yeah, so I stopped commenting on movies. I don't need to piss people off. When I watch a movie, I'm having those thoughts anyway. So I might as well share them with people if you're interested. So I did just that. And then the last time I did it was for Star Wars The Force Awakens, Star Wars 7. I had a series of tweets. One of them was BB-8, a smooth, rolling, metal, spherical ball, would have skidded uncontrollably on sand. People got angry. Someone tweeted back, "Shut the fuck up." Okay, that's so. I said, okay, I'm not here to get people angry. I'm just here to enlighten, to help people enhance their movie-going experience. But to the extent that it is not accomplishing this, I don't need to do it. I'm just saying. I'm an educator. I thought I was being nice. I don't need to do so. I haven't tweeted about the movie since then. I got tweets I could post.
Let them stop you.
I have tweets I could post about Arrival.
Please do. I didn't watch that.
You know what?
I watched a little bit of it. Shut it off.
Okay. No, you got to give it a chance.
As soon as I see a movie that starts out, I don't spoiler it, starts out with a sick kid, I'm like, fuck you.
No, in fact, it's very not about the kid.
I'm sure. That's what I keep hearing.
It's totally not about the kid.
Jamie hated it.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Okay. So you just give it a chance. But anyhow, so I just thought maybe I'll come back. But
do it.
Yeah.
People need to know. Yeah. Like Gravity. That was good that you explained that not only is this not plausible, those two satellites aren't anywhere near each other.
Oh my gosh! Then they were said, there's the International Space Station, and I'm on the Chinese Space Station. Let me just jetpack my way there.
Yeah.
Like, do you realize? Excuse me, lady. hey, lady, do you know how far away these are from one another? You can just jet around from one space station to another.
No, can't do it.
They're tens of thousands of miles from one another. For goodness sake. So, bam. So, you remember these tweets. It was like 15 tweets. And I didn't know. That was when I realized, like, the press was reading my movie tweets. And those tweets, this is now a couple years ago when Gravity came out, Sandra Bullock and what's the dude's name? George Clooney. So, I tweeted it, and they got talked about on the Today Show, the Weekend Today Show. On NBC. Then it was talked about on NBC Nightly News. Then my tweets were talked about on Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update. It was like the NBC trifecta. And I said, my gosh, that was not the point. I didn't seek this. It's fine. I'm glad they are reacting this way because that means they care about the science, maybe. But what Seth Meyers did, because he was doing Weekend Update at the time, he said, astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson harshly criticized the movie Gravity, saying that it contains a number of scientific inaccuracies. For example, there is no way George Clooney would have spent that much time talking to a woman his own age.
That's hilarious. I think Sandra Bullock's still younger than George Clooney, though. So they should have got their facts.
But not by much. I mean, they were in the same neighborhood.
Yes, they're in the neighborhood. I think it's important. I think that you enjoy the movie. It's great. It's fun and everything like that. But it's important to point out what the science errors are. I think the movie could have done better. Honestly, I think they could have made the same movie.
By the way, people thought I didn't like the movie when all I was doing was pointing out things they got wrong. By the way, they did some stunning things correctly. For example, this is brilliant. If you're in zero G, a fire basically puts itself out. So think about it. When you burn a candle on Earth, so you light the wick. Does people have candles anymore? They forgot what a candle is. You light it with a match that you used to get from smoking lounges at bars. All right, so you light the candle, and it stays lit. The fuel is the wax. The oxygen continually comes in because it heats the air around it, and the air rises. Hot air rises, and fresh air comes in from below and has fresh oxygen. So the candle will stay lit until it burns all the way down. In space, if you light a candle, you can light the candle, it'll heat the air, but the air will not know where to go because it's not lighter than everything because it's in zero G. It'll stay clustered around the candle. The candle will use up all the oxygen in that bubble, and then it'll put itself out. They did this in the movie.
So why do they have some good science?
Because you can't think of everything.
Why don't they just have you on staff?
Bring
you in.
What's wrong with think of anything? So you can't think of everything. So I wasn't judgmental so much as this movie. The fact that it got so much right is what put it on my map to criticize what it got wrong.
That makes sense.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Like the hair.
Earn the right. Yeah, the hair, her bangs should have been floating
all over.
Now, you might think, am I nitpicky? No, because if you look at any picture of somebody with hair, okay, in space, in zero G, their hair is flying everywhere. It's the first thing you notice about them. It is so obvious, like, wow, that's the cool. You're not thinking about the spaceship or the high technology. You're looking at the hair doing stuff you will never see happen on Earth unless someone's like underwater and they're jiggling their head.
So they would have to film it all in zero gravity. They would have to film it all on one of those drop things.
Yeah, or the drop thing. They have to be clever about it. And she only had bangs. That's all you have to figure out. They did other clever things. So anyway, that's all I did. By the way, in all fairness to movies, I'll call out something that's good. A science that a movie got right, that otherwise got no science right. I'm the first in line to do that.
Like what?
In the movie Monsters, Inc. Oh my gosh! You didn't think I was going there, did you?
No.
Those doors were four-dimensional portals to another.
That's possible?
Well, if you had 4 dimensions, that's what it would look like. Do you remember the movie?
Yes.
They take the doors home.
Yes.
They open the door, and they're in the closet of the kid that they're going to terrorize.
Yes.
That's a wormhole. That is what access to the 4th dimension looks like.
Do you think scientifically that's possible one day?
I hope so. I hope so.
Really?
Because here's the example. We've got a nice broad desk we here at this interview, right? So desk is 2 dimensions. It's got length and width. And I can start putting papers on this desk. And I can lay them out mosaic style. And then all of a sudden I have no more room to put a sheet of paper. If I'm an ant living in this surface of the desk, I say, no more room. But wait a minute, we are three-dimensional people. And I can put an organizer and stack things vertically. So I can take a sheet of paper, and then I can put it higher up than the surface of the desk. The ant will say, where did it go? Oh my gosh, it disappeared in some portal. No, what is that? It went into the third dimension. And the ant bound to, ant obviously is a three-dimensional thing. Right. Imagine it only lives in two dimensions. You would have made that paper disappear into a third dimension, and it'll have no clue where it went, because you had a portal. You had access to that extra dimension. So, look at how much you can store on a desk when you have access to a third dimension above it. Vastly more than just papers mosaicked out on the surface. So now let's up this example by a dimension. You're storing boxes in a room. Oh, I ran out of room. No, you didn't. Let's open this four-dimensional door. You open it, put the boxes through the door, close the door, box is gone.
That'd be awesome for hoarders.
Yeah. You look around the other side of the door, there's nothing there.
Right.
Your side of the door, nothing there. It's just a door. That is a portal to a fourth dimension that can hold vastly more content than what you're stuck storing in the three-dimensional space of your room.
Now that's
that's a brilliant concept. And even though it has monsters that don't exist, that all speak English, and one of them is a cyclops, and one of them is I'm not judging the biophysiology of these creatures, but they got the physics of four-dimensional portals completely accurate.
Now, the concept of dimensions is where it gets really abstract for people.
I love me some dimensions, and it is abstract. It is. Now, and that's why you let the math take you into those higher dimensions, because our intuition will fail for us.
Right, but that's where it gets weird. When you say take the math, let the math take you. So like when quantum physicists use these legal notepads, those yellow pads, and write all that crazy stuff down that nobody but you and maybe them understand. And when you look at all those equations...
No, it's them, maybe me. Not maybe you.
Them, you probably understand it, right? But I definitely don't. My point is, what are they exactly figuring out that allows them to say there are, I think they say, at one point in time it was 11, but I think they've expanded that, right? What are they saying now?
I don't have the latest dimension count on the universe, but the way it works is you're trying to make sense of the world.
Right.
And so you take some leaps, some philosophical leaps, some mathematical leaps. You say, all right, maybe all particles that manifest as an electron, a proton, a neutron, quarks, maybe they're just strings of energy vibrating at different frequencies. And we sense these different frequencies as different particles. Let's just go there for a minute. Well, if you're going to do that, what are the consequences to it? Then, and how many dimensions do these vibrating strings require to have the properties that we see in our dimensionality? So the exercise of explaining what you see takes you to places that you've never been before. And that's fine. Places, intellectual places, that have been previously unplumbed. There's nothing wrong with that. We've done that before. That's why we know what is happening in the center of the sun. Have we ever been there? No. But we know how matter behaves under pressure and temperature. We can do that in the laboratory. We've got a sun sitting out there with a surface temperature, a mass, a certain luminosity. And we say, what must be going on down in the core? Let's bring our best physics, our quantum physics, our chemistry, our nuclear physics, bring it all together, and we have a complete understanding of what's going on in the center of the sun, and we're on to other problems now, even though we've never visited there.
So when they're going over the mathematics, like observable things we have right now, or at like the atomic and subatomic level.
Correct. You can't see. Do you realize the electron? Okay. So I did a whole series of this. There's something called the Great Courses lecture series.
It was a sponsor of this podcast for a while.
Were they? Really? Yeah. Okay, Great Courses. So, cool. So, I was once invited to be one of their professors for the Great Courses. And I taught a very short, most of them are like 30 lectures. It's like a whole college semester. So, but I don't have the time, the energy. So they let me do like short bits. So one of them was only 6 parts. And it's called The Inexplicable Universe. And it's 6 parts of everything about which we know nothing in this universe. You might say, well, that's a pretty easy course to give. Dark matter? Haven't a clue. Okay? On to the next lecture.
It might be something.
Dark matter? Yeah, it could be something. We don't know. Stay tuned. So, but it's interesting to learn how we come to know what we don't know. And so it's an exploration of our ignorance. And I'm very proud of it because it's not what you normally find in a lecture series. And it's still out there. But one of the things I will tell you, and I'll tell you now, the electron has no known dimension. It is smaller than the smallest we have ever had the capacity to measure. So as far as we are concerned, it is infinitely small. Whoa. We have no way to even know how to measure. By the way, how do you measure something small? You get something smaller and find out how many of those it is.
Stupid head.
Think about the challenges at each extreme. Ask me how big is the universe, and I'll say it's as big as. Well, I got nothing. What am I going to say? Right? There's nothing as big as the universe. So at the biggest end and at the littlest end, there's not something else. It doesn't work as well. Okay? To try to say what it is relative to something else.
Do you entertain the possibility that the biggest end, the littlest end, are the same thing? Meaning that at the smallest measurable point, that it literally might be a whole other universe? That might be fractal?
It's fun to think about. It's all the way down.
Yeah.
It's fun to think about.
Like infinitely down.
However, and people, by the way, in the 1920s, when we discovered the atom and its structure, and that there's an electron in, quote, orbit around a nucleus, everyone said, wait, we've been there before. We got planets orbiting the sun. And so so maybe it's a mini solar system. Maybe it's solar systems all the way down.
Well, I'm glad you brought this up. I'm glad we brought this up because I wanted to bring this question that I almost forgot. There's a photograph of a brain cell and side by side with a photograph of the known universe, and they look eerily similar.
So you're talking about the large-scale structure of the universe, where there's clumping of galaxies. So I'll get to that in a minute.
Pull that up, Jamie.
Okay, so I'll get to that. So, do you ever tell him to just pull up his own damn images?
Yeah, but I can't put it on the TV, so he has to do it.
So so here's why that's not likely.
Okay.
It was an entertained idea, but here's why it's not likely. The manifestation of the laws of physics are different at the atomic scale than they are at the macroscopic scale. They're just simply different. A planet can take any orbit sensible for its velocity around a host star. An electron cannot. Its energy levels are predetermined and quantized, hence the word quantum, the prefix quanta in quantum physics. So if it was a continuum of matter and energy following the same laws of physics, then I would say that it's solar systems all the way down. But the rules completely change. And so things can, on the surface, seem similar, but when it comes time to understand them and to analyze them and to manipulate them and to exploit their conduct and their behavior for other means, as we have done with atoms and molecules for the entire IT revolution, no longer are they the same, and you abandon this romanticized concept. So now, with the neurons, the network of neurons, and the clusters of galaxies and galaxy superclusters, that would be on the right, neurons on the left.
That's so eerie.
Yes. So yeah, they can look the same, but they're operating under completely different laws of physics. So in other words, the laws of physics that dictate what's going on in brain cells have no relationship to what's going on in the universe. Brain cells, you're undergoing, we can tell you what forces are operating. It's electromagnetic forces. Brain cells use electrical impulses, chemical impulses. This is why drugs can affect the brain. All right? There's chemistry going on in the brain in its natural state. You disrupt that, enhance it. You just put down some chemistry in your stomach that's now affecting your brain. What did you just drink there? What was it?
Alpha brain.
Alpha brain. Okay. Yeah. So you're entering the chemistry. So it's chemistry. What's going on the large-scale structure of the universe is not chemistry.
Right.
There's some chemistry deep within, but it's not. The chemistry is not what's making that pattern, and because of that, it becomes an artistic curiosity, not something that has any kind of deep scientific insight.
So it's just a fascinating
it's disappointing.
similarity.
Yes, it's a fascinating similarity. Put them up together, and it's fun to think about it. But it's not. It's fun to think about it artistically, but not scientifically. No.
It's great if you're hanging out with your friends going, wow, man.
Depends on how you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But now, when you're looking at subatomic particles, excuse me, and you're looking at these, like, when they observe particles in superposition, where they're moving and stationary at the same time, they blink in and out of existence. Like, when you get down to that.
And I repeat the opening page of the book. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it definitely doesn't.
So at that scale, things that go on with atoms and molecules fall outside of your life experience. You don't hang out at the bar with protons, nucleons, or other nucleons or molecules. You just don't. So what they do in their day is completely foreign to you. So now you shrink down to that size, and particles are popping in and out of existence. They become conjoined, quantum mechanically conjoined, and it's completely weird. And you would say, none of this makes sense.
And this is observable.
Oh yes,
in a visual sense.
Well, it depends. Depending on how big the phenomena is. Otherwise, you can see other things that would happen that that are the manifestations of that happening.
Right.
Yes.
But so an electron is smaller even than that?
Oh, yes.
By how many factors?
No, we don't even know. We don't know how small an electron. We've never measured the size of an electron.
The concept of superstring theory. So these vibrating strings are smaller than that.
Yes, the strings would have to be smaller than the electron itself. Yes.
By many.
That I couldn't quantify for you. I'd get to bring in a string theory person.
So it's like at the bottom of what we can observe.
Well, that's a great question. What is the bottom? And the word atom, which was introduced by the Greeks. You know what atom means in Greek? It has a translation. You know what it means?
No.
Indivisible.
Ah.
So they imagined that all matter was you'd come down to something that was indivisible.
How the heck did they figure that out?
No, they didn't figure it out. They supposed it, and
that's amazing. They were right.
First, they were wealthy and had free time, and when they weren't waging war, you could think. And what we think of as philosophy is traceable to a lot of what they were doing back then, and the origins of what science is are traceable to back then. So you have an idea that applies to what the universe does, that enables you to predict future behavior. That is science. And so the atom, it turned out, is divisible. It's divisible into subatom particles. So you get electrons, protons, neutrons, and a whole host of other particles less familiar. There are neutrinos and other things. Then it turns out protons and neutrons are further divisible. You get quarks out of those. And as far as we know, there are only 4 fundamental particles in the universe. The photon, which is light, the electron, of which there are several species. There's the anti-electron, but these are just let's stay simple here. The photon, the electron, the quark, and the neutrino. That's it. Everything in the universe that we've ever observed is made out of that stuff.
Oof.
So those are, quote, the atoms of the universe, the indivisible parts, if you will.
Now, this is
by the way, dark matter could be made of yet another kind of thing that we don't know yet. But we got top people trying to figure out what dark matter is. We've measured it out there. We just don't know what it is.
Well, it's something like 90-something% of the universe.
If you add dark matter and dark energy, it's 95% of all that drives the universe. And we can measure the existence of both, yet we have no idea what's driving them.
This is an awesome opportunity for you to illuminate this.
But it's all in astrophysics for people in Harvard.
Okay,
it's all.
Comes out in May.
Comes out in May. You can pre-order it, which, by the way, publishers love it if you pre-order. Isn't it adorable?
It's beautiful. It's a good size.
It's adorable.
You can pre-order it on Amazon?
The reason why publishers like you to pre-order it is so that they can accurately. Yeah, they don't want to overprint. Right. They don't want to underprint. So they get a sense of the pre-ordering because you're not charged until they ship it. So it's a pretty harmless exercise.
While we're on this subject of subatomic particles and weirdness, I wanted, if you could, illuminate this often misused explanation for the observer effect.
Because you know the particles, waves, and you watch them and observe them, and it changes the reaction.
It is heavily misunderstood.
It's misunderstood because people want to attribute it to magic, the magic of the mind, the consciousness looking at it. But isn't it in fact just measuring it?
Yes.
Thank you. Please explain.
Next question.
Explain to me because I'm so tired of talking to hippies.
Joe, you're good.
It just drives
you
me
gotta
nuts.
carry your people with you.
I try.
Where are they coming from? Where are you pulling? What? Where are you getting your people?
I don't know. Well, I don't own them for sure.
You don't own them.
So they're definitely not my people. They vary greatly. You can't even loop them together.
I know you have an admirably diverse following, and not many people can claim that. And it's probably because of your diverse profile, right? I mean,
well, I'm as open-minded as I can be.
But on top of that, you're smart and you read and you're thoughtful and you're also on some level respect. You'll hear somebody out, and you got your MMA thing. So no, you're in a lot of places and in a lot of spaces, and that's a good thing. I mean, we need more unity in this world. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So please explain what people are getting wrong.
Okay,
so
very
simplistic.
It's much simpler than you think.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
So I'm looking at you. The only reason why I can see you is because there's light reflecting off of your face, your body, into my eyes. So there's light. Oh, by the way, there's stars.
Yeah, those are Hubble photographs.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, those are images from Hubble.
When I walked in.
They're sheets that you put over the fluorescent light cover. And so when we look up, we actually see the real images from Hubble.
You're pretending it's the night sky.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look as cool
completely
as it could be.
Recording studio.
Well, what I want to do in the future studio, I want to actually build a glass ceiling and have a full-scale image, high-resolution image of the stars.
So a planetarium.
Yes.
Yeah, you're describing a planetarium.
Yeah, exactly.
Call it that. It's a planetarium.
Well, something like that, but I just wanted an image.
Do better than that.
Do it? Tell me how to do it.
No, do better than that. You get you get a curved version of those very high resolution LED screens. Yeah. Okay. And then you put any image up there you want.
Ooh.
And then it's the night sky tonight is what the sky looks like from Alpha Centauri.
Oh, so like when you go to see one of those star shows at a planetarium and they show it on the ceiling above you.
Well, yes, but nowadays that the ceiling itself is the source of light.
Right.
It's not projected from something
Right.
else. So then you just feed that with image data, and then it becomes whatever you want.
Can you hook me up with someone who knows how to do that?
Yeah, I can totally.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, you don't know people. I got people.
Well, I mean people that
You need my people? You need my people for something?
Well, you know
I
the
thought
people.
you had
You know the people at the top that would teach the people. So we'll
Okay,
get
so I'm looking at you.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
And I see you. I want to know where you are. So I turn on the lights and I say, there you are. All right. Now, let's make you tinier. Let's make you mini-me, okay, like in the movie.
Right.
So now there's a tiny version of you, a mini-me version of Joe Rogan. Now you're little. I turn on the lights, you're still there. Okay?
Okay.
Because if the lights are not on, I can't see you. I don't know where you are.
Right.
It's that simple.
Okay.
Okay? When you start becoming the size of molecules, right on down to the size of an atom, and I ask the question, where is Joe Rogan the atom? And I turn on the light to see you there, because I think you're there. The photon comes in, hits your atom, and pops you into another location. The very act of trying to measure your position prevents me from measuring your position. And it doesn't have jack shit to do with your consciousness or your mind or your eyes or anything. It has to do with the fact that to know you're there, some information has to come from you to me, like shining a light on you. And the smaller you are, the more susceptible you are to the energy of the light changing your position in space.
So my question is,
how does light? You know what it's like? You ever? I don't know if this still happen. A quarter spills out of your pants pocket in the back seat of a car, and it's there in the wedge between the bottom and the back seat. And so you try to reach in to get it, and the act of reaching for the coin makes the coin move farther away from you. The act of reaching for it,
right?
Because you're separated, and it just slides down even further. That's not your mind making that happen. It's the act of the measurement that is affecting what it is you're trying to measure. And this was discovered in quantum physics, and to the point where that's actually, it's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's one of the basic foundations of all of quantum physics.
Now, when it's described, but when it's described in the woo-woo way, they show these particles going through these slots, and then observing them changes the pattern that they go through with. And there's a horrible cartoon that you see in that movie, What in the Bleep?
I couldn't get through that movie. I tried.
Did you go crazy with the bad science?
No, can I tell you where I turned to? Maybe I should.
Well, here's what people don't know. A lot of that is from a cult. The woman,
that I didn't know.
The woman who is the
main one. I don't mind a cult movie.
She's a channeler. She's speaking as a character. Like,
Okay.
do you know that one blonde woman, older blonde woman that's in that movie?
Yeah, okay.
She speaks. When she speaks, she's speaking as a character.
Okay, I didn't know that.
You have to like.
Okay.
She's a part of like this very bizarre sort of cult.
Okay.
And
should I tell you where I tuned it out, or you want to finish?
Please
it?
do.
Or
No,
finish
go
it? Okay, so I tried to watch, I just couldn't watch it. Right, there's a point where they were talking about natives in the Caribbean seeing European ships.
Yes.
And then they said, well, because they'd never seen a ship before, their brain didn't register it as anything, and then it just disappeared.
Bullshit.
And I'm thinking, no, that's not how the brain works.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that's not how this works. Okay? What would happen? They might not know what they're looking at, but they'll know they're looking at something. And they've had ships. They went from island to island. That's how you get from island to island. They say, well, that's a really big version of what we've never seen anything that big before. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but I want to find out. I want to study it. I want to protect myself. Whatever. So just because you've never seen it doesn't mean you're not going to register it. Excuse me? No.
Exactly.
No. Then I said, no, I can't waste I got other things I got to devote my brain energy to instead of this. But someone else said, oh, it gets better later on. So I said, maybe I'll
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Does it?
No, it does not. It gets more confusing later on. It does a better job of confusing you as to what science has shown and what they haven't shown.
Now, by the way, just in all fairness to what I think that the point they were trying to make, there are things that if you don't know to recognize them, they would go undiscovered.
Yes.
Okay? But that doesn't mean you wouldn't see them. Okay? So, for example, let's say you're walking and you didn't know that you were walking over this huge burial mound because the slope was really shallow. And you're just walking. Okay? Well, you didn't notice that. Okay? So you need a different way to see it in order to know. So from space, from an angle, measure the height, whatever. So there are ways to miss things. And it happens all the time.
Right.
But if it's something there on the horizon, my gosh. This is why we have eyes, okay? Now, they're not the best data-taking devices, but come time to tell you whether there's a ship or not a ship that you've never seen before. It's a ship.
Of course.
Okay? Yeah.
Of course.
There's
so much evidence of that when people discover new animals.
Yes.
They've never seen anything before. Anything.
Anything.
There's no record of it whatsoever. People find it and they can still see it.
Most scientific discoveries, you discover something we've never seen before.
Ramtha. That was the woman's name. That was the person that she was channeling.
That's a cool channeling name.
Yeah.
I'd have a channeling name. If I were a
Ramtha.
channeler, I'd be Ramtho.
I found that after the movie was done. After I watched it, they got me with a lot of things. I was like, wow, is that true? Is that real? And I started reading. Fortunately, that movie came out in the 2000s instead of in the 90s. Because if it came out in the 90s, we would have all got duped.
Oh, yeah.
Because we wouldn't have the internet.
Oh,
we wouldn't be
right.
able to research all the shit that's wrong with it. But in the 2000s, I started researching it, and then I would send it to my friends. Like, look where the fuck this came from. And then you go, oh, that's a cult? Yeah, it's a cult. The lady's a cult. She's talking like she's an alien. She's supposed to be an alien, right? Isn't that... Do you see it in there anymore?
Again, I don't mind people think they're channelers that just don't put them in charge of anything. That's all.
Well, it's not that I mind. It's just that you should probably say that when you get going with that.
In advance,
yeah. So I know exactly what
I'm
I'm
not saying this is a cult. Nobody's ever said that.
She just calls herself Ram.
They think it's real and genuine, and they're very sincere because they've duped themselves.
Well, that whole thing.
So what you need you know what you need is some foundation of science literacy so that you can inoculate yourself against those who would exploit your absence of knowledge of how the science works for their own gain.
Well, not even for their own gain, just YouTube videos. I mean, someone could make a very compelling YouTube video where they get you convinced that, oh my God, dinosaurs aren't real.
Right.
They start playing these things for you. They tell you
Well, cell
about
phones can pop popcorn. You ever see that one?
Oh, I have seen that
one.
one.
Yeah, you line up some stuff and then they start popping.
Yeah, you gotta like direct
that was a fun
them
one.
at the
That was a
kernels.
fun one. Yeah.
That can't really happen.
No, of course not.
Of course
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
Can you imagine if it could? Jesus Christ. We'd be like, what are we doing with these phones? But there's a ton of those out there where people see it's one of the problems with a lack of dialogue with someone who just has one narrative. Like you sit down, you edit something, and you just talk. And, you know, it's very similar to, like, even if you write a blog. I mean, it's one thing if you're writing a blog, like, say, if you're an expert in electronics, you write a blog about how a television works. But if you're just a person and you don't really understand what you're talking about, but you write something and you use the right words and you say it in a very compelling way, like an attack piece on someone that really has no basis in reality, you can have someone convinced this person's a terrible person just by writing something without them having to respond, like, oh, stop, never did that.
I tweeted a few weeks ago. I'm going to botch it because it's way better as the tweet than I'll ever remember it as the tweet. So it was one of the great challenges in life is knowing enough to think you're right, but not enough to know you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, that is a big problem with a lot of people that watch these YouTube videos.
That's what it is. They say, oh, this is right. Oh, my gosh. But they don't know enough to know why it's wrong.
Well, this is what I want to talk to you about. What is it about people that there's this very compelling need to find something out that other people don't know, like the world is flat, like dinosaurs aren't real. Like that kind of stuff is very compelling to people.
So what I do in those cases, in the
Bigfoot.
So what I do is I would say, instead of debating them, and some of your listeners are listening to this right now, all I would do is say, what is your best single bit of evidence for what you're claiming? And what would it take to show that you're wrong?
All right, well, let's go with a simple one.
So that's what I would ask.
Okay.
And I've done this exercise, and it doesn't work. You know why?
Why?
Because there was a guy who didn't believe we went to the moon. We spent a third of our time in our last session going there. So there's someone I know who doesn't believe we went to the moon. Rather than just say skeptical. So I said, what kind of evidence would convince you? He said, images of the landing site of the Apollo missions. So I said, okay, here's a website where we sent, in fact, it wasn't us, it was the Chinese, I think it was the Chinese or Europeans, sent a probe, an orbiter to the moon so that it was close enough, because ground-based telescopes are not, they don't have the resolution to see the landing sites. But if you get close enough to the moon, you can. It photographed the entire surface of the moon, and there were the landing sites, and you saw the rover tracks and the base for the lunar module. And so that night he went home and found it. And then he came back and says, well, NASA could have faked that. Well, I'm done with you. We have no more to talk about. Because he's not ready to be convinced.
Well, that's a weird one.
Because I gave him the evidence he asked for.
Exactly.
That would convince him, and it did not convince him.
That's a singular event.
I have no other conversation with him.
That's a singular event, which you could say in one way, like, it is possible that someone could fake a singular event. They can't fake whether or not the world's flat, right? Like that, to me, is the scariest one. That there's so many people out there that believe the world is flat. Because you could literally see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. I mean, you can get to parts of you look at the images from the space station where they circle the moon. Or they circle the Earth, rather. I mean, there's many satellite images of the Earth in its entirety. You know, and one of the things that the argument was how come every photograph of the Earth is a compilation of photographs? Well, because they're all taken from 300 miles up. The Earth is huge.
Yeah, it's way bigger than 300 miles.
Yeah, you have to take compilations. You have to. It's the only way to get...
Well, except for the Apollo photo, the Apollo 17 coming back has the Earth. That's the famous one that has Africa and Antarctica in view. It's the full Earth. Very few full Earths. It's very hard to get a full Earth single photo.
Of course.
And when we went to the moon mission, when they're coming back, think about it. To get full Earth means the sun is behind the astronauts on the way back to Earth, which means the side of the moon facing Earth is not lit. but that's the side of the moon they came from. So they want to visit the moon while it's sunlight there. They don't want to need flashlights when they get to the moon. So they visit the moon while there's sunlight. Earth, the view of Earth at that time will not be full. So Apollo 17 was there long enough so that by the time they left, the moon was basically a new moon, Earth was full moon, Earth was full Earth, and then they got a full Earth photo.
Those packs that they have on their back that regulate the temperature that allows them to just walk on the surface of the moon when it's 250 degrees below.
Well, the side that's facing the sun is no more than 200 degrees, and in the shadow it drops.
250 degrees below, right?
Yeah.
So can it switch back and forth between those two environments?
Yeah, what you need, what you just insulate. The astronauts insulated, and so when you're insulated, those temperature extremes are not felt. So they're minimized.
And it's regulated by the pack.
Oh yeah, So it's
the pack goes warm.
It's not like oxygen, and it maintains the temperature.
But it is capable, obviously, of warming and cooling.
In the face of what's going on, it maintains the temperature. That's how you need to think about it.
Okay, so regardless of
it's not that it's cooling one side of you and chilling the other side and heating the other side.
Right.
It's maintaining a temperature for you.
And when you are in space, like say when they're doing a spacewalk on the space station,
same thing as being on the surface of the moon.
There's no atmosphere.
On Earth, you are in this cocoon, dare I say, of atmosphere. So all the air in this room is the same temperature. Because the air can communicate a difference in temperature to itself, equilibrating it across the whole room.
Right.
If you don't have air, then your temperature is measured by where's the energy coming from that's hitting you. And if the sun is hitting you, all that energy will be raising your temperature, and the side of it that's not facing photons, that temperature will drop. So you could survive it if you put yourself on a rotisserie. Figure out the right rotation rate.
And even then, you'd have to spin pretty quick in order to
balance it out. Like that, yeah. You have to figure out what the right rate is.
Now, when you get in a debate with a guy like a BOB guy...
I don't debate people.
Okay, well, when you discuss and educate...
When an argument lasts more than 5 minutes, both sides are wrong.
Well, that's a terrible saying.
It's mostly
wrong. The other person's stubborn. It could definitely last for hours.
Yeah.
That's not true at all.
It's true 80% of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you got into it with that rapper that thinks that...
I'll tell you why, B.O.B. Because in his Twitter stream, he was saying he was invoking physics. And so I got to deal with this.
Right. Yeah.
And so he showed a picture from Bear Mountain, which is a mountain in slightly upstate New York, where Manhattan is in the sight line of the summit of this mountain. And he says, given the curvature of the Earth and this formula, you should not be able to see Manhattan at all. Okay?
It depends on the height that you're viewing.
Well, thank you. Well, so you do the math, and it turns out Manhattan, the island, would not be visible at all. That's true. But any building taller than 15 stories would rise up above the curvature of the Earth, and you will see it. And if you look at the photo, you see the tall buildings rising above 15 stories. It's exactly what the correct formula shows, and not his formula, which was wrong and misinterpreted, claims to show.
Well, it's just bizarre because snipers have been using the literal curve of the Earth to plan where bullets go. That's how you plot out. You have to. When you shoot at a mile, when you're shooting like well out over 1,000 yards, those factors.
So let me think. A mile. I have to ask, how much curvature of the Earth do you get after a mile?
You also get drop. You get drop and curvature.
That'd be gravity drop.
Yes.
And then curve. Yeah. So both of those.
Yeah. Well, this is a good. Well, here's the thing to say, someone. If you have a bullet in your hand and you shoot a gun, which bullet drops faster?
Right.
They
generally get the wrong answer to that.
Yeah. Drop the exact same rate.
They'll hit the ground at the same time.
Exact same time, and that blows people's minds. They can't believe that.
But you do that in Physics 101. It's a physics demo. So that's why physics is so important. People say, let's take biology and this. Great. But don't leave out the physics, because that's where the fundamental operations of nature are to be found, of the physical universe are to be found. So what you have is, you have a gun at one side, it's like a thing that shoots out a projectile, I don't call it a gun, at one side of the stage, and then you have like a little stuffed animal at the other side of the stage, held up with an electromagnet at the top of its head. And these two are exactly the same level. As the projectile comes out from the this mini cannon, it trips an electric circuit that releases the electromagnet at the top of the stuffed animal. The stuffed animal begins to fall. The bullet moves horizontally, but also falls, because gravity is pulling them both. And you watch the projectile curve down, you watch the stuffed animal curve down, and it hits the stuffed animal every single time.
The only factor that would change that would be if you put wings on the bullet and was dealing with the wind.
Wings.
Right?
Yeah, wind would affect it.
Yeah.
Do they have bullets with wings? I haven't seen that.
No, they don't.
Okay.
No, but if they did.
Yeah.
You know, if like you shot the bullet and then they figured out, like, clink, and the wings came out.
I saw that in some James Bond movie, I
Probably.
thought.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just got to be frustrating for you when these things come back around. Like, there was no flat earth theory when I was in high school.
So there are other things, though. Think about it. When you were in high school, there was much more astrology going on.
Oh, yeah.
The President Reagan.
Let's talk about that.
Nancy Reagan had an astrologer. So today, you don't see much of it.
Unless you talk to Steve Maxwell.
Well, but it's still there. It's just not. It's not manifesting in public policy.
Some people believe in it deeply.
I agree, but it's not up there in public policy. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, Nancy Reagan was really the only one that made it public policy.
Sure, but at the bar, do you hear people saying, "What's your sign?"
Oh,
Is
hell
that still a
yeah.
pickup term?
Oh, hell
Still?
yeah. 100%.
Still no, so that must be true.
Listen, dude, you're married.
On Tinder,
and
they're
you're an older man.
I'm out of it.
You don't understand. If you want to get laid, you got to talk nonsense to people.
Got talk.
Well, I'm a Scorpio. If you're a Taurus, we should just stop.
Okay, so I missed that. I misled myself. I thought it was fading. But Nancy Reagan was the big proponent.
Well, yeah, but it's nonsense astrology now. It's not like someone who really understands astrological charts and can plot it, and the moon's in retrograde, and you were born on, Celsius is rising, and all that crazy crap that they tried. I don't know what they're doing.
I was on a talk show with an astrologer.
A real one?
Apparently, yeah, she's a real one or a fake one, right? She says she's real.
Okay.
And I trust her because she talks about how fake other astrologers are.
Oh, she's a hater. She's a hater. Don't trust her.
And she was saying that the Kennedys all died during a lunar eclipse.
Oh, scary.
And this is a very checkable statement. She just says this and everyone's listening and believing. So, wow, that can't be by accident. And, well, I don't know when other Kennedys died, but I know when Jack Kennedy died, and it was November 22nd, 1963. So I don't need to know if there's an eclipse then. I just need to know what phase the moon is in.
Right.
Because you can only have a lunar eclipse when the moon is full. So the moon was nowhere near full. It was like 2 weeks away from full. Even if there was an eclipse, it didn't happen during an eclipse, is my point.
Right.
Okay? So...
Of course, because it was daylight.
Well, no, you can have a lunar eclipse at any time. Okay?
Yeah, you can solar
eclipse at any time, too. It's just not for you.
Dark.
It's just not for you. It would be for the other side of the earth.
World.
Right. Don't be so centric. In fact, when there's a lunar eclipse, anyone on the side of the earth that sees the moon will see the lunar eclipse. So, by the way, lunar eclipses, you get several per year, by the way, partial eclipses as a minimum. And every couple of years, there's full lunar eclipses. So these are not rare things to start. They're not rare, okay? So I said, he was shot when I forgot what moon it was, the first quarter moon. And she said, oh, well, this counts if they're anywhere within 2 weeks on either side of the eclipse.
What? That's a month.
That's a month out of 12. What? So I said, let me just shut up here and let her keep.
What did she say?
Sharing the time. It was Pharrell had a talk show. We were both on Pharrell's talk show. So, and he likes science, by the way. And he wore a NASA shirt at the Academy Award group photo. So I got to give him some props for that. So I just said I have nothing more to say here. Hence, my argument with her lasted less than 5 minutes.
Now, what are they when they're trying to decide like what your personality would be and what what you can dictate from your birth date and what time you were born? What are they exactly trying to connect?
So I had a deeper awareness of this recently when I learned that people take the names of things very seriously. Okay? The names mean things to people, regardless of what the thing actually is.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. So what might we mean by this? Let's like astrophysically. I say we have this thing called dark matter. We don't know what it is. Well, it's got to be some kind of matter. No, it shouldn't be called dark matter. It should be called Fred. All right, it shouldn't lead you to think anything about it because we do not know what it is. We should really call it dark gravity. It is gravity that we have measured. We don't know what's causing the gravity. To call it dark matter implies you think it's matter. Some people do, but we don't know.
So explain to me, what is this based on? Like when you say dark matter, what is it based on?
I'd like to just call it Fred.
Okay, let's call it Fred.
And I'm saying we don't know what it is.
Right. How is
we
Fred
measure the
measured?
gravity of this stuff.
Okay.
It's out there. It's 6 times the gravity of stuff that's ordinary matter. We don't know where it's coming from. We don't know the source. We don't know the origin. Is it a parallel universe? Is it? We don't know.
And how are we measuring it?
By its effect on the motions of objects. So a certain strength of gravity will force you to move at a given speed as you near it and as you pull away. And we see this in galaxies, galaxy clusters, binary galaxies.
And they measured entire galaxies that are made completely out of this Fred.
At least 80% of the force of gravity manifested in these galaxies is Fred, yes.
And that's why are they calling it dark matter?
They shouldn't, in my opinion. It should be called dark gravity because that's literally what it is.
So it's gravity that cannot be measured, or gravity that's not
gravity
completely understood.
It's not understood, correct. So it's mysterious gravity.
Or it can't be completely measured.
No, we measure it.
But you can't narrow down what
we
the
measure
its
gravity precisely.
Right. Okay, so you measure it, but you can't
determine
the origin?
Because we don't know what it is.
Right.
My point is because someone called it dark matter. It has swayed everybody into thinking that it is matter of some kind. It has constrained people's thoughts about how to think about this problem. Okay, so now, the ancients looked up and they saw these stars and they put their culture on the sky. So there's centaurs, there's there's a centaur archer, so it's Sagittarius. We have Orion the hunter. We have Taurus. We have sea serpents. We have rivers. We have stuff that mattered to people back then. Okay? We have Aquarius. What's the water bearer? Oh, the water bearer. That must mean that when the sun is in Aquarius, it's going to rain more on Earth. Why? Because the ancients called it the water bearer.
Oh, okay.
And all of a sudden, the name reigns supreme over the fact that it is a random set of stars, widely separated in space, that don't even look like people holding a pitcher of water. Of the 88 constellations, about 6 of them look like what you're told they're supposed to look like. The rest require opium-induced imagination to establish what they are. So they all have names. Then you go to the astrologers' tables, and they say, oh, this is the rain sign, or this is a drought sign. And they take the names of things, and those names are what they interpret, based on where the moon is, the sun is, where the planets are, and all whatever the angle configurations there are, and each angle has a certain latitude over which they'll count it as a hit, rather than as a miss. And so this gives extraordinary capacity of the astrologer to tell you what's going on in your life.
Oh, so it's bullshit. But they did have this real fascinating connection with these certain constellations and all of the different things that they thought were attached to these certain constellations.
You know what it'd be like? It'd be like a geologist going up to the border of Colorado, trying to understand the shape as a geologist. It's an arbitrary shape. Colorado is a square on a curved surface.
It's amazing how much confirmation bias is attached
to
astrology.
It's not bounded by a river, by a... Yeah, that's right. So Wiki has a great website on cognitive bias. And there's like 20 or so well-known by every person. It should be There should be a course called Cognitive Bias 101. Forget college. Every high school should have a course, Cognitive Bias. And the entire course should be about all the ways we fool ourselves.
Don't you think that would be
you know what science is? So I tweeted this too. Science. The only point of the scientific method is to make sure you are not fooled into thinking that something is true that is not, or thinking that something is not true that is. That is the only point of the, and therefore the scientific method could be anything you invent. Just take better notes, take a chart recorder, be more awake next time you take the data, bring a friend to observe it with you. Whatever it takes to minimize the chances that you will misinterpret what you're looking at so that you don't think something is true that is not, or think something is not true that is. Do whatever it takes to support that mission statement. That's what the scientific method is, and that's what we do as scientists, and that's why when you bring all of these things that people do, so it's the astrology and the crystal healers and who the quote therapeutic touch people.
Oh, don't mess with that. That's real. No, that's real. You don't even understand.
This goes on.
I'm a healer. I'm an intuitive healer.
It goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
And these are the things that fail in the double-blind science. And why do you do double-blind? So you'll fool yourself into thinking something is true. That's why you do double-blind. And if you don't, and you want something to be true, even if you're surprised by something that might have been true, that you were against, still, you need someone else to check it. And you only get an emergent scientific truth when you have agreement among different people's experiments. So even if you get a result that you're happy with, it is not yet a scientific truth until you can confirm it by other people who have no investment in you, who don't care about it. In fact, who are trying to show that you're wrong. This is what made Einstein so great, because no one believed his relativity, and they kept devising ever more accurate experiments to show he was wrong, and it ended up showing that he was right by ever higher precision.
Do you think that we're doing ourselves a disservice by not teaching people how the mind works, how confirmation bias works? And shouldn't that be a
wrong things in school? I'm working on this.
What
in a few years? No, in a few years, I'm going to have something.
Why not?
I'm busy.
My kids are in school right now.
Excuse me, I can't be. I can't.
I understand, but I mean, let's discuss it, because I think it took me a long time.
The curriculum has to include an entire course on cognitive bias.
Yes.
If we are going to emerge as adults no longer susceptible to charlatans.
Yes.
Okay? Who are either well-meaning and just misguided, or who are explicitly exploiting your ignorance.
And it's a major factor in our culture, a major factor when it comes to politicians, it's a major factor when it comes to bosses, it's a major factor when it comes to how you choose what you do for a living, how you choose
human interaction and human interaction with nature itself.
Yeah. I mean, we are constantly trying to manipulate and control other people's biases, behaviors, the way they think, the way they act, and we're very vulnerable in some senses because this is not something that's taught to us at an early age. You know, and I think that it takes a long time to figure it out on your own. And I've often thought, like, man, why wasn't I explained this when I was young?
Yeah, because the curriculum wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah, well, we're thinking about just giving people facts instead of teaching them how to think and manage your mind.
Is this vessel into which you pour information. And nowhere and at no time are we trained how to turn a fact into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom, and wisdom into insight. I think that full sequence needs to be in there in the academic system, K through 12, 13 through 16, college. It's got to be in there somewhere. Without it, you're just this vessel of facts. Even the people we call smart in class, these are the people who get A's on everything and they know everything, but do they have the deepest insight? Do they really understand what it is that they're putting back on the test? I don't think all of them do. I think they have good short-term memory, some of them, and they do well in the exams because of that fact.
So they're good at acquiring data and maintaining it.
Acquiring information and then bringing it back on command. Not all. Some are deep thinkers, and I don't want to take that away from them. All I'm saying is that the curriculum, I think, needs these other dimensions of survival, really. So that's what it is. It's survival in a world. And when a scientist says this is true, you can ask, well, why do you think that's true? Exercise some healthy skepticism. I don't have a problem with that. Say, because look at this evidence. Do you know how to read evidence, by the way? And look at this evidence, look at this chart, look at this experiment. And this is why we conclude, overwhelmingly, that this is going to happen in our future. You pointy-headed scientist, what do you know? By the way, give me my cell phone so I can call my grandmother, okay? Well, I use GPS satellites to know when to make a left turn.
Right.
I'm
going to call my astrologist.
To tell them these scientists don't know they got their head up their ass, right? So.
Yeah. Well, I think also it would be really beneficial to teach people how to manage perspective and how to look at life in a way that's going to be beneficial to you. Well, we're not really given very many tools to manage the mind.
Like philosophy, there's some philosophy classes that
sure, but even philosophy.
Not all philosophy, but
it's very rare.
Philosophy of just how to think about decision making and the causes and effects and consequences. There's not enough of that either.
No,
maybe they're relying on that to happen at home, but not all homes are intact.
Right.
In fact, perhaps most are broken homes or separated homes, and so I think the school needs to be rethought, and I'm trying to think that through. It'll be a few more years.
Well, anytime you talk about alternative schooling, people look at you like you're some sort of a hippie freak who wants your kids to eat granola and live in the mountains and get their own spring water. That's what they think of when you say alternative schooling.
Right. I'll train them at home.
Yeah. Oh, man. Good luck. As soon as you say homeschooling, oh, you're a religious nut. I mean, that's immediately the perception.
That's the fastest growing sector of the homeschooling sector.
They don't want you to cloud your head with all that evolution talk.
Right.
Do you ever talk to that Ken Ham guy? Have you ever sat down with that guy?
No, but Bill Nye has. I mean, Bill Nye debated him. I mean, I can't debate people. It's not what I do.
You just can't do it.
I just can't do it. It's not what I do. I'm an educator, and I want to educate you so you can think for yourself. But then I go away. That's it. To debate someone implies that whoever is most convincing is correct.
Right.
That's not how knowledge works.
Right. It's just too much charisma involved.
Yeah. It's not how knowledge, whatever charisma level I have or not have, I don't want to hinge what is true on that fact.
Right.
All right. So I'm an educator. I will teach you the causes and effects of what science is, knowing what science is and how and why it works.
Which is why it's critical that you continue to criticize science fiction movies. It's very important. Don't you back off now. We need you. There's a lot of people that wouldn't know that Chinese space station is nowhere near the American space station, and that her hair would be moving all over the place.
Her hair would be everywhere. Yeah. Oh, no, my favorite one is, remember when he's at the end of a tether? And she runs to save him, but she doesn't have enough oxygen to do it. So he lets go of the tether, and that way she can't save him before she can save herself.
Right.
And then he flies away. It's like, no. They're like floating in space.
Yeah.
He lets go of the tether, just stays there in his hand.
Yeah. He would be right there.
He would be right there. Nothing. He lets go. Nothing happens.
Wouldn't be like a bungee cord.
Now, if she was swinging him in circles, and he'd let go, he'd fly off at a tangent. But that's not what was happening.
Right.
And nor were they rotating. I would check what they were relative to Earth below. That was not what was going on. So, and she could have just given it a slight tug. And then he would have drifted towards her. That could have even been a little romantic.
Just a little baby tug.
Yeah, a baby tug would do it. They would slowly drift towards one another. And then the helmets would hit, and then
they would be mad. Oh, and then the helmets would break, and then they'd be freezing to death instantly, right? When
you freeze, you'd suffocate.
Oh, that too, and then it freeze to death, right? What movie nailed that? There was one movie where they were off in space, and they overdid it.
Well, there was. People want you to explode in space.
Yeah.
No. I mean,
they want you to freeze solid too instantly.
Yeah, right. No, just no. And even in was it Armageddon, where the sun rose over the comet, and he didn't have his visor down, and he was blinded by the sun. It's like the same sun in our daytime sky.
The atmosphere doesn't protect you in any way.
The Earth's atmosphere takes out, a few percent.
That's it?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
A few percent. Well, in the middle of broad daylight at the top of the sky, it's a few percent. Now, he'll get more UV. He'll get more UV. That's important.
Get a little brown.
Yeah, but... death in space is nowhere near as spectacular as movies would have you think.
Yeah, they make it seem like if you take that helmet off, you just immediately freeze up.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can go into what happens is there's nothing making you cold other than you radiating heat from your skin.
Oh.
So you only get as cold as quickly as you can radiate away heat. That's all.
So it would take quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
You just have no air, so you suffocate quicker.
Yeah, you'd suffocate. Oh, yeah, you suffocate long before you saw anything like that happen. So just think about it. There's nothing touching you that's making you cold. It has to wait for you to radiate away. That's what's happening, okay? And so you'll feel very cold very quickly, but you're not going to die from that fast.
Now, when Stephen Hawking...
Oh, by the way, you also have dissolved gases in your body, which will try to come... Because in the vacuum of space, you don't have the air pressure tamping down the dissolved gases. So you take away the air pressure, then the dissolved gases will begin to bubble out of your blood. Oh. And it's the same problem with when you have the bends.
Oh.
When you come up from low altitude and you go to lesser pressure around you. So you want to do that slowly so that it's a very slow thing. But the hazards why would you be butt naked in space? I mean, you're going to have a spacesuit on. So.
Well, you just want to prove to everybody that you can do it. So,
well, they did it in 2001: A Space Odyssey. They basically did it right. The guy, without his helmet, went through the airlock. And just held his breath.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all he did.
Oh, well, that's way more reasonable.
Well, because it was a reasonable movie.
It was a reasonable movie. It was a good movie.
It had real advisors.
Stanley Kubrick. Well, he was a really interesting guy, too, because he was a mathematician. Stanley Kubrick.
I didn't know that about him, but I knew he cared about that level of detail.
He used to do complex math for fun.
So there's a failed bit of physics in 2001.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one day I'll talk about
the monkey suits?
No, so...
The monolith? Which was it?
No. So remember when he's on one of the moon crafts and he's orbiting the moon and they give him food, all right, and there's a tray of nasty food. Obviously, it's like astronaut food. Remember, this is 1968, so everything here is a visual taste of the future. So he has another packet where he extends a straw from that plastic packet. Okay. Oh, there he is. Excellent. You're getting a good photo. You're good. Your boy is good right here. Okay, yeah, there he is. So he sucks up the straw.
Right.
And this is in zero G, so stuff is floating away. He sucks up the straw. Then he goes to another straw, and the liquid in the straw goes back down. That's gravity.
Oh, they fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh.
He totally fucked up. No, so that one, obviously, he can't get everything right. But it's fun to notice the things he couldn't get right, or didn't think to get right. So to me, it's a celebration. Here's another one.
Okay.
The rotation rate of the space station. I calculated that, and I calculated what G-force would you have on the outer perimeter of the space station in 2001. And I did the math, and I forgot the exact number, something like between 2 and 3 Gs.
Oh.
And I said, why would you do that? That's stupid. You wouldn't do that. And I realized if they rotated it at the rate that would give you 1 G, it would be way too slow to make an interesting scene. So I gave it to him. I said, I'll give you 3 Gs. Because the Strauss waltz, as the thing turns, and the space shuttle that's approaching it matches its rotation rate with the opening in the center of the space station. This whole ballet, this entire ballet,
wow, that's cool again,
happens at a stately but real pace. Okay? But that pace gives them a 3 Gs of gravity.
So it's 3x the correct pace. The correct pace would be
much slower. I might have been 2.5, but I forgot the number, but it's multiples too high.
So
but it looks good. So I let him do it. So I'm not going to, I'm fine. That's artistic license. That's Mark Twain license, where he says, first get your facts straight, then distort them at your leisure. That is what I'm holding artists to.
So now, when you're looking at a space station, like they're in zero gravity when they're in the space station.
No, they are in 1 G on the edge of the space station.
On the edge?
Yeah, on the turning edge. Yeah, that's the whole point.
You mean that thing?
So,
a real space station.
It's the thing. Oh, our space station. So it's 0 G. Yes.
Right. Now, but it is possible.
It's 0 G because it is in free fall towards Earth.
So it's constantly in free fall, but it's just going around the...
Yeah, it's in free fall towards Earth, but it's going sideways so fast that the amount that it has fallen equals precisely
the spin of the Earth.
The curvature of the Earth.
Is that more proof that the Earth is round? Is it?
If you had Physics 101, yes.
But is it possible to generate gravity in a space station?
Only if you rotate it.
Only if you rotate it.
It's not gravity, it's a simulated gravity. But according to Einstein, they're indistinguishable from one another, so you can do it.
So it is possible to do something where you can send people into deep space and generate gravity through some sort of rotation?
At least two ways. One of them, you just rotate it. And all the good sci-fi movies have rotating sections of a space station.
Right.
And some have rotating opposite ways so that they can spin up against one another. Right. And so there's some clever ideas out there with space stations of the future. For long voyages.
Because I had Commander Hatfield on the podcast.
Cool.
Who came back from space and was talking about the excruciating difficulty he had readjusting to gravity after being in a zero gravity environment for so long.
He's just showing off because he's like setting records for being.
Wasn't it like 6 months?
Yeah, it was a long time. He was showing, I couldn't handle life with you lowly Earth people.
He was talking about his body, like it took like over a year before his bone density came back. And
well, this is partly addressed in the film the Martian kid. He's born on Mars, comes to Earth.
Which one's that? Born on Mars.
Yeah, the kid born on Mars. Get your guy to research this like now. What's the name of the movie? It's
recent.
Yeah. Oh, it's The Space Between Us.
Oh, what the hell's that?
You gotta get out more, dude.
I do.
Yeah. So this is a Martian colony where the first community.
What movie is this?
This came out a couple months ago.
Really?
Oh my gosh! Oh yeah!
Oh man!
So that's the Martian colony, and one of the female astronauts they send, that one there, happens to be. They learn is pregnant, and they can't bring her back, and so she gives birth on Mars, and the first person who is ever born on Mars. And then they keep it a secret, and then he comes back as a teenager that falls in love. See, there's the fetus. So anyhow, he has a hard time on Earth because his heart developed in Martian gravity, which is only 38% Earth gravity.
Oh wow!
And then on Earth, he just couldn't. They had to, figure out what to do with him.
Wow!
Yeah, that's on Mars. The kid was born on Mars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't spoil alert me, Jamie.
Yeah. That's why. Yeah. So. What were we
generating gravity?
So one way to rotate it up. Another way is if you're headed somewhere, you just have a huge fuel tank and just always run your rockets.
Oh, so you just have
G-force. There's always G-force. So if you just accelerate it 1G towards a destination, then you'll always feel Earth gravity, and you'll get there awesomely fast.
But you would have to have so much fuel or rely on something new.
You need filling stations en route, this sort of thing. And if you do this, you accelerate 1G halfway there, then you turn the spaceship around, then you decelerate at 1G for the other half of the trip, so that when you get there, you're not whizzing past it in a flyby. Okay? That way you have 1G the whole trip. That's how you would do that.
Wow! So the momentum when you would precisely
if you accelerate it at 1G, oh my gosh, you hit near the speed of light very quickly.
Whoa!
Oh my! I mean, I forgot what is it? I have to calculate it, but it's the acceleration of Earth's gravity. If you actually move that fast, that's head snapping.
Now, would they have to have some sort of a crazy propulsion system in order to do something along those lines? How fast will 1G get you there?
Yes. So
wow,
1G would take
1 year plus the distance in light years. Proxima Centauri 4.2 light years, for example, would take 5.2 years. So the distance in light years plus a year. Wow,
yeah, so that's accelerating 1G. So that gets you basically 25% speed of light.
What happens if you just run into stuff on the way? Like, there's a lot of stuff out there, right?
Yeah,
isn't that a giant issue in getting to Mars?
Well, space is actually quite empty, but if you do hit something, that's the end of everything. So it's a low risk, high consequence thing that you got to put in play.
Now, how much of a risk is the space junk that we've left in the environment? We were freaking out the other day about how many pieces are up there.
There's countless thousands of bits of space junk, from chips of paint that fell off of space to bolts and nails and
retro rocket boosters.
Yeah, it's all up there, and I'm wondering whether we haven't been visited by aliens yet because they saw the space junk orbiting Earth and said, forget that. I'm going to visit some other planet. I'm going to risk my life
crazy short-sighted approach to space travel.
Yeah, so if you have the NASA Orbital Debris Office website, you can actually see the debris that NASA's tracking, basic almost in real time.
It's crazy.
They'll show it to you. And it's like a beehive around the Earth. So you got there it is. Okay, that's the debris around the Earth that NASA tracks.
And there's a failed Japanese experiment to try to.
And that outer ring that you see, that's the altitude of geosynchronous satellites, and that inner. Now, that should be there should be a video of that. Just find. Yeah, go to the bottom right. Go to the bottom right there. Click on that. Play that video. It's not a video. Why isn't that a video?
I'm sure there is a video somewhere.
Yeah, there's a video on that site. So you can just see the movement of these pieces, and it's so launch windows have to know when to not hit stuff. So when you have launch windows, it's not just is everything aligned right, is will you successfully get past the debris.
And there was a Japanese, they had an experiment to try to capture it with nets. It was a recent mission.
Oh, yeah. So
didn't work.
Yeah, so the problem is the low orbit stuff will eventually fall in and burn up. The high Earth orbit stuff will never go away. There's nothing to destroy it.
And so they can't capture that stuff?
Well, you need a very clever... The stuff is moving 18,000 miles an hour. So, what's your net? What are you doing?
That's so crazy.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
There's the video. Oh, my God.
Go higher res on that. Sure, I know there's a higher res.
Oh, God.
That's 1080? No, it's not.
Not from NASA's YouTube page. It's from
okay. Somebody else. But that's the kind of... So all of that's debris that you're looking at there. So, anyway, yeah, so your concern for debris is well placed. And we may be putting so much debris in space that we will close ourselves off from space travel because of the dangers it would take to get through our own garbage heap.
That's so crazy. And this was all started in the 1940s. 1950s? Like, when did they start shooting stuff up there?
Oh, no, 1950s, Sputnik. Yeah. 1957.
That was the first satellite, right?
First anything, yeah. First anything in orbit, yeah.
Oh, God. And in that short amount of time.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a dumpster.
60 years.
Planetary dumpster.
Ruined the whole thing.
Ruined the whole thing.
They had it for billions of years. 60 years, they filled it up with junk.
Yeah.
That's
okay,
just...
there it is, yeah.
Oh, my God, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's going around the Earth.
Oh, my God.
All of that.
Oh, my God. Has anybody ever hit anything while trying to do something?
Well, so what exacerbates it is, remember when China, when was this, 2004, 2003? China destroyed one of its own satellites.
Yeah, what was that about?
Orbit.
I remember some of that.
Yeah, and they basically did a kinetic kill on a satellite. So a kinetic kill, for those who don't know, is you don't need explosives if the speed of the projectile and its kinetic energy is higher than the energy that would be in the explosive shell itself.
Oh.
So it was a fascinating calculation to make. So here it is. So I have this delivery system with a warhead, and I put some bomb device in the warhead, and you can calculate how much energy that is. Then I send it, and it hits, and it blows something up. But suppose I send this thing really, really fast. Really, really, really fast. I can calculate how much kinetic energy this thing has. There will be a point where I give it so much kinetic energy, the kinetic energy is greater than the chemical energy of the conventional explosive that I put in the warhead.
Like Shoemaker-Levy.
Well, for example.
Yeah.
No, I give you a terrestrial example.
Okay.
It's what we call high-speed collision. This is more than you bargained for in our time together, but I'm going to tell you.
No,
okay, you ready?
Perfect.
The argument for the longest time that the craters on the moon were calderas from volcanoes and not asteroid impacts. The geologists argue strenuously these can't be asteroid impacts. They've got to be calderas. These 1,000 craters on the moon. Why? Because everyone is a perfect circle. And if asteroids are coming from space, they would come from all angles. And if you come in at a shallow angle, you get an oval. And even shallower would be more ovals. So you have a whole range of circles and ovals and ellipses. And you don't see that. They must be calderas. It was not
Explain
until
caldera. It's a volcano.
Oh, just a volcanic
and leaves a crater.
Volcanic crater. That's all.
Like
it is.
Yellowstone.
Yeah. It's a volcanic crater. That's all. And it's a little more poetic, a caldera.
Right.
But it's a crater left by a volcano that has exploded.
Like the boom was so big, the mountain's gone, and now it's just a big hole.
Or at the top of the mountain, there's a crater at the top of the mountain, like Crater Lake. That's a round hole in the top of a mountain. Was that once a volcano? I don't know, but it's a hole. Okay? So, in the 1970s, we were able to do calculations with high-speed computers, with good computers. And what we found was, if the object is moving faster, if the kinetic energy of the object is higher than the energy that's holding the thing together. Ooh. Okay? So what's holding together a rock? The chemical connections of the silicon and the oxygen and everything, the iron, everything that's making the rock, that's holding it together. You can calculate how much energy is holding it together.
And if it's going 45,000 miles
So write down that number. Now I send in the asteroid with the kinetic energy higher than the energy that's holding it together. On impact, it explodes. Because all that energy goes back into the rock because the thing isn't moving anymore. Where did the kinetic energy go? It digs a crater, number one, by virtue of putting all that energy back into the stone, and that explodes it. So on impact, even at an angle, it is a singular point explosion. And that's why every single crater is a perfect circle. We call that a high-speed impact, where the speed is greater, the energy of the speed is greater than the energy that's holding it together. Now, you have experience in this, okay? Have you ever thrown do this next, we're in California, sorry.
Snowballs?
Snowballs. Take a snowball.
Go to Big Bear.
Take a snowball and face a barn wall and throw the snowball at it. And it'll make a little circular mark on it. Now change your angle to the wall and throw the snowball again. It'll still make a small round mark. And it'll keep doing it. You know why? Because the speed with which you threw the snowball, that energy is greater than the energy that's holding the snowball together. Because hardly any energy is holding the snowball together. It's just loosely packed snow. So when you do it against the wall, you see the snowball completely disappear in a mini snowball explosion, if you will. So this works for any comparison of projectile speed and what we call the binding energy of the object itself. This is why the intercontinental ballistic missiles never carried conventional warheads. Because their speed coming out of space, because they leave the atmosphere, go from one continent to the other, and then they fall out of the sky. That speed gives them more kinetic energy than any conventional warhead would have had.
Whoa.
But then we figured out how to make small nuclear warheads. The nukes. Now you're talking energy. The kinetic energy of the ICBM is not higher than the nuclear warhead that we now put in. That's why all ICBMs are nukes.
Wow.
The V-2 rocket basically didn't need an explosive warhead in its tip. It came out of the sky going 5 miles per second. There was none of this. That implies you're hearing the thing. It's coming in supersonically.
Whoa.
You're sitting there at a cocktail table on a block, and then the block is obliterated in the next instant. You didn't even know to look up.
Wow.
So that's and they added an explosive anyway, but they probably didn't need to.
Now, to go back to Shoemaker-Levy, that was a comet that slammed into Jupiter. Now, Jupiter's a gas giant.
Yes.
I've always been confused as to what that means.
Oh, most of its mass is in the form of gas.
Most of its mass.
Oh, yeah, 90-some% of it is. Yeah.
So when Shoemaker-Levy slammed into Jupiter and
it
they
was going so
exploded,
fast, the gaseous atmosphere was like hitting a brick wall.
Whoa.
That's how fast it was moving.
So that's why the explosion was
Oh,
big.
exactly. So it's slow. All of its kinetic energy that it had got put back into the object itself because it slowed down very quickly relative to its speed. I mean, relative to the. So here's this comet. I forgot how big Shoemaker Levy was. So now it goes into the atmosphere, and you say, "Well, isn't it just clouds?" And it could. Watch how fast it's going. You can ask the question: over how much distance will it plow through its own mass worth of gas? That's a question, right?
Right.
That has to plow that much mass out of the way. That's an important resistive force, right?
Yeah.
So how much atmosphere? Well, that's a lot of atmosphere because it's gas and this thing is solid. However, the thing is going, 15, 20 miles per second? It's falling into Jupiter at 20 miles, whatever the speed was. If you go at 20 miles per second, you will cover that much atmosphere in a fraction of a second. So in a fraction of a second, you go from 20 miles per second to zero. Where a tiny fraction of that speed, all that energy has to go somewhere. It goes back into the system. It's a comet made of ice. Ice is not held together very easily. The whole thing explodes on impact.
That was another terrifying statistic that I read about the impact that hit the Yucatan and killed the dinosaurs. That how deep it had gone into the Earth's surface within the first second.
Oh yeah. These are numbers that are staggering once you calculate what they are. And like I said, if you come in fast enough, Earth's atmosphere is might as well be a brick wall to you. And by the way, you go 60 miles an hour down the road, roll down the window, just stick your hand out the window. You have to use muscle energy to not have your hand blown backwards against 60 miles an hour of air against your open palm. Just try that next time. See what kind of energy that requires. And that's 60 miles an hour. Now imagine 5 miles per second, 10 miles per second, 20 miles per second. You toast.
How deep did the asteroid that hit and killed the dinosaurs, how deep did that thing go?
What was that? That was a 150-mile diameter crater or something like that. I forgot the exact numbers. So there's a relationship between the depth of the crater and the diameter and the mass of the thing. So no, it goes miles down. I mean, it's
miles.
Oh yeah. Well, let me think.
An Earth rang for like a million years.
What happens is, let me take that back. I don't know if it's miles. It's
I think it was what I had read. I don't remember the exact statistics. Well,
excuse me, no, it's got to go miles down because the thing is miles. The asteroid itself was the size of Mount Everest, so the asteroid itself is like 5 miles across. So it's deep. No, you just don't mess with this. By the way, the crater in Arizona, called Meteor Crater for obvious reasons, that can sink a 60-story building, and that's not even a mile across. And now we're talking about a crater more than 100 miles across that took out the dinosaurs.
That famous one in Arizona can sink a 60-story building?
If you put dirt up to the rim of that crater, you can bury a 60-story building.
Wasn't that an instance where this is your whole calculation about explosions and about the amount of energy, that they were looking for the raw materials that caused that crater?
Correct.
They thought that they could mine it.
Correct. They first thought it was volcanic, and the geologist thought it was volcanic again. But one geologist in particular, Eugene Shoemaker, who was in line to be on one of the lunar missions, and then he had like a heart murmur, and they sent Jack Schmitt in his stead, who was also a geologist turned U.S. Senator from Arizona? Where was he senator from? I forgot. But can you look at Jack Schmitt, where he was a senator from? Forgive me for forgetting, because I'm friends with him, so I should have known.
NASA.
Jack Schmitt, SCHMITT. There's no D in it.
Mexico?
Yeah, so I was right. It's in New Mexico. Oh, I said Arizona, so New Mexico. So he, but anyhow, he's saying, no, this is an impact crater. And well, if it's an impact crater, where is the meteorite? It must be buried down here. And so there were miners. There were iron miners who bought the land so they can get this huge meteor that they were sure was just sitting down there that they could mine for its natural resource. They could not find the meteor. That's because it hit at high speed velocity. It was a high velocity impact, which means its collision energy was greater than the binding energy even of the iron atoms itself. And 90% of that thing vaporized on impact.
Wow! Oh, my brain just went like this.
There it is.
Wow.
There is
That
no
looks
iron. down
more
there.
impressive even than I remember it.
Okay, there are pieces. That's nice low angle shot, so you get the shadows of the rim.
And that's in Arizona. Where in Arizona?
It's near Winslow, Arizona.
Where would that be near? Is that like if
gosh.
someone wanted to fly in to see that?
Here it is. If you go to the Grand Canyon, then you drive to this, and it's a couple hours, a few hours. Okay, there's Meteor
I might
Crater.
have
The
to
map is
go.
coming up. And where's the Grand Canyon? There's Meteor Crater and Grand Canyon, which is also in Arizona.
Flagstaff.
Grand Canyon National Park. You can drive that. See that?
Yeah.
Grand Canyon to Meteor Crater through Flagstaff? Yeah. So you're not going to fly that. You just drive it. And
It has Yelp reviews.
It's a
Look at that. Look at that. Look at highlighted. It's got 5
you can't
stars.
Yelp review
Look at
a
it.
crater.
Look at it.
Come
Look
on
at it.
now.
Look.
Why doesn't it have all the stars?
Look. I know it should have every goddamn star ever.
No!
Only 3.9.
It's
People
a
are so
freaking Meteor
picky.
Crater.
It's not that big a deal, man. I could dig a hole better myself.
Oh, by the way, so this hole was this Meteor Crater was dug in a few seconds. This crater was made.
Yeah.
Just
And how many years ago was that?
50,000 years ago.
That's nothing.
Approximately nothing. It's
Wow.
nothing.
There's probably some form of human living here then.
Oh yeah, early humans.
Maybe.
I don't know if they were in North America yet.
They say 40,000 is the most recent, right?
Yeah, it depends on when they crossed the Bering Strait.
Yeah.
That's when they would have just arrived.
Man.
They would say, "Oh, that's cool. I'm going back."
Have you gone? Have you gone to that?
Oh yeah, multiple times. Oh yeah.
Yeah? Is it freaky?
What's freaky about it is you walk up to it, you can't see it because the rim of the crater, it just looks like a ridge line.
Ah.
The rim is raised above the plane of the area, right? Because when you press down, it raises it up a bit. So you just walk up to it, and then you come up to the ledge, and there's like,
and you realize what it is.
This is nearly a mile diameter hole in the ground.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's a stunning encounter with the forces of nature.
And the fact that there's so many of those particles just floating around out there. They could
Oh yeah,
easily
that was
just
nothing.
slam right
No,
in.
no, that's.
How big was that one, you think?
Oh yeah, that was about about I don't know 20 yards across, something like that. Yeah, that's
Oh my God,
nothing.
that's nothing.
That's nothing.
That's it? 20 yards?
Yeah, maybe between 20 and 40 yards.
20 yards is the size of this
Oh yeah,
building.
yeah, that's right.
From that garage to that front door
Yeah,
is
now make that
exactly
kind of
19
spherical.
yards.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow. That's crazy.
right. That's nothing, and that's the kind of thing that can get close enough that you don't even see, and then it's too late.
And
Now, of
those
course, that's
things
not going to
do
render you
sneak in.
extinct. That's
Right.
not going to make us extinct, but it'll make a very bad day for a city.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, city's done. And
Yeah.
most likely the power grid's jacked for a long time, too.
Right.
Now,
What time
I
is
want
that?
to
Is my
10
plan
till.
left
10
yet?
till. No, you have 10 more minutes.
Okay.
I had to get the Stephen Hawking's quote out for you. Stephen Hawking's was talking about the possibility of alien life discovering us, and that it would be a terrible, terrible thing if it did happen. If you look at what has happened to other primitive life forms when we discovered them, primitive cultures when we've discovered them, do you share that same opinion? That if something did find us?
I don't have a strong opinion on that question, but I have an analysis of his comment.
Okay.
He is worried about the possibility of aliens enslaving us.
Oh.
Based on the reality that we've done that to ourselves.
Yes.
Just think about that. His fear of aliens derives not from actual knowledge of aliens, but from an actual knowledge of ourselves. Anytime a more advanced civilization has come upon a less technologically advanced civilization, it did not bode well for the less advanced civilization. And that happened in North America, South America, North America with Europeans, South America, the Spanish, Australia with the Brits, never boded well for the less technologically advanced civilization. His factual knowledge of that leads him to suspect that aliens would be exactly the same. And I'm not that skeptical. I don't think all life forms in the universe have the basal, primal, violent attitudes that we do as a species. I've not been given reason to think so.
But don't you believe that things advance because of competition, and competition forces things to be fairly ruthless.
It has been argued that if you're a civilization that colonizes the galaxy, that it's a self-limiting exercise. Why? Because here you go. You ready? We start here on Earth. It's you and me, boy. All right? And you take that planet, I take this planet. And now we both have offspring that are just like us. And we want more planets. All right? We reach a point where expansion is not possible because we are warring with ourselves to gain the territory that each other has obtained. So it has been argued sociologically that the very act of wanting to colonize is self-limiting against successful colonization of the galaxy. Because to colonize the galaxy, it has to be done in an organized way. All right? You take this sector, I take this sector, but if I want territory and I want it now, and my kids want it now, I want that territory, not this other one. In fact, I want it all. That kind of attitude breeds violence. It breeds war, intragalactic war. So it may be that the very kind of civilization that could peacefully colonize a galaxy is not the kind of civilization that would colonize the galaxy at all.
Oof, that's heavy.
Very heavy.
What about the idea that any advanced...
That's my first comment about Stephen Hawking. He made another comment about we should be a multi-planet species to protect ourselves against an asteroid rendering one extinct. It makes a good headline and it sounds like it makes sense, but I'm not there with it. Yeah, of course I want to back up. Of course, let's be a multi-planet species. Fine.
But
I would do it for different reasons. I would do it because it's cool, not because I want to protect human species from extinction. No, that wouldn't be the reason to do it. Can I tell you why?
Please.
List every reason why you think we go extinct. One, we trash Earth. Another, and we can't live off of it anymore. An asteroid is coming. There's some nanobot gone astray. Okay?
Pandemic.
Virus pandemic. Okay. So, it seems to me that if we want to be a multi-planet species, Mars would be the one, because it's a 24-hour day. It's got seasons. We would have to terraform it first, but then we all move there. You just ship 1 billion people there. Here's my point. Whatever it takes to terraform Mars and ship 1 billion people there, it's got to be easier to deflect the asteroid. Whatever it takes to terraform Mars, to turn it into Earth. If you had the power of geoengineering to do that, then you have the power of geoengineering to turn Earth back into Earth.
But there occasionally are things that we miss, right? Because of the way that...
So you say, okay, whatever it takes to geoengineer Mars and ship 1 billion people there, it's got to be easier to create a perfect viral serum that makes us immune to all possible disease. That's got to be easier. Whatever that takes.
But isn't it possible that there's some asteroids that we just will not see until it's too late?
Then you put up whatever that takes. That's what I'm saying. Whatever.
But they're talking about being
Mars
able
and ship 1 billion people there.
1 billion.
Why? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? We have 7. What, are you going to put 10 people there? What? You want to split your species,
right?
Okay. And if an asteroid is coming that you can't deflect, which would surprise me if you could ship 1 billion people to Mars, you just let them all die? What is that? What you plan to? You're gonna let all the Earth people die and the Mars people survive just so you can save the species? Don't save everybody. I'm not buying into the premise, this cable carology premise, that you have to save one to not save the other, and you know cable carology.
I see what you're saying.
The cable car, you know, someone's in the tracks.
You let them go.
You let them go if you steer it out of the way, but then you actively kill 2 people instead of passively killing 1 person. What do you do? I'm not buying into that premise for this question. I'm simply saying that whatever it takes, it's got to be easier to put up some kind of net that finds any asteroid that could possibly harm us and zaps them out of the sky. That's got to be easier.
This is the last question. Is it possible that the reason why we are never visited by extraterrestrials is because the way civilizations advance?
One.
But
Two,
is it because the way civilizations...
They have visited. They visited during Comic-Con. Nobody noticed. Okay?
They don't like cosplay.
3.
We're out of here.
Their costumes weren't as good as ours.
Okay.
3. They've observed us and judged. There's no sign of intelligent life on Earth.
Okay, but is there another possibility that civilizations don't ever get to travel like that? Because what happens is, as they advance and as their technology advances, they become, instead of a biological entity seeking to spread its genetics throughout the universe, they become some sort of symbiotic artificial life. That as they advance their technology and as they continue to innovate, they reach a limitation in biology and then eventually create artificial life that sees no desire whatsoever to travel.
Oh, interesting. So I would say that's a great philosophical question. I would say that the day we create AI, if the AI is everything we are except more,
and not emotional,
then
not
it
foolish.
would have an urge to explore.
Maybe.
Otherwise, then it's not us.
But wouldn't it create
But then
those
then it's-
doors like in Monsters Inc. and start going dimension to dimension instead of fucking around with jets and
With chemical
1G
jets?
and yeah.
Right. Yeah, they figure out the fourth dimension.
Yeah, wouldn't that be the best way to do things?
And then they figure it out, and then they would figure out a way to travel better than any way we could. But if the fact that we want to travel, and we're creating versions of ourselves called AI, I don't
But
see
would it be a
I don't see
version of
why AI
ourselves?
wouldn't want to travel.
But why would it be curious? If AI,
If it is us,
if it's
this is
not
my
biological.
point. Then it's not. Well, if we create every neurosynaptic map
right
of our brain into silicon, into a computer, and recreate our consciousness as humans, the human brain.
But wouldn't that
the
be
human
just
brain is
one
curious.
version of AI? Wouldn't
Sure.
there be like an infinite version of AI that
Sure.
AI could create itself?
It could.
And why would it limit itself to all of our emotions and sexual desires and jealousy and all the ridiculous things that are holding us back?
It could.
Yeah.
Sure. Now, I'm not as fearsome of AI as others are. We're not going to make an AI-looking human being because the human form is not the best or ideal form for anything.
Did you see Ex Machina?
Yes, I did.
Did you love it? Did you love it?
It was good. It was good.
You didn't love
Some
it?
Good moments.
You didn't love it?
No, it was good.
I loved it.
Oh.
I want to marry it.
You want to marry it? Oh, okay. Well, that's the first thing it's the sex bot.
It's one of my, no, it's not even that. It's one of my
that's where
favorite
the money
movies.
will be for sure.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying it's one of my favorite movies. I want to marry the movie. It was just an awesome movie.
So then marriage would no longer be about sex or just be about reproduction because you just go to your room with your sex bot.
I'm hoping that that's one of the first things that people figure out they shouldn't do anymore.
Well,
once they get smart enough to symbiotically attach themselves to artificial intelligence.
I was watching, what was it, Family Feud? One of the questions was, if you're... we asked 100 married women, if you could have a second husband for only one purpose, what would it be? Something like 70% of them said just for sex.
Whoa. Damn.
A second
harsh.
husband for only one purpose.
Just for getting stuffed.
That's
rough.
Just sex.
That's a fucking wake-up call for a lot of dudes out there.
A lot of guys.
Let's end on that. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Astrophysics for People in a Hurry.
In a hurry.
Due out in May. Thank you so much, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Man. Love you, man.
I love you too, brother.
Stay-
Thank you so
stay
much
strong.
for coming here, and thank you anytime. Open invitation. Call me
right.
up, middle of the night.
Middle of the night.
Come down here, we'll open it up.
And you got to wake him up.
He'll do it. He's down. He loves you too.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
So why aren't there flying cars?
You just jumping right in. You don't say hi. You don't say how's the wife and
How's
kids.
everybody, man? How's life? How's your book that's been on the Times bestseller list for how many weeks?
Oh, the Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. That's been on the New York Times bestseller list for 67 weeks.
That's pretty intense.
That's a lot for any book, much less for a science book. And so that tells me, while all these Trump books are wafting in and out, this is bobbing like a cork on the ocean waves as the book of the moment that either praises Trump or criticizes him come in and off of that list. So this tells me that there is this unserved hunger that people have. There's a curiosity that this is serving. And it's to Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. That's kind of that's very purposefully juxtaposed. It's like neurosurgery in 4 easy steps. You know, if you saw a book with that title, you'd have to pick it up because you'd wonder what's going on.
Well, not to kiss your ass again, but I always say this about you, and I think it's important. You make learning stuff about astrophysics fun. And that's what's missing. You know, it's not that people don't like to be educated, that they don't like to learn. They just don't want to be bored.
That's a perceptive point because, you know, think of the image we have of, let's say you're in a school where most people don't go to college. You're in high school. And then last day of school comes. What do people do? They toss their papers in the air as they run down the steps. School's out. No. What's the rock song? School's out for summer. Was it forever?
And
no,
then ever.
Ever.
Yeah.
Then forever.
Ever.
Right?
Yeah.
So that attitude must mean the school didn't train you to embrace curiosity.
Right.
That learning was a chore, and now the chores are over.
Yeah.
So I think the educational system needs an adjustment. Forget whether or not you go to college, because you're going to spend more years not in school than in school, even if you do go to college. What you want, I think, are lifelong learners, lifelong curiosity.
Yes.
Where once you are trained and your curiosity is stimulated, the curiosity we all had as children. Children don't need to be taught to be curious. They are curious to the point of destruction of whatever it is they touch. Oh, what is this egg on the counter? What is this glass? What is this plate? What's under a rock? What happens if I pull a leg off of Daddy Long? You know, they are experimenting with the world. We don't think of it that way, but that's what it is. They're all born scientists. And I say this often. You spend the first years of a child's life teaching it to walk and talk. Then you spend the rest of its life telling it to shut up and sit down. It's this is the wrong combination. So speaking as an educator, I think a missing component of school is it the teachers? Is it the curriculum? I don't know. But when you get out of school, you should say to yourself, damn, I want to learn more.
It's almost universally accepted, too, that that's when your learning ends. When you get out of college, it's over.
Then you say you're done.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, you're ossified in life.
Yeah.
And that's how, when the job market shifts, you're not ready for it because you don't know how to think. You don't know how to learn.
Right.
You know, and it's the difference in the workplace between the person who gets an assignment and say, Joey, Janet, I need you to do this. That's not in my job description. I'm not trained for this. That's one kind of person in a workplace. Another kind of person is, here's a new task I need you to do. Wow, I've never seen that before. Great, let me figure it out.
Right.
These are two completely different species of human being. And what the world needs more of is like the second case, where you take a new task and you say, wow, I get to learn. I'm going to learn on my own. I'll ask people who know more. You just embrace the act of learning to satisfy your curiosity. And I think this book is capturing that in the public.
Well, it must be doing something.
Yeah.
60 how many weeks?
67 weeks.
God dang.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weeks.
Yeah, every morning I wake up, I'm calm, but I'm really not calm. I'm saying, holy shit. Sorry, you're live. Can I say
Yeah, you can say holy shit.
I can say it, okay.
Neil deGrasse Tyson swears, ladies and gentlemen, he's human. People think you're a robot. Now they know. It's a great sign, I think. And I think your podcast is a great sign as well. The success of your podcast and the success of a lot of science podcasts.
That's an excellent note that you noticed that. There's a rise of science-curious podcasts out there.
Stuff to Blow Your Mind is one that I really enjoy.
Right.
I really love Radio Lab. They've always got really interesting science.
The perennial favorite.
Fantastic.
So many people.
Probably the best.
Right.
Yeah, and yours as well. And I love Chuck Nice. Shout out to Chuck Nice.
Oh, Chuck. We all love Chuck.
He's great. But what you're doing is you're making learning interesting, and that's why it's so fun. It's there's excitement to it. You bring a comedian like Chuck on with you. Things get silly, but they're also curious, and you're getting these experts, and everyone's talking about these various subjects. And
as you know, not only yourself as an exemplar of this, stand-up comedians are some of the smartest people in the world. They have an awareness.
I won't go that far.
Okay.
Listen, come to the Comedy Store with me today. I'll change your mind.
All right, let me buffer that a little.
They're curious.
Okay, no. So stand-up comedians are perceptive people.
Yes,
and
for sure.
And they're aware, and they notice things that you don't notice. They see the same things you do and get to shape it in a way you never thought possible, and then you end up laughing at other things, at yourself.
Was it your idea to do your show with stand-ups?
So what we have there are several of us who created this concept, and we there's Helen Matsos is one of the partners, and there's another one who's now left, but what's in that? I'll get his name in a minute. But there were three of us who David Gamble is his name. The three of us got together and applied for a National Science Foundation grant. What we said was, there are programs out there that serve people who already know they like science. But who serves the people who don't know they like science? Or better yet, the people who know they don't like science? There's nothing for them because they've already rejected it. They're not going to tune in to Science Friday because they don't like science on NPR, right? So what we thought was, suppose we bring in a celebrity. That's the pop culture draw. This is the pop culture scaffold. We bring in this scaffold and clad the scaffold with science. Because whatever the celebrity does, it doesn't matter. There's going to be science in that person's life. We had the guy who portrayed Gollum in Lord of the Rings.
There's a lot of science in that. But there is. Like, like that suit that he had to wear?
Exactly. So what we did was we interviewed him, and we talked about the technology necessary to portray Gollum as he portrayed that live. That was not some later animation. He is live, and he's got his whole body wired up for this, and he is that voice, and he is portraying it. So whatever it is that you have done, that you do, there is because it's evidence that science is everywhere. You can't say, I'm done with science, let me sell my textbook and move on to other things. Because practically anything else you do has been touched by science. And so Star Talk is a celebration of that. And then it jumps species. And so now we're on TV now. All right? It's a TV show on National Geographic Channel, Star Talk. And since you started this, by the way, I didn't come here to talk about it. You started this. It's our fourth year in a row where we're nominated for an Emmy for outstanding informational programming.
Are you going to keep doing Cosmos too, though?
So Cosmos. So I have 1 week remaining out of like 70 shoot days to finish shooting Cosmos: Possible Worlds, premiering spring 2019. Oh. That's the third installment of Cosmos, if you trace the first one to Carl Sagan back in 1980.
I used your segment on wolves, on how wolves became dogs. Showed it to my kids.
And that's right.
And you can see the little wheels spinning like, whoa.
Yeah,
that's how a dog became a dog?
And what you didn't see is I'm sitting at the campfire in the snowy environment, and they got wolves walking around me. They're on these fishing wires because they are not dogs.
Right.
Okay. They
do whatever the fuck they want.
Correct. Yeah. And when they're looking at you, it's like, should I rip his neck out now or later when I'm more hungry?
Right.
They're not. There's no eye contact with them because they don't see you as anything other than something they could possibly eat. And so you can't interact with them the way you would with ordinary dogs. So they're on these fishing, high tension fishing wire that you can't see against the snow. And they're like hooting and hollering around me as I describe. And the name of that show is "And the Wolf Shall Become the Shepherd." Yeah.
My friend did a commercial with a wolf. And there's this commercial where he's running up this mountain and the wolf is there. And at the end of the commercial, they had to get the wolf to snarl. So what the trainer does is he shows the wolf some meat, and then he pulls the meat away from the wolf. and the wolf snarls, and they're like, and then the commercial's over. He's like, no, there's no working after that. Like, there's no, you're not going to be near the wolf.
Right,
like
right.
that switch is turned
You're
on.
done.
Yeah, and it's crazy. He's like, once that thing snarled, everybody just backed off, and the trainer let everybody know, like, once I get to this point, we're done. Like, there's no more. And that thing's like, okay, everybody, we're done. Let's get the fuck out of here.
All three of these Cosmoses, the original one with Carl Sagan, the one that the privilege of hosting in 2014 and 2019, are co-written by Anne Druyan, and she's the widow of Carl Sagan.
Oh, wow.
But she kind of in his shadow back then, but she's hugely creative and highly enlightened. And so most of the sort of the soul energy, if you will, what makes Cosmos distinct from other documentaries where you're sort of sitting there learning, you put your thinking cap on, your learning cap on. In Cosmos, it's your feeling cap. You're not only learning, you're also feeling the science and its relationship to you, to civilization, to the world, to the universe. And her infusion of this, she's a highly scientifically literate writer, producer. And so I just give a shout out to her. Just working with her has been a delight.
Is Cosmos on Apple TV or
So Cosmos
Amazon or anything?
So Cosmos was after it premiered on Fox and then went internationally on Nat Geo. It then went to Netflix. But I think this run of Netflix is going to drop until the next one comes in. I think they want to clear the landing zone for the next Cosmos. But it went to Netflix.
But is it available for anyone to get right now?
Oh, right now? It should be. I haven't checked. That's a great question.
Because I have it all on my DVR, and I'm scared to delete it.
Oh, yeah.
I only have like 6%
left.
Hard drive space
that's
left.
what everyone's DVR looks like.
I got all your Cosmoses in there.
Yeah. So thanks for having them all in there.
What was that Morgan Freeman show?
Through the wormhole.
Yeah, I got that on there too.
Yeah,
that was a great show.
That's a Joe Rogan thing.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, I'd be disappointed in you. I say you're an